backbone here, which has given a human being a speciality which separates him from animals, that he raised his head upward. By raising his head upward, he has been able to create a new dimension for his brain. And this new dimension is a dimension by which he creates ego within himself. Before becoming a human being, I hope you can see, all of you. Can I come move this side? Before becoming a human being, your brain was flat and all covered with the superego, at the most. Like dogs, or you can say the horses, they have this superego. And when you became human being, a locking system took place by which you started developing, or you can say a twist took place by which you started developing your action. For example, an animal does not know how to make a chair out of wood in action. Physically, at the most it might carry this chair which is made, put it there and mimic you sit on that. But it cannot make anything with its hand. Maybe it can weave a small little nest or something like that for it to live, at the most. So you, with your action, can overpower the matter. You have been able to achieve great heights in overpowering all the 5 elements by using them as power for your everyday use also, like electricity, magnetism, sound, everything, ether. But animals, when they come in contact with human beings, they also can be conditioned as far as their understanding of relationship with human beings is concerned, but not that they could be made to act onto some matter. And this action, the physical action, has given a byproduct which is called as ego. This is the beginning. Then the second action is the thinking. The animal doesn't think of the future. He doesn't have any insurances. Animal is not bothered about insurance, or what will happen to my great-grandchildren when I die, what part of my house will be going to which children. He's not bothered about all these things. And he does not even have such a sense of possession as human beings have. So, it so happens that we start developing our ego when we start planning for the future, thinking of the future, going in the future, and also when we use our physical being to create something or to do any physical work. If an animal goes and attacks a cow or something, say a tiger, and brings it home for his family, he is not proud, he is not egoistical like human beings are. While human beings, if they earn about, say, $500, they become very egoistical. They think we have earned such a lot of money and we have done so much, we have every right to dominate the wife, and vice versa. But an animal doesn't think that he has a right to dominate. See, whatever he does in the nature of his own personality, he doesn't do it as an idea that he has to do this and he is very important, he doesn't have that ego. So he does not even think that this is karmas, that I have to face for it, and I have done something wrong, I have killed a cow, so I must go to a Brahmin and pay him a lot of money because I have done such a sin. These ideas do not come into the heads of an animal. Because he is not used to that dimension, a new dimension of karmas, to which human beings are because of these two creations. Because of ego, you feel you have done bad karmas or good karmas. If you had no ego, you would never have felt that. These two things starts at this point, as you see it very clearly, should start from there, but is put down there. Actually, these start maneuvering from this point. And you start developing ego and superego in your head, and you develop a triangular brain, a prism-like brain. And when such a brain has developed, then a new problem starts, that through this prism, whatever energy passes into it, most of it goes out according to the parallelogram of forces. That I have no time just now to tell you. Because of that, your attention is all the time outside. You can only do something outside. You cannot take your attention inside. Now supposing I say you put your attention inside, because you have to go inside, you cannot do it. You just can't do it. Your attention is always outside. I have to do this, I have to go there, I have to get it. But you cannot put your attention inside. That's not possible. I cannot just order you that you put your attention inside. Some happening has to take place within you. Supposing something suddenly falls off, then your attention goes there. In the same way, when the happening of the Kundalini awakening takes place, then your attention goes to that which is awakened there. And you start just seeing the awakening. Or you can say the feeling the awakening. But it is such a quick thing, split of a second, that sometimes you miss everything except that you see the cool breeze has started flowing through. Sometimes you do feel it's here, it's here. So many people feel that way also. It's come up now, it is here throbbing, now it's all right, it has started floating. It depends on what sort of a runaway you have. If the runaway is horrid, then you see, you go on feeling all the bumps and the dumps and everything. Sometimes the runaways are so badly spoiled that it takes sometimes months for the Kundalinis to rise. But now I think in Sahajayoga we have developed such methods and techniques of such permutations and combinations that nowadays it's much easier to raise the Kundalini than it was about, say, 10 years back, when I had about 20 disciples with whom I worked for 2 years to give them realization. In London I had 6 disciples. For 4 years I worked on them to give them realization. But today we have thousands in UK, and we have lots of them in Sydney also, and in India also we have thousands, where they just get it in a second. But it's a different thing now because it has evolved so well. But this happening is a living happening. This you cannot do. You can jump, you can stand on your heads, take out your clothes, wear some badges, wear some clothes, you can do all that. But you cannot make the Kundalini rise in the sense you see the pulsation there at the triangular bone. You see the pulsation of the Kundalini there. Actual pulsation. You can see the rising of the Kundalini. You see it. You also feel the cool breeze rising. You can also, with the stethoscope, feel the sound, lap, 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 lap. Coming up to here, which Kabira has very clearly said, Shunya Shikhara para anahada bajire. At the apex of the Shunya Shikhara, zero apex of your head, you hear first the anahata. Anahata is this sound of the heart without percussion. And that is how you feel the Kundalini. And then it breaks through, you feel it actually on your fingers. It's an actualization of the experience. This is what baptism is. When Warren Reed said that you never had your real baptism, do not be angry with him. Because it's a fact. You have not got your realization. Christ has said that you are to be born again 100 times, he said. So now they have started saying we are born again. It's again self-certification. First of all, it was baptism. Nowadays there's another thing started, that we are born again. Now they come and ask, these people, they change from one to another, that how is it? Through Christ you have to get through. And you will see only in Sahajayoga you will understand that ultimately you have to pass through the gate of Christ only to enter into the kingdom of God. Is a fact. What he said, he never told lies. He told the complete truth, nothing but the truth. But that you do not want to accept it. This is the gate about which he has talked. And this is the greatest thing he has done to us. Now this Vishuddhi Chakra is the center of Sri Krishna. If I say it is the center of Sri Krishna, you may start doubting me. You should doubt me also. It's not proper. It is not problem with Indians because they know it is the center. They know about centers. They know where Krishna resides. And they know there are 16 petals to this. And that they know that he is called as a complete incarnation of 16 petals and all that they know. I do not have to quarrel with them. And the center here of Christ is actually a little confusing because he is called as Mahavishnu. In Indian literature he is called as Mahavishnu, not as Christ. And he is also Bauddha, not Buddha but Bauddha, which they got a little bit confused in our old scriptures. It's a difference of language. In one of my lectures on Christ, you'll find out about his origin, why he was called Jesus, why he was called Christ, and what is the origin of these things, why it was derived, who was his mother, and everything you will find out from that lecture that I have got for you. It is better that you go through that lecture and see for yourself. We have lots of these tapes already in Sydney. They can send it over to you. You can look at it from that angle. I mean, in this small little time, I cannot elaborately talk about Krishna and about Christ. But only thing I have to tell you that there's a very great relationship between both of them. And Christ is the word, comes from the word Krishna. Kist in India means the agriculture, and Krishna also come from Krishi, which also means agriculture. Agriculture means the one where you sow, and they are the sowers of the seed. They have sown the seed in the fields. So, the sowing of the seed is done by Sri Krishna. And the Gita that he has described is also another very interesting thing about which we are very much confused. Krishna never wrote Gita, first of all. Then it was never written by an absolute Brahmin or anything who was a born Brahmin, but was written by an illegitimate child of a fisherwoman. How can he write, a man like that you are born as a Brahmin? You are to be born as a Brahmin. What he was meaning, that when you are born as a Brahmin, then you have the aptitude to seek God. For example, you are all Brahmins in his own words. That means you are the seekers of God. All the seekers of God are Brahmins, and the seekers of power are Kshatriyas, and the seekers of money are Vaishyas. It meant the aptitude. But Hindus, as usual, have made, like all others have made, a mess of all that philosophy. According to them, you are born a Brahmin. Even if you are the greatest crook of the world, you are a Brahmin. And even if you are a person who is a very highly evolved person, if you are not born in a Brahmin family, then you are good for nothing. This caste system is such a horrible thing in India, which has no explanation at all in the scriptures, because it is written that in everyone resides the spirit. There is spirit in every one of you. How can you have caste system? You can have aptitudes. But as usual, people have escapes of everything. This point that everybody has the spirit within yourself. Gita has described it, that everyone has the spirit within. But one has to know, when he says there is spirit within you, that means he's meaning the human beings have the spirit, not the devils. Because Krishna himself has killed so many devils in his lifetime. He's one of the powers was samharaka, means killing. He used to kill so many devils, so there are devils also. On this principle that there is spirit in everybody, why did he kill so many devils? The devils do not have spirit in them. They are devils and devils and devils. For example, say Hitler, if he comes to ask for a realization, do you think he can get it or he should get it? His greatest reward would be a rigorous imprisonment into hell for all his lives to come.
How can you be so sure he was not Krishna casting out more devils?
How can you be so sure that he wasn't Krishna casting out devils, more devils?
He was not.
How can you be so sure that Hitler was not Krishna casting out devils?
For that you must get your realization. That's why. You see, the surety only will come when you become your absolute. Just now you cannot be sure. For example, I'll tell you, when you get your realization, you get your vibrations. Alright? Now with these vibrations, you can find out what is true, what is not true. Now you may say this may be all a myth. For example, we had some Brahmins in one of the programs I had first arranged. And I didn't know they had a fight with these organizers. But they said, she's not a Brahmin, how can you have a program here or something like that. And they were sitting in front row. I didn't know they had a quarrel. I just asked them, I said, who is Brahmin among you? Who thinks he's a Brahmin? Just come forward. So 5, 6 of them, you see, like great wrestlers came and sat before me. I said, all right, please be seated. Very arrogant. I said, sit down. I said, put your hands towards me like this. And they started shaking their hands. They got a little frightened. I said, why are you shaking? He said, because we are Brahmins and you are the power, that's why we are shaking. I said, see your neighbors, they are also shaking. Yes, they are also shaking. They may also Brahmins. I said, please ask them what are they. They asked some people, they said, these are the people who have come from the lunatic asylum. These were the only 2 people who were shaking there. I said, now relatively you can see that when you thought you were a Brahmin, you are mad too. To believe into such a thing. Now to believe that Hitler was also good is a typical sign of escaping in life horrible things. This, you see, just to have an idea that everything is fine is the best way of jumping into the devil's den. And that's what has happened with people, that they never doubted anyone. And I don't know from where do people get these ideas in everybody's life. Even Christ, he took a hunter in his hand and he was whipping all the people. He was love, he was compassion, no doubt. But he did whip them. He also said that don't throw pearls before the swine. His compassion had a special purpose, which I will tell you just now, why he got himself crucified also, which is a very important thing. But when we just say that everything is fine, everything is good, the reason is we do not want to face the reality. Because perhaps maybe we cannot understand that there could be anything bad. But after realization you discover that yourself there are problems. Yourself there's something wrong with you. Leave alone others. There are problems within you which you have not seen and faced. Perhaps there are problems within you which you don't want to see in others, because then you will not be able to justify them. But after realization, you get out of yourself. Like this sari I am wearing, if I am not identified with it, I see a spot, I would like to clean it. I see it, I want to clean it. I don't say it's a good thing to have the spots there. But supposing I am identified, I'll hide it. I'll say, oh, there's nothing wrong, everything is all right. There are evildoers, not one, but so many these days that you have no at all idea. If you had, you would not have lost so much.
Is there such thing as a conscious evildoer?
Beg pardon?
Is there such thing as a conscious evildoer?
What's it?
Would you be able to just leave your questions till the end? Mataji will invite questions at the end.
All right? Now, the thing is, whatever happens to us in our consciousness is only limited to our human awareness. Whatever we see in our human awareness, at the time when Krishna came, we got our human awareness. In that, what do we have? Only 2 points. One is our superego, which is our conditioning. Another is our ego, which we have achieved as a myth, that we have done this, I am that, I like this, you like this. So we are only 2 things, either superego or ego. We wobble between the 2. The third thing which should be within us is our spirit heart in the heart. And for that, the central point is the point by which we balance between these 2, between the desire and the action. We go on balancing in the center by understanding what is the best. For example, a person drinks a lot. He kills himself by drinking. His son need not read any book to know that drinking is bad. He knows that it is bad. His father is killed because of drinking. So he takes a life which is very much with moderation towards it. You start learning by so many experiences, right and wrong, how to be in the center. That's all you can learn. With human awareness, you can only learn how to be in the center. Now you have to go beyond this human awareness, to be the awareness of the spirit. And when you become the awareness of the spirit, that you should become, that you should ask for, that should be your goal. When you become that, then the whole picture becomes different. Because you can feel it yourself and understand what is right and wrong on your vibratory awareness, which is a new dimension within you. Even children, say take 10 children who are realized souls. If you ask them what's the matter with another person, they will immediately raise the same finger and say this is the matter. When you ask the person, have you got a very bad cold, cough or something, bronchitis, he will say yes. If this hand is shown, that means all the left side, that means he's suffering from emotional trouble. You do not know anything about your chakras at all before realization. One must accept this. One has to accept whatever it is, there's nothing wrong in it. It's only your ego which stops not accepting. And then once you get your realization, you start feeling your different centers. You start feeling it, actually you start feeling it. And you start feeling the centers of others. Anyone who wants to know whether this person is evil or not is only to ask the question, and you can feel it. You can't even bear some of the horrible vibrations you get from people. Some of the sahajogis tries for asking for some devilish people, and they got actual blisters, especially Mr. Hitler, whom we are supporting now. Actual blisters on the finger, actual blisters. This is what it is. After realization, your real absolute self comes in, because you become the spirit which is in the heart. The spirit resides in the heart. But this is the place of its seat. There are 7 seats in the head, and the seat of the spirit is here. When the kundalini goes, it's just a very small thread of kundalini rises, because there are lots of problems. And a very small, through the Brahmanadi is the centermost channel, it rises and opens this. When it opens it, the grace comes down. And when the grace comes down, you get completely relaxed because it falls on both the sides, on the Ida and Pingala Nadi, which are the manifesting our left and right sympathetic nervous system. By which you feel first relaxed, thoughtless, and then when it is little bit established, you start feeling the cool breeze because your spirit has started manifesting, and you just feel a cool breeze like a wind coming into you. First you may feel tingling, heat, all that is going out. Sometimes people little bit shake also, because if the nerves are not properly built up, if they do not have the strength to bear it, then it sometimes happens that you shake a little bit. Doesn't matter. After some time you start sustaining. It takes time into some people. In some people it doesn't take time at all. It's the quality of your central path of Sushumna is important. If it is very simple, there's no problem, then the Kundalini takes no time. She's anxiously waiting. She's your mother. She's the pure desire within you, the power to become one with your spirit. Unless and until you achieve it, whatever you may try, you do anything you like, you spoil your Sushumna, but you'll have to get it, otherwise your seeking will not be over. You have to reach the place where you should say, I have found it. If you have not found the spirit, you will never be happy with any sort of thing you do. Anything you do, be kind to yourself. Be gracious to yourself and get your realization. This is a simple thing as a mother I would like to tell you. There's nothing to be done except by getting realization. But if you are an adamant person, and if you are employed by some of the gurus to come here, or you are running a lawyer's job for other gurus and all that, you cannot get realization. I am sorry you cannot get it, I cannot help it. But you have to identify with yourself and see to it that you want to have it, then only you will get it. If you do not have the desire to have it, you will not get it at any cost. You are not to be forced into it. Your freedom is completely respected. If your freedom is not respected, how are you going to enjoy the freedom of your spirit? So it is completely in your hand to be free to accept whether to get realization or not. Now this chakra of Vishuddhi is very important because there are 16 subplexuses which are looked after by it. For example, ear, nose, throat, all these things are looked after by the center of Sri Krishna. And this center has got two sides. One is the left, another is the right side. I have to talk about it because most of the people in the West somehow suffer from the left Vishuddhi. One of them is the reason maybe smoking. Right is more affected by smoking, but later on it goes to the left also. But I think the more important is that you people have developed a theory, I don't know how, that you have to be guilty for everything. Maybe it is from your childhood, you are brought up this way, don't spoil the carpet, don't spoil that, don't do this and don't do that. Maybe your confessions in the churches, maybe, I don't know what to blame, but it's a very good indulgence for people to sit down, so oh, I should not have done this, I should not have done that, criticizing yourself and analyzing yourself. This is also a very good escape of egoistical people. They are egoistical, they dominate others, and then they sit down and weep on the left Vishuddhi. This left Vishuddhi is such a dangerous thing that it creates problems of the worst nature in human beings. For example, if you have, say, any cancerous growth within you, and if you have left Vishuddhi, it's going to be difficult to cure, because the escape of the Kundalini has to be through the Vishuddhi chakra. And the Vishuddhi chakra on the left-hand side is very important for the escape of all these tensions of the cancer. And if you have this kind of a bad habit of sitting down and indulging into this kind of a nonsensical thing, like sitting down like Lord Byron and reading some sort of a tragedy and making a tragedy out of you. It's a drama going on. What is there to be tragic about you? What's wrong with you? You are very rich people, you have everything. Still, why do you want to cry and weep? All the time you are in a crying mood. Why? God has given you so much. Do you ever say that? Count your blessings one by one. How many blessings you have got? You don't know. You are especially blessed people, especially in this Australia. I think you are especially blessed. But you want to show that you are extremely miserable. The worst are French in this, I would say. Because when I went to France, they said, Mother, never say that you are a happy person because they'll think you are not sensitive. I said, really? You think these French are very, very sensitive people? To what? Not to holiness. Not to purity. They are sensitive to God knows what. 10 feet you walk and you find a prostitute standing on the road. And about 10 feet you walk and you find 3 alcoholics lying on the street. These are sensitive people. Are they sensitive to their spirit? What are they sensitive to? What are they crying about? This is the very good thing that in the night you drink a lot, sleep with 10 women, and in the morning you feel guilty. Who has asked them to go into this kind of a mess? And then to come and sit down and cry, oh, I'm so guilty, I've done so wrong and so wrong. That's why I have to talk about it, that this center is very important also because it is the sister of Sri Krishna, Vishnu Maya, who rules it. The relationship between brother and sister is absolutely gone haywire in this country, in all the Western countries. For us Indians, we do not understand. Really, we cannot understand. And we cannot explain what it is. The other day only, we had a very interesting talk because 2 Indians have come with me, very, very great sahajogis there. They said, Mother, why did they say that a girl cannot hold the hand of a girl? I said, you won't understand. He said, no, but we would like to know. We want to say we should close all our schools, girls' schools in India. I mean, a girl can easily hold the hand of a girl is much better. I said, why? These people say, you see, it's rather difficult for you to understand. No, he said, but one thing I can't understand. That if a girl holds the hand of a man, will that be a holier relationship? See the accent. They think, will it be holy to hold the hand of a man? It won't be. But a girl is a holy relationship. So this holy relationship is lost in the so-called ventures of the brains, you see. Like, you see, if you go and see in the zoo, if there's a wombat, it behaves like a wombat. See? If there's a monkey, it behaves like a monkey. If there's a tiger, it behaves like a tiger. But a human being, you put him in the zoo. You will see, he'll eat up all the fruits, he'll cut down all the trees, he'll go to all the depths of it, and he'll break his nose, he'll lose his ears, he'll spoil his eyes. He cannot sit quietly. You give him a tree, he'll eat the fruit, he'll eat the seed, he'll have the bark inside himself, he'll have all the roots inside himself, he'll do whatever is possible. It's so horrid with this brain, the way it is moving all the time in this direction, that direction, that direction. It wants to bang on all the sides. For what? It cannot sit right. You see, when it is sitting for 5 minutes, it thinks it's a jail, it's boring. So he must go and do something very important. And what important thing he does is to really ruin himself. He must go to a pub, he must go to a friend, he must go somewhere. He will really ruin himself, all his holiness and all his sense of self-esteem. That's why we have no sense as to what is a sister, the relationship of a sister with other women. This is so much missing that to talk about it in England was impossible. They said this is a Victorian, even an earlier lady talking. See, they brand it. You are Victorian, you are Georgian, or you are... Anyway, everything moves according to the kings that ruled that horrible England, and the kings themselves being so horrible. And the kings themselves were such horrible things. I mean, I don't know how they were ideas for them. So you are branded as a Georgian or a this or a that. Whatever you say, you see, they cannot see the integration of anything. They just, one sentence they'll catch hold of, oh, this is absolutely Victorian. I said, all right, doesn't matter, but it's good, whether you like it or not. As if Victorian everything to be condemned, there must be something good about it also. This is how the whole outlook is of the people, all the time trying to brand others. What about yourself? What brand are you going to give yourself? That's the point nobody wants to see. What brand am I? What is my brand? I am a brat. That's what you are. Sometimes I feel so many people, the way they think, They have no sense. Like in the night, a nocturnal animal would dash into that and dash into that. That's how they've broken themselves completely like mad. For what? Keep quiet. Be in the center. You had to just wait. It was going to happen. This is your own. You are the people who are searching the truth, for which it is all created. The whole scene is there. You have to just get it. Why are you breaking everything that God has given you? It's such a beautiful being He has created. You are the most beautiful person. Have you seen that when you go to the zoo, all the animals are looking at you? In the same way, they are looking forward to you. What have you got to give to them, I don't know. But once you get your realization, then you know the meaning of your being. Then you know what you are. And this is what one has to establish. We have really done lots of wrongs to ourselves by not understanding really self-estimation. One must know that you are the diamond, that you are the spirit, that you have to rise into the kingdom of God. You are specially made for this purpose. And right royal people you are, that you have to climb up there. Instead of that, you are lost into your egos and superegos, and frantically what you are doing is completely destroying all the chances of your ascent, which is so easily to be done. It's such a living force which is going to work out. It is not going to harm you in any way. It is for you only. It's all there. It is sahaja. It is within you. It is spontaneous. And it is going to work out. Only thing you have to know that you have not to treat yourself so shabbily and with such hatred towards yourself. There is no need to have such low opinion about yourself. This is the left side. The right side, of course, is of the people who talk big, who say they make politicians and things who just talk down people when they speak. They just dominate, and by their speech they control people. This is the center, right side. People who are hot-tempered and who lose temper and frighten people with their tempers, you see. They say such horrible things that people are just frightened of them, and just to keep them quiet, they manage somehow. This type of people have the right Vishuddhi. They also have, when they have colds, coughs and all that, is a balance comes to them. When they have to talk too much also, they have to have this problem of right Vishuddhi. And sometimes some people suddenly lose their voices, you see. When they talk too much, also they lose voices because the balance is created within them. Now the center one is that of Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna is the one who creates the witness within us. He's the one who refuted all kinds of formal, ritualistic things in religion. But he didn't become a hippie. That's one thing one should understand. That he didn't go to another extreme. You see, when he said that all these junks and formal things that are there, he didn't say that you take to drugs, another nonsensical formal thing. He said that if you have to get over these things, you have to see it as a drama. The whole thing is a joke going on. It's a drama going on. But for that you have to become. It's not a question of your achieving it by rational thinking. You have to go beyond your mind to achieve it. And that going beyond is done by the Kundalini. Now he did not do it. That does not mean that he was not in it. He was very much there. Like a painting you have. First you have the background, then you have another color, then you have your third color, now the fourth color, and now the time has come for the whole picture to be ready. Everybody has played their part, very important part in our evolution. Everyone is needed. Among you may be many who might be having a problem with Shri Krishna. Especially Hare Rama, Hare Krishna people. They suffer mostly from throat cancers. You can go and find out. Because they go against Krishna by taking his name so vainly. On Oxford Street they will stand with those things they get in the market, put them here, attach it here, and go on dancing, making mockery out of Shri Krishna's dignity, like that. And apart from that, they take a name unauthorized. Who has given them authority to take the name of Shri Krishna? They spoil this chakra doubly, because if you take two mantras, you spoil left Vishuddhi very badly. All those who have taken these so-called mantras have spoiled their left Vishuddhi. Because these mantras are not like one mantra to someone. I mean, are we only one chakra part of the chakras? And that too, like Thinga means this and all these things, where are they within us? They ran short of the names, I think, so they started getting a hold of any names that they felt like, or they were sinister to give such horrible names to you. Left Vishuddhi you catch so badly. Mostly people who take to mantras, you will find when they speak, their lower jaw moves like this. They have difficulty in talking. They cannot talk properly. This is one of the things you'll find with them. They'll have pain in the left hand side. They'll have pain at the back. This is the beginning of it. Any mantra given to you has to have logical meaning. It's a big science of mantra. It's not something nonsensical that you come here, I give you a flower, finished. It's a big science. You see how many deities there are. You must know where the problem is. It is like a kundalini rising in its living power. You know that here is the obstruction. And you want to get rid of that obstruction, then you say there the password and you pass through. When the kundalini has not started, what's the use of having a mantra? The kundalini is frozen down there. And you are saying a mantra for a chakra. Now it would be something like this, that I am frozen in England and I am saying a password for a bridge here. It is absurd, because you are so naive about it. Our Indian modern people also who think they are very westernized and sophisticated, they also are equally naive. They don't want to read anything about scriptures. They are not translated in English. They do not know anything about mantra vidya. The mantra has to be connected with your development in your kundalini. Not only that, but it should relate to the movement of the kundalini. It should be given by a person who is a realized soul, jagrut, awakened. Mantra has to be awakened. And that you will find in sahajayoga that it is such a temporary thing. For example, the kundalini is stopping at this point. Now what is the mantra of this point? Lord's Prayer. Or I forgive. To make it short. That's the weapon Christ has given us, of forgiveness. At this point, which stops your thinking. But any dictum and Hari cannot do it. You have to have realization first. Then only, because the kundalini has reached there, you know that it is stopping there, then you have to say that, all right, this is Lord's Prayer. You say Lord's Prayer, it opens up. What is the mantra over here? Is Allahu Akbar. You put these fingers out of this center. You put them here and say Allahu Akbar 3 times, it will open up. But you have to be a realized soul to begin with, or the one who is telling you has to be realized soul. There has to be some authority from God, not from theological college or anything. It's a mockery to get knowledge of God in theological college. I mean, you must enter into the kingdom of God to know what He is, what it is like, what is His whole vidya, His knowledge. Divine knowledge is very different from the knowledge you have. Have you ever known that this is Vishuddhi Chakra before? You have never known this before, it's not written anywhere. Some things had to be told by me also. So this was left for me to be told. Now this chakra, of Vishuddhi Chakra, gives you the witness state that Krishna has described. That you become the Sakshi. I would like you to also listen to my tape on Sri Krishna, which is very good. Recently I spoke about him in a very detailed manner about Gita also. We can have all these tapes brought down here to Melbourne and listen to them. But only listening to them is of no use. It's no use. It will give you ideas and you'll start behaving again in a funny way. I do not want you to make the same pickle out of me as you have pickled out other people. Put it to practice. Because when I spoke in America, they were all taping me down. And everybody said, Mother, you should not allow them to tape, because you see these are all writers and this and that, and they will use your knowledge and spread the thing. I said, they will, let them do it. After all, Kundalini I have to awaken, they cannot do it. If they could do, I would be very happy to sit down. Let them do it, I'll be very happy. Anybody who says that why should you, I said very good, you come along here and do it. I'll be very happy to settle down. Because I gain nothing. What is my gain? Anybody who is willing to do it, I'll be very happy to retire. Absolutely. Because by God's grace, I'm a married woman and I'm very happily married. I have my own children and grandchildren. Why should I bother my head of going around the people traveling like this? Yesterday in Sydney, here in Melbourne, today again go back to Sydney, then to India. Why should I do it? For what? Only because I love. Because I know it's my mission. I have to do it. I'm supposed to do it. This is the job I have. But if anybody else can do it, I'll be very happy for them to do it. Now, when it comes to all these awakening and all that, it's a thing that happens to you. It is a thing that moves within you. And you have to feel the movement. It is not a blind lane where you just pay some money in the counter and say, now we enter into the blind lane. And do what you like. Somebody says you jump, somebody says you do this and do that. Nothing. Everything is logical. First your Kundalini must arise. If it does not arise, I cannot give you a certificate. You cannot give a certificate. Nobody can give you a certificate. It's nothing artificial. So in America when I went and told them, and they had tape recorders and all that, something bad has also come out of it because it's a born again. All these things have come from there, only from my lectures. Because I told the Christians when they called me, thinking me to be Christian in the churches, you see, they thought this is bona fide. Because I was baptized according to them. So I should be baptized by these people. So I am all right. I was bona fide. They called me in the churches. And they also collected a collection for me. Very interesting. But the best part of it, some of them got up certain verse. I said, you are to be born again, you are to be born again. So they have got a now cult called Born Again. Finished. It's very difficult to talk to these mad people. Anything you tell them, they make a cult out of it. Anything you do, they want to pickle out. You see, it's such a difficult thing with human beings. They don't want to take to reality. They want to have their ego everywhere asserting, by which they pluck out all that is living and make that dead ugly and say, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine. It's absurd. But this is what happens to us. Now about Christ, I think the greatest message of Christ is his resurrection. This is resurrection. That he showed what Krishna has said in his lifetime, that the spirit doesn't die. It cannot be killed. It cannot be blown out. It has to rise. And it rises. Whatever you may try, it is eternal. And that's what Christ has proved by his resurrection. But by his resurrection he has achieved a great thing, which Hindus do not know. And the Christians have not carried the message, because they also do not know. The greatest thing that he has done to our awareness is that if you pass through that center, your karmas are sucked. Your sins are forgiven. This is the beauty he has created within us, by which our ego is sucked in self. He sucks our ego. He is the sucker of our ego. But all the Christian nations are the greatest ego-oriented people. It's very difficult to talk to them. First thing they will do is to box your nose, if not crucify you. They're extremely aggressive people, extremely aggressive and very ignorant. They are so naive, so naive. In India, it's not so difficult to talk to them, because they know what is knowledge. I mean, they know what is Kundalini. They know what is rising of the Kundalini. They know who can do this. It's not difficult to talk to them, but the people are so naive in spiritual life. And then they are so ego-oriented, despite the fact that Christ is the one who is the sucker of your ego. He is the one who sucks your ego, so there is no karmas after realization. You become the spirit. Spirit does not have any karmas, it's a myth, which is sucked. And this is what Christ has done for us. So when Christians, so-called, came to India, they converted people in such a crude method by putting a loaf in the well if the poor Indians said that, they were naive as far as the Christianity was concerned. They said this was the meat of the cows. You are all finished, you are Christians. So the whole village became Christians. Like that they tried all dirty tricks on Indians and they all became Christians. So Indian Christians are the worst of all. Poor things, they think they are so condemned forever. Now they can never be reconverted or they can never be realized. They cannot be resurrected. They are doomed people who have eaten the cow's meat. Not they, but their forefathers might. It is such a wretched state. But if any realized soul had come, they would have seen that this is what Christ was supposed to do, which is written in the Devi Bhagavad, that He is the support of the universe. But the narrow visions of Christians and the narrow visions of Hindus and the narrow visions of Muslims have made such a mess that the time has come to get the whole picture, the complete integration of all these great incarnations who are within you, and to understand them in reality, what they are, and becoming yourself such a wider personality as a collective being. About Christ, I don't know, I must have spoken hours and hours. About Krishna, I must have spoken for hours to hours. In England, also we have about 300 to 400 tapes on different subjects which you should get and listen to that. But again, do not make it a big library for you, please. It is to be actualized. It is to be felt. It is to be practiced within yourself. It is not for giving you any big knowledges. We have a book called Advent, which is written by a French sahajayogi, which is a very beautiful book, but we do not sell it to people who are not realized. We do not. Because it is very difficult for a person who is not realized to bear the truth. That's why they crucified Christ. That's why they tortured Muhammad. That's why they tortured all the saints, because they could not bear the truth. Their ego could not bear it. So we do not give those books to people who are not realized. If you are realized, then you can order for your copy. You can get the book, but you otherwise cannot get it. I'm sorry, we have certain experiences, and we deal on those experiences that unless and until human beings are realized, they are not going to value their divine life. They'll value anything else but their divinity. And here you do not pay a single pie. So there's no binding force. Like many people say, I said, why are you still doing these things? They said, we have paid for it, so let us go through it. Even if it is hell, you go through it. That's the mentality. Now here there is nothing paid. There's no attachment. It's your freedom seeking, which is the attachment. If you are really a seeker, you'll go deep into it and have the blessings. Have the beauty of that spirit which is within you, which you can have. The time has come. This was the time was promised. It's talked about in John's Revelation. Also in many of the Indian scriptures it is described. The best is William Blake, who has described it very beautifully. In his book called Milton, even the place where I lived first, Surrey Hills, he has said the first beacons will be lit in Surrey Hills. He has also said where our ashram is, that in the ruins of Lambeth Vale, the foundations will be laid. Come to Lambeth Vale, and he says that it will be a Jerusalem one day. England will be a Jerusalem. That's what he has said. It's a very interesting book, Milton. If you can get hold of it, please read it. It's all described. It describes everything, even the vibrations that her looms vibrate the sinews. It's a Jerusalem now, because people come for sahajayoga. There are some very good Muslims we have, young people, who just found in their own country that fundamentally start taking the rule, and they are behaving in such a fanatic manner. They thought that if God is such a fanatic nonsense, then better give him up. And they wanted to become communist, and they had taken to communism to a point. When one of them came down to London, and somehow he happened to come to us, where he got his realization. After realization, he knew that it is one extreme is fanaticism, another extreme is denial of God. God is there, but in the center. They went back, he got 500 people realized who are Muslims. And now they come to London. His mother wanted to go to Makkah. Makkah is also, according to us, is a very great pilgrimage, no doubt, because Muhammad Sahib was really very great and he was the incarnation of the primordial master, which can be proved on your Kundalini. All things that I am saying can be proved on your Kundalini. And you can see for yourself. It's absolutely practical for you to see. Now when he came to, his mother wanted to go to Makkah. She told that now why do you want to go to Mecca? Now Mecca has shifted to London. Better go to London. That's what it is. One has to realize that when we talk of anyone like Christ or Moses or Abraham or Muhammad or anyone, you should know they are all related to each other, while we are identified with one or the other. Let us identify ourselves with all of them through understanding of Kundalini. You'll be amazed. When the Kundalini rises, if somebody is a Muslim, he has to take the name of Nanaka, otherwise the Kundalini doesn't rise. All the fanatics have to give up their fanaticism before the Kundalini rises. And even if their Kundalini rises and gives them realization, they are again sucked back into their fanatic pouches. So all these things will only disappear, all these relative things will disappear as soon as you find your absolute, that is your spirit. About the spirit, I'm sorry I cannot talk in such a small time. But there's a very good tape on Satchidanand, that is the spirit. And it's best is to listen to that, because I would do no honor to your spirit if I just finish it in 2 minutes or 3 minutes like that. It's a very wide subject and very beautiful, most enjoyable to know about your own spirit, about yourself, that truly you are, not this body, not this mind, not this ego, neither these conditionings and these all ideas you have, conceptions. You are what you are. Thank you very much. Now I'm going away to India on the 8th, and tomorrow there's a good program in Sydney. And 8th I'll be leaving, and then I'll be in India for a short time and going back to London. Maybe next year I'll be coming here. I would request you that you must attend your collective programs, because the message of Sahajayoga is collectivity. If you take my photograph and meditate at home, after some time you'll find you'll lose vibrations. You will not grow. You have to grow collectively. It's very important that all of you should grow together collectively. Collectiveness must be developed. Otherwise, you must work it out, how it works on others, and how you cure others, and how you help others is to be seen. Some people will be coming from Melbourne, or from Sydney to Melbourne in the beginning, till you understand Sahajayoga, and then they will go away. Of course, there is no money, nothing involved. As you see, we have started in a very small way. Now, when next time I come, I'm sure Melbourne will be a seat of very good Sahajogis, not doubting but understanding. Doubting doesn't give you much chance. You see, what is there to doubt is nothing but your ego is doubting something. There is nothing to doubt. Just come and see, this is a new university into which you have entered. You don't have to pay anything, that's all. Where you have to pay, you do not doubt and ask questions. I know you go headlong, but here you are free. You have freedom to doubt. But do not pull it too fast, because it will spoil your chances of realization. May God bless you. Today we have assembled here to do puja to Buddha. As you know, Buddha was a son of a king.
And one day he was shocked to see a very poor man, thin man walking on the street, very unhappy person. And he felt very sad about it. Then he saw one person who was very sick and about to die. Then he saw a man who was dead, and people were carrying him to the cremation ground. This all upset him very much, and he started thinking about it and seeking what is the reason for all these happenings in human beings. Firstly, why do they become so miserable or sick, or why do they die so miserably? The reason he found out in his search, he went round the whole world, I should say, in the sense he read Upanishads, he went to many gurus, went to many places of spiritual education, Banaras, everywhere he went. And ultimately, he was sitting under a banyan tree when suddenly his Kundalini was awakened by his Adishakti, and he got his realization. Then he realized that the reason for all this is the desire. In sahajayoga, we have now understood that all other desires are not pure desires. Firstly, whatever desires are fulfilled, we are not satisfied by it, first thing. And secondly, all these desires have a repercussion. So what is the pure desire? That you all know is the Kundalini. Kundalini is the power of pure desire which fulfills your pure desire to be the spirit, to be Buddha, to be enlightened. Buddha means a person who is enlightened. So Gautama became Buddha, as you people now have become Sahajogis. But because he went through all these various penances, whatever he learned became part and parcel of him. But in Sahajayoga, it is all Sahaj. So we always conclude everything that this is after all Sahaj. And when we try to work out anything, we always say, oh, it will work out spontaneously, it's all right, Mother will do for us. This is a common feeling in Sahaja. So whether to put you all through that long process or to give you realization was a question before me. Because in these days of confusion, there cannot be much time to put you through all which Buddha had gone, and he was one individual, I had to put all of you. That would have been very difficult. I don't know how many would have sustained it. Most of them would have dropped out halfway, or maybe quarter of the way. So, it was done in a Sahaj manner. You did not have to sit in a banyan tree, ultimately you got your realization. Your Kundalini was awakened, and you got your enlightenment. But that enlightenment which settled in Buddha is not settled in us because our chakras were not cleansed as he had cleansed his chakras. We had the same body, the same mind, and the same attitude when we got realization. As we were looking at the house of God, still we are looking at the house of God, but you have entered inside the house and you have to look out from the windows. This you forget. And though we are sitting now on a hilltop, out of all the congestion and all the traffic, still you see a car, you get frightened. You don't know you are sitting on top of a hill where your mother has put you nicely. And that is how you try to behave. When I get reports about Sahajogis, I am quite amazed that they do not know that they are realized souls now. That's why Buddha talked of desirelessness. It's not possible before realization. Even after realization I find it's difficult. Some sort of a subtle desire exists, and where you have to work it out, we do not work it out saying that our ego will be catched. So wherever it suits us, we work that way. Wherever it suits, we work this way. The solution of the whole thing is what, which I found out myself, was this, that it's a collective happening. A person who is an individual can never get over his ego. Individualistic person cannot get over his ego. The one who lives individually, wants to enjoy everything individually, can never get over his ego because you have not gone through all that penances. Or else, if you are an individual, then you better go through all these penances and then come back. So the solution is to wash all our chakras, cleanse our life in the collective. And this is what was the solution of the problem of ego. Formerly, everything worked out individually. Like that, to go to Himalayas, take some guru, then the guru will throw him out, then he'll go to another guru, then work there, then he'll throw it out, then next life he'll be born again he'll be thrown out. Ultimately, if one guru accepts, all right, well, he's beaten up, he's tortured, he's cheated everywhere, hanged up, sat down, and then ultimately, if any guru gets nearer to any one individual, he would give him realization. This was the situation. But in Sahajayoga, the door is open, anybody can come in. Anybody. Get your realization. Because I have faith in collectivity. This collective life will definitely give you what Buddha got through his individual efforts. But there also we fail, that we do not know how to be collective. Individualism is all the time around us. In every way we think of individuals. Wherever collectivity has worked, Sahajayoga has prospered. And wherever it has not worked, there has been a problem. So it is very important that we should look at ourselves and see for ourselves and see how much collective we are. Do you enjoy collectivity or not? Are you aiming at collectivity or not? As soon as I thought of this Kabela place you have seen, and I thought that I'll make a little ashram there near the river for you. Immediately people said, Mother, is it all right if we buy our own houses here? Immediately. Then what is the purpose? And then they will call me, Mother, please come to my house for dinner. Please come to my little house for some tea. I'm not interested. So in sahajayoga, unless and until you really become collective in every sense, you cannot ascend and you cannot wash yourself, you cannot cleanse yourself. This point he did not say, but in a way he did say, because he has said, Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. First I surrender myself to my self-realization. Then he said, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, means the dharma in me, I myself surrender to that dharma. That is spirituality. And thirdly he said, Sangam Sharanam Gacchami. Sangha means collectivity. I surrender myself to the collectivity. But he did not know how to give ama's realization at that time. So he got hold of disciples who had to shave off their heads, whether you are a queen or a king, who had to wear only one cloth, whether you are a man or a woman, who had to have only one mat to sleep in a big hall, no husband and wife, no marriage, nothing. And they had to beg their food in the village and feed the Guru, and also they themselves had to eat that food whether it was sufficient or not. That is not in sahajayoga. Everything is enjoyable in sahajayoga from the very beginning. And we are supposed to be absolutely joyous people in sahajayoga. That is there. But the joy of the collectivity, if you do not know how to enjoy, then you cannot ascend. Because there's not a way out. What is the other penance? For some people, even collectivity is a penance till they start enjoying it. And they are very troublesome. This is not good, very critical. Some of them stay in the ashram and criticize everything all the time. This is not good, I don't like this, I don't like that. So here, in complete awareness, I mean, you cannot be mesmerized. If you are mesmerized, then you can live whatever way you like. But in complete awareness and full understanding, we have to become collective. This is one of the solutions for our cleansing. We can say like this, supposing my hands are dirty. So I go to one tap and I find just one drop coming. Just can't wash. So I go to another place, there is no water. Third place, I find there is nothing available. Ultimately, I reach the place where I find some water. Then I wash myself completely because I know I can't find it anywhere else. But in sahajayoga, you are immersed in the water of collectivity. If you enjoy this collectivity and can swim in that, then there is no problem. Buddha, as you know, is working on our right side, on our Agya. It's very surprising, the deity like him to work on the right side. First he said, for the right side you should be detached, desireless. I mean, nobody would work if they have no desire and if they have no way of earning something out of it, I mean, in the normal sense. But desirelessly you have to work. Then only the right side can be conquered. Very symbolic. Normally the right-sided people are extremely thin, but Buddha is very fat. Normally the right-sided people are extremely serious, very serious. Even if you tickle them, they won't laugh. But Buddha is laughing all the time with his both hands and enjoying himself. See the contrast. So, when you are working without any desire, only then this state can be achieved, that you'll be all the time laughing. But those who feel that we are doing this work with certain desire, I mean, some are very low level people, want to make money, some this, that nonsense, that goes on. But it becomes even subtler and subtler and subtler. As you become subtler, the desires start becoming subtler and subtler and subtler. And if you are not careful, it just comes up. So he is the one who is on the right side placed going to the left side. He is the one who has said that you have to be desireless on the right side. What a contrast. Especially in the West, I have seen people do little bit of... What have they done? I lifted that spoon. With the spoon they sit down. And they are surprised to see me that I am not tired. But I don't do anything. I have no desires. Actually, I never do anything. I am just nishkriya, I am just doing nothing. So when you become that instrument, surrendered instrument, when you know you are not doing anything whatsoever, then on the right side, you achieve mastery. How you achieve mastery? You don't do anything, alright? You go to any shop and you get a jackpot without doing anything. You do not desire anything. And suddenly you find, which you have never even thought of it before you, there sits there, available for you. Just have it. So, with a desire to achieve something when you work out, it also has a reaction. Every action has a reaction. But action without desire cannot have reaction because there is no desire already. Supposing I get lost somewhere on the way. So I never feel upset about it because maybe I have to be there. Supposing I want to I have to buy some, say like a castle, take it like that. So people I have to buy, you see, that's different than desiring. I mean, it also came in my neck suddenly. I just said that I live in Italy, so must buy a house. They showed me a castle. And this turned out to be no good. Alright, doesn't matter. Then the second one, everybody got attached. You must buy this at any cost, this. I somehow didn't like the place very much, but I said, alright, let their desire be fulfilled. It so happened that they were all uprooted and they had to buy another one which they didn't want to buy. And I was very happy about it because I didn't desire anything. And it turned out to be the best. The reason is whatever is best happens to me. So whatever happens to me, I know is the best. Is all for my good. Is for the good of sahajayoga. Now anybody criticizes sahajayoga is very, very good, excellent. Like in India, first of all, there was a magazine where Rajneesh used someone to speak against me. But that lady had stolen some of my photographs and had given the photographs as well. And everybody in my family was so angry, my brothers, my husband, they wanted to sue the paper. I said, I don't like this idea of suing the paper or anything. So when we had the first program in Delhi, it was so overcrowded that I could not even take my car inside. So I had to, the outside also was filled. And they had to put loudspeakers outside the hall. And I asked the people, how is it they are here? They said, we saw your photographs in the Illustrated Weekly and we were so much impressed. They never read anything. Not a word. And they were all there. One of them is Harsh and so many of them have come from there. Just seeing the photograph. So if she had stolen the photograph, it was for our good. And normally we would have paid a lot of money to publish something. Without paying any money, it was there. And then these people, you see, my family people, they saw that this magazine was closed for 6 months and they had to go into a terrible loss. I didn't desire that either. When you are desireless, you are happy because you are never disappointed. You are never nervous. So, to be desireless doesn't mean that you become something absurd or ascetic or anything like that. But not to expect something. If I do like this, then this will happen. If I do like this, that will. Not to worry. Do what you want to do. One thing you should know, that nothing bad can happen to you. And something bad is happening, that's something wrong. I'll tell you another thing. This time, first time I fell down a little bit, not much. So they said you can't go out of the house at all, you cannot move out because it's raining and you will develop arthritis. I can never develop anything like that, but doesn't matter. So I was made to stay in the house and I wrote this book in that. It was nice, I fell down. Otherwise they would have said, come here, come, all my family was there for a holiday. Thank God. I got these 4 or 5 days, I wrote this book. So make the best of all disappointments. If there is a disappointment, just smile at it. And know for it is for your good to discover something new, to find out something better. But the conditioning is so strong. That's why I say be in the collective. Now, for example, we have Indians, we have got French, we have this, that and all that. All their conditions are around them. Still. For Indians must have Indian food wherever they go. It's a very difficult situation. That way you people are better, you eat every sort of, even you eat wretched Indian food. I don't like very much Indian food myself. It's not very nourishing. It's more tasty, but not nourishing. But you don't mind eating any food whatsoever. That's a good thing about it. But your desires are another, little different, which you know very well, I need not tell you. Like I told ladies not to carry too many cosmetics and heavy things with them. But whenever they come, the men break their hands picking up their big suitcases. I'm not saying that you should walk about in a manner that is not so decent, but for that, keep to minimum. Or else there is a competition with the leader, always somebody will be there. But the best, what I find, not so much for food, but for house, even in India. If you marry an Indian wife, she'll try, or a Greek wife also, will try to keep the husband to herself. It's a common thing, I've seen it. They are something like Indians. And they spoil the ascent of the husband and theirs also. It's a fact. And very dominating. Indian women won't be dominating, but they will try to control the husband, to have another house of their own. But they don't know, Indians don't know collectivity. They are very individualistic. Now, with Sahaja Yoga, of course, they are learning gradually how to be one with others. Moreover, culturally, some people are different. So they stick on to their own culture. Of course, whatever is good in any culture should be taken, because whatever is universal culture is in Sahaja Yoga. But so many things there are where we just falter because of our conditionings. And that's why at the same time we had another great incarnation of Mahavira, who pointed out what are the punishments for people who indulge into their conditionings. Very horrible things he has talked about. What will happen to people if they have their conditioning? Where will they end up? What will be their situation? What kind of hell they will get? This is being described, horrible things. Of course, I am not going to tell about that today. But common thing about him and all his contemporary, like Buddha, Kabira and all these people, there was one thing common which came that they, not Kabira so much as Buddha, that is better not even to talk about God, but to talk about abstract, about formless. Because the worst condition in those days was that once they started worshipping any deity or anything, they became complete slaves of that. Like Muhammad Sahib also said, he talked of Nirakar. But these two went even beyond that and they talked, there's no God. Better not talk of God just now. Better get your self-realization. I did the same in the beginning. I said, get your self-realization. Because anybody can start, I am God. So they never talked about God. Not at all. And they all the time said that there is no God, but it is yourself. They tabooed actually. They are called as Nirishwaras. Nirishwarvad. Did not believe. Both of them did not believe in God, but in self-realization. They knew that I had to come and tell you about it. So Buddha has talked about the future Buddha, which is Matraya. Ma is mother, who is in three forms. Ma Kali, Ma Lakshmi, Ma Saraswati. Any Buddhist, if you ask him to ask the question of Matraya, he gets his realization just then. So he talked of Matraya because he knew that when Matraya will come, she will have to tell people about Ishvara. According to them, the people had not yet reached that stage that you could tell them about Ishvara. So they said there is no God. Just to accentuate self-realization. Atma-gyan, knowledge about yourself, self-realization. And early Buddhists, I am told, of course they were Bhikshukas, they were ascetics, but they had the experience of the cool breeze of the Holy Ghost. Just like the Gnostics, I think. But there were very few. There are not as many as you are, but quality-wise they are very high. Because all of them had come through that terrible penances. So quality-wise they were very high. And because the difference between them and others, the quality-wise, was so much that they could not impress the others, and so just it died out, I should say. But still we had Zen, where Viditama is another disciple of Christ, went down, of Buddha went down, and Tao. These two are the ones which are expressing Buddha's ideals about Sahajayoga. Tao is nothing but Sahajayoga. Tao means how it works out. And Zen system, Zen means dhyana. So they also believed in raising the Kundalini. They did not hit at that time anybody's spinal cord, but later on they started hitting people's spinal cord with some stick to put them into that. So Tao and Zen both are offshoots of the same Buddhism, in the real sense of the word I should say, of their ascent, without talking about Ishvara, about God. But aims were the same, to become Buddha, but they also died out. I met the head of the Zen who came to me for curing, I asked him, I said, how is it you are the leader, you are not even a Kashyapa? Kashyapa is the one who is a realized soul. So he told me, confessed to me, there are only 26 Kashyapas throughout. And only after the 6th century it started. And very few were there and it has died out. That means how lucky you are that you are all realized souls. So for our banyan tree is the collectivity. We have to make ourselves subtler beings to be one with the collective. And that is very enjoyable, very beautiful. Those who cannot do it, cannot progress in sahajayoga, they are problematic and they create problems and they trouble everyone. Their attention is bad and no one knows how they stand. So Buddha's message is, of course, is not to develop ego. But how do you do that? First of all, whatever you are doing, you have to say, I am not doing it. It's mother who is doing it, or God who is doing it. I am not doing anything. But if you feel that you are doing something for sahajayoga, it's better you stop doing it. But you should say, no, it came my way, I didn't do anything, I was just there, that's all. Then you have achieved a great deal. And the second thing is of desire. Even desire of anything, of smallest thing or the biggest thing, or even loving your children, loving your wife, this, mine, all those things. All these desires, if they are not fulfilled, you feel frustrated, then you must know that there is something wrong with it. But if you understand the sense of collectivity, then you can ascend very fast. I would say Indians are extremely religious, disciplined people in a way. But they are lacking in collectivity. If they could come up to collectivity, they can shoot off. The only nation which I have found very good is Russia. Because of communism, they are collective and desireless. Because all their desires were fulfilled by communistic ideas, they didn't have any choices left. And also they were collective. In a way, communism has suited the public, not the government. While the other way around, democracy has suited the government to make money, but the public has suffered. So we are people who have not been able to know about collectivity. So I would say the collectivity develops faster in the West, no doubt, much faster. But desirelessness is less. So it's like somebody has the teeth and somebody has the food sort of a thing. If we can see ourselves as we are, and try to understand that either we have this problem or that problem. If you could just somehow or other neutralize this one-sided problem, you could be there. Because if you solve one, you can go to another, from there to there. But just to stand in the center and see for yourself. These sides, another, at the time of Buddha, nobody had this problem, I think. This is a modern technique to feel guilty. Some sort of a modernism in it, because I don't know how it is worked out. And this modernism of this horrible thing called guilty is something really has come to my lot to clear out, not at the time of Buddha. I never had this. Otherwise he would have paved way for me, but that he did not. He's left it to me to clear out your left vishuddhis and mine also all the time hurting me here. So this horrible thing, especially Western mind, Indians don't have guilt to it, nothing. But this has to be overcome. As you know, that Buddha and Mahavira both support the center of Agya. So, if you have to have a very clear-cut Agya chakra, then on one side, you should be desireless. You should forgive. Kshama. Kshama is the Bija mantra, is to forgive. Bija mantra of right side. Kshama, I forgive. And the left side is hum. Like the left-sided person always feels, oh, I'm no good. This, he has to say, no, I'm good. Hum, I am. So hum and ksham, these are two bija mantras which we have to say. Of course, if you say, they will act, because after all, now your pranas have become pranavas. Your breath has become enlightened. But rather weak, I should say. But doesn't matter. Your mantras can act. You must use these two bija mantras to clear out your agyas. But Mahavira has a solution for this. That after realization, if you catch your agya, you get a terrible headache. That's Mahavira style. You do anything wrong, you get punishment. You indulge into anything, you are punished. You go against sahajayoga, you are punished. I am not doing it, it's Mahavira. Simultaneously working. If you try to be overly smart, you are outsmart. So these two forces are working from the right, left, left to right. If you overdo right, then the left hits you hard. If you overdo left, then the right hits you hard. Both of them are like really like double-pronged attacks. One is, says don't have desire. All right, you have desire. Punished. This side. Like some people say, I must have children, I must have children. You give them the children, they say, mother, why this horrible child you have given me is such a horrible child. Then somebody says, mother, give me a lady from, say, Maharashtra. Recently there was a case like that. She was bothering too much, mother, give me one lady from Maharashtra. And a real special style came to punish. They said, no more from Maharashtra. And she was really, I've never heard of such a woman in Maharashtra. Horrible. Because she was insisting on it, so she had it. She says, no more from Maharashtra. No, I said, everybody is excellent. This was an exceptional case, came just to punish you. So to have any desires, if you cross a certain limit, you are punished, and that is done by Mahavira. In a small way or a big way. Like there was a little boy who came to London, very bombastic. And he wanted to buy something for himself. I took him to an ordinary shop, and there was a very nice coat, full wool and all that. He wouldn't buy. I want to go to a big shop. I said, all right. So I said, I'm not coming. I sent his father. He came back from that shop without knowing that it was artificial. Because he wouldn't take something from an ordinary shop. So in the big shop, very nicely, big price they gave, and this they got. Every minute, Sahajogis must know that there is a Mahavira sitting down. Also, Buddha is there who gives you an indication that don't do this. Do not desire so much. He puts limitations to you. But if you don't listen, then all right, Mahavira is there to correct you. After a point he goes. Then you get headaches. Then you say, Mother, why did I get headaches? You asked for it. It's such an automatic machinery that we have to be very careful as Sahajogis. So today's understanding should be that we all should become collective from inside. We should not grudge or grumble about it and enjoy the collectivity. But the second side of collectivity is this, that do not try to exploit the collectivity. Otherwise you will be in trouble. Like I've seen some people don't know how to use their bathrooms. When you are collective, you have to be respecting the collectivity of others. By your presence, another person should not by any chance suffer, or should not feel in any way insulted or inconvenienced. So when you are in the collective, it should be such that another person should enjoy your company, enjoy your being there. That's something where there is no problem. But if you are demanding and if you are asking for things and you think no end of yourself, you cannot at all collective by any chance, but you will suffer for that. Automatically you will suffer. If this is realized and understood properly, your agya is solved. Like anger. People always boast, I'm very angry with him. Boast. But just make that anger into forgiveness. And you'll see the person, instead of you getting into problems, he will get into problems. Anger will upset you, but forgiveness will upset him automatically. It's the biggest weapon you have got is to forgive. And this is shown in Buddha's character throughout. And this will give you self-respect. That you are not disturbed by anything. Like a ship has to be seaworthy. If you put the ship on the sea and if it breaks, what's the use of making a ship? What's the use of a sahajayogi who gets disturbed at every moment? You have to be seaworthy. And if you are seaworthy, nothing can disturb you, all right. The elephant is barking and the dogs are barking. All right, let them bark, what does matter? The elephant looks this side like that, sometimes takes some water and blesses them with water. All right, quieten down, so that your head will be cooled down. That will give you self-esteem, and you will know what you are much higher than others. And this is what is how to get rid of your ego, which is a very, very big problem according to you people. But then how to get rid of ego. Ego can be said, you go. When this I-ness goes away, the self rises. What is there to feel hurt? What is there to feel bad? What is there to hurt others? All right, you are cheated. Very good, at least you have not cheated anyone. Be happy about it. But once you are without ego, means you have surrendered yourself. No one can cheat you. Can you understand that? No one can cheat you. Because there is some higher force which is looking after. This is the way we should understand Buddha. This is, we should know our Buddha qualities. This is how our ego can be dissolved. When you say, Mother, we surrender to you, that just means that you give this horrible ego a complete holiday. Which means that. That is how this ego disappears. I think all you are here just now, ragyas are open out, most of you, somehow. And then you laugh at everything, you make fun of yourself, just enjoy everything. May God bless you.
Collective is the purpose of your soul. You have to become collective, but it's not the collective artificial one, but like your hands are collective with the whole body. If there's a pain here, the whole body will feel. But who is the other? You can feel every part within yourself. And that is what happens to you. So the purpose is that you become the whole and completely engulfed into the whole. Alright?
Excuse me, what is the connection in any of sahajayoga and reiki? Or are they parallel with one another?
I don't want to criticize anything. Only thing you should see all these things, what have you gained? First question. What have you gained by doing anything? Have you got self-realization? Have you got the knowledge of the divine? Have you felt the cool breeze of the Holy Ghost? Just like that. As a mother I would say, what did you get out of it? There are so many in the market, so many. I would ask you this question. Child, what did you get? There's no end to such things.
Once you become self-realized, how do you maintain it?
I used to think that once you get self-realization, you are self-realized. But it's not so. I must face the facts as it is. Once you get your realization, of course, I mean, you do feel all the time the good breeze and all that. But there are problems on your centers, on your chakras, which you can feel on your fingertips. You can see yourself. I said self-knowledge. So you can see yourself what problems you have. You can feel the problems on yourself. Immediately you say, alright, this is the problem. And that problem you want to correct yourself because you see yourself. I'm surprised sometimes people come and tell me, Mother, my Akka is very bad. Please correct it. That means, Mother, I am very egoistical. Normally nobody would say I am egoistical every day. Nobody. But once they get self-realization, they see the problem, they love themselves, they see themselves in that love, they say that why not I get myself corrected? Then, of course, it has to be worked out a little. Like, even if the seed sprouts, it has to grow. It doesn't take much time. Within 1 month's time, most of the people become masters. They can give realization. They can tell them anybody, you need not be very well educated, nothing. I've seen in the villages people work it out so fast. So I can't say how much it time to take, but I've seen people becoming masters within 1 month's time.
What if there are times that
And you don't have to pay throughout. It's very important to understand.
some of us hope that our purpose was to spread the word of God and what it was in our actions. I just want to know what you thought about that statement.
Someone said you want to spread the word.
Of God to our thoughts and our actions. I just want to know what you thought about that statement.
Saying that it's a statement somebody's made. Somebody made a statement. Spread the word of God through your thoughts and through your actions. What do you feel about that statement? One becomes running to get something done, God is get running what are your thoughts and what are your actions?
First you should get connected to God. If you are not connected to God, whatever you are doing in the name of God may not be. First point is we should be connected. Supposing this instrument is here and if it is not connected, it has no meaning. In the same way, our God's work has no meaning because we are not yet connected to God. First get connected to His power. Yes, now.
In yoga, once you get self-realization, you know yourself, but who is going to correct the injustice in the world? Who is going to become the leader who will change the world where there is injustice, where there is a discrimination, where there is a hatred. If you are saying forget about the hatred, who is going to come forward? If I become self-realized and if I forget the hatred, then who is going to come forward and change the world where there is an injustice, where there is a crime, where there is a harassment?
Correct. Really, that's the worry that I have. This hatred and all this comes through ignorance. We have ignorance. And once you start getting into this great ocean of love, it starts just disappearing from you to begin with, and from others also who have got realization. Now they say that Sahajayoga is working in 72 countries. And we have seminars in India sometimes, and sometimes in Italy, where the people from all these countries come. I have never seen them criticizing each other. Of course they have great fun, they enjoy, but never seen complaining or doing anything wrong to each other. Because now they have become all one. It's a last judgment. This is the time of last judgment. If you want to remain as you are, you remain. Nobody can force you. But if you want to rise to that level, you'll be amazed. You'll have friends all over the world. Not ordinary friends, but real friends. So, just to get rid of this hatred and all nonsense, what do we have to do? Think hatred comes from where? It comes from human beings. So, we have to transform them. If they are transformed, things will be alright.
Is there anything that will come of your meditation tonight?
Yes. First of all, I must know what is the sedative is. You must understand. And it heals people, no doubt. It does heal. First it will heal you, and then it will heal others also. No doubt. It does. But first you must know it. You must know how to do it. It would be like any doctor who is not even done his MBBS or anything and trying to do some job. It will be like that. So first I will say you should establish. Those who are established surgeons, first of all, get very good help, but they can help others, they can heal others. Definitely. That is nothing. That is just a big part of the society.
Thank you. Most saints spoke of self-realization coming with a lifetime of practice and dedication and commitment. Why is that Sahajayoga, with Sahajayoga you can accomplish so fast?
Why? Because the need is so much. There's a need of the divine. Divine now is present with human being. And it wants to a very short thing. You see, formerly, to go to, even to New York was very difficult. I don't know how many years Columbus took to then come to America. But today, it has come. So I would say it's a jet age.
Does the Kundalini yoga that you teach has anything to do with Tantra yoga?
You see, the name is Kundalini yoga. It has nothing to do with Kundalini aspect. So, Sahajayoga and Kundalini yoga are the same, if you see the meaning of it. But in actual, I've seen the yoga business is terrible. Because people have suffered so much. So it's something very different. I don't know what they do in the name of Kundalini yoga.
all your travels, you miss your family?
My family is very sensitive. And I travel, they also travel with me. My family, all of them are here now in America. But my family is very sensitive. And they have realized that this is such a great work. So they support me, they help me in every way. They are very supportive and they like it and they enjoy all the people who have got realization. This family has the same ideas, or we can say the same feeling for the world, and they are very happy.
Have any of your grandchildren or children had the same insight or born with the same insight as you?
Yeah, see, I have also great grandchildren. And I am surprised that they are all born realized. They are born realized. That's very surprising. And the family is so united, so helpful. And my great-grandchildren also have the vibrations, they understand. And it's remarkable how the Divine has been kind to give such a family. I have never neglected my family, never. But they understand that my work is very important. And they also enjoy my work very much. They also feel the vibration. They also have got realization. Yes, please.
I'm not able to get out of this body consciousness.
No, all these words have absolutely no meaning. Body consciousness, this, that, thing. See, he said that you should not be conscious of your body. You should be conscious of your body as a human being. There's nothing wrong. But once you get your realization, you become conscious of your subtle body, which is within you. So you can easily get it. But you don't lose the consciousness of your body. That's not so. They are all funny things they are doing. I was telling you that you fly in the air and all that. It's not. It's absolutely simple that you become consciously aware within yourself of your own powers, and which you use not for cruelty or for making money, but for love. I mean, it is something. Something that happens to you, like I would say a flower. See, it's just a bud. Maybe it's not even a bud. Then it becomes a flower. And you see your fragrance, and you are amazed at yourself. So all these things that you have to give up your body consciousness, this consciousness, is not necessary at all. You don't have to give up anything. Wherever you are, whatever you are, in that only you get the light, the enlightenment as they call it. See, Americans read too much, that's why. All their beliefs come from some reading, I don't know from where they get them. And to neutralize them is very difficult or mental. But if you get your realization, certainly this was all nonsense. You said it's correct that Americans have this idea, those ideas. But these ideas are not reality. Have you felt the reality? First get to the reality. Then you will see, in these words, I don't know what people read. I mean, this is nothing I came long time back before here. I ran away. I said, impossible. Their brains are already filled with so many books, I don't know how to talk to them. And after 9 years, I appeared on your show. Now they are changing. So they are realizing this is all kind of a money-making going on with the books. Thank God, it's coming up now. It's better.
Do you believe that the Kundalini is the same life force, energy that the Chinese would call Qi? That this energy is, part of us, part of the world, that can be accessed in this way, and also through things like Qigong and Tai Chi, is it the same force?
Right. But you see, it has something to do with that, and that is what is our ego and super ego. The Chinese, what they have written is that. But Chinese also don't know who is Lao Tse, can you imagine? Lao Tse is the man who talked about this thing, is the one who told them about Kundalini, and they don't know who is Lao Tse. Especially in America, I don't know what sort of Chinese live in. It's such a great source of knowledge, and what they have said is a perfect thing. But everything gets integrated inside. All the knowledge, all the scriptures, everything gets integrated. Absolutely integrated, because out of light you see the truth in all of them. There is truth in everything. There is truth in every religion. But religion now has become money oriented, or also power oriented, so it's gone on. But actually, if you go to the roots of it, it is all the same. For example, take the case of Kosovo. Now there these Muslims wanted to have a separate state. It's not necessary. Why do they want to have a separate state? You see, everywhere where they were tried separate state, even in our country, they all are suffering. Since living in the same state, they could have done it. Alright, they said it. But one thing one should understand, that in democracy, how can you have a state based on religion? You cannot. Despite that they wanted. Now what did they get? Did they get their separate state? They became refugees. Poor things starving. For 2 years they cannot go back to their houses and homes. Because there was no discretion. If you want to help them, best thing is to give realization to everyone. Then all Muslims, all Christians, all Hindus, all of them become surgeons. They respect each other. They have to become surgeons. No use becoming Christian, Hindus, Muslims, because that means fighting. And in Italy we had a little discussion, and they said that we don't want to have one global religion. We have a global religion because innately we are religious. If you know what that innate religion is, then you will become global. But they don't want, because they want to fight. If there is one religion global, we all are there respecting all the religions and all the incarnations and all the principles of religion. Suppose, then how would you fight? On what basis would you fight? This is the problem. We have to go beyond these limitations which are created. We can say created by human beings only. Human beings are good at spoiling everything, I feel that. You see, if you go in a forest, it's so clean, so nice, all the birds are there, all the animals are there, the lions are there, the tigers are there. You will not find anything stinking, but you send one man there, the whole place is there's one God, how can there be so many religions? And just fighting in the name of religion is stupidity. Because they don't know if there's innate religion within them. The innate, which is so much encompassing the whole world. Now see the Sufis and Muslims, what they write? They write nothing but surgery. What Christ wrote was surgery. What Muhammad wrote was surgery. They didn't write all these nonsensical things that people are doing, but they don't read even Quran in Sutra. They don't even read Bible in proper way. Or some people just go on reading words. How can you get into it? You must read within the lines. If they don't know. And then they start fighting. It's so absurd, the whole thing is, that next generation will not believe in any one of these organizations based on religion, I can tell you. But they might take to something also very bad. So the best thing is to get to the roots of it and find out. So many things are said to explain according to times also. But how many people really know the roots of it? They are all one, coming from the same tree. There's nothing to fight. Have you ever seen one branch of the tree fighting with another? It's as absurd as that. To me, I can't understand. It's not possible for us to fight with each other. For what are we fighting? We are part and parcel of the whole. How can we fight? It's very unnatural. It is very dangerous also. As I said, on a tree there are so many leaves, and they are all different. You won't find another leaf repeating itself. But they never fight with each other, do they? Why should we, the human beings, fight in the name of God? They make money in the name of God. They fight in the name of God. They do all kinds of things in the name of God. Now what do you say for such a God it is? How much you have got? Glory to the name of God. Alright? So we have to know that innate religion within us, which is in everybody. All of us have that innate religion. We may call it by name. It's a pure, noble religion, we can call it. Which is within all of us. It's a fact. I'm telling you a fact. Otherwise, you start fighting for this, fighting for that, then what will happen? That's what I said, this is the last judgment. And this last judgment is really going to make the difference between the people who have got self-realization and who haven't got it. Last judgment we are not going to put on the balance to find out who is thinner and who is fatter. No. It is what have you got within yourself, what life you have got within yourself. And you must have proper understanding that your value of your human life is very great. It is not something frivolous, cheapish. It's very great, and you can help the whole world to emancipate. Alright?
There is one lady, she wants to ask a question from last
Well, is the fact that I'm not vegetarian, that eating fish and things like that, and also I love coffee and stuff.
So we get the self-realization with this one. things that are there because you haven't got yourself that way. Please make yourself comfortable. I never say you become vegetarians. I never say you don't give up your smoking, drinking, nothing. If I say that, half of the people will go away. I just say, all right, come and sit down. Get yourself salvation. Then tell me. What's there? No, you are never alone when alone. Absolutely. It's just, you just enjoy the loneliness also. Sometimes I'm left alone and I'm quite happy also. No questions, nothing, no problem. Sometimes I enjoy myself. When you know what you are, you really enjoy. I've seen people who have never written a word of poetry, after getting self-realization, they become great poets. Some musicians, who had no group, have become great musicians. Some people who never spoke a word, they have become great orators. So all this happens to you. And when you are alone, you get the ideas from the torsionary. Very important to be alone. So don't feel bad that you are alone. Here you are in connection with God, you are never alone. And you get all your ideas from the torsion area. If you note it down, you will be amazed at yourself. Alright? You got this. With the force of pure desire. So it cannot be forced. If you want it only, then it will come. But first of all, you must know that you are a human being and you must respect yourself. You must have love for yourself. It's not selfishness, but respect that you are a human being and here you have come to get yourself right. There's something very special. There's so many people in New York. But you are special that have come for yourself lives. If you have only this feeling within yourself, without any force it will work out, I'm sure. Now, you don't have to do anything, but if you could take out your shoes, it will be better because this Mother Earth helps us. I hope you don't mind taking out your shoes. That will definitely happen. Because your connection with the Mother Earth is very important. You will then realize how important is this Mother Earth. How she helps us in our future. So far we have never known this important. So those who do not want self-realization have to leave the hall. They should not disturb others. If they want to have that, welcome very much. And they can get it. It will hardly take 10 minutes. Self-realization will take hardly 10 minutes. Not more than that. But you people seem to be very aware. It's not the same as I see, say, about 20 years back. You are very aware, and I am sure all of you will get it in no time. Now, only thing you have to do is to put both your hands towards myself and both the feet apart from each other. Why and how, that you will know later on. Why? These two hands represent your two sympathetic nervous systems. Just put it little higher. Little higher. is very important, that this center is very constricted. And to open the center, you have to forgive everyone. Now you might say that it is difficult to forgive. But the argument is whether you forgive or you don't forgive, you don't do anything. Just don't do. But if you don't forgive, then you torture yourself, not the other way. So please, just try to forgive. Forgive everyone. Just say that. In my presence you say, Mother, I forgive everyone. The second thing is that you have to forgive yourself. Because if you feel guilty, no use feeling guilty, because it gives you pain here, and this center catches very badly. And you might get spondylitis with that, or you might get also angina. So why feel guilty? I mean, whatever has happened, finished now, today, at this present moment. Because we have to be in the present. So forgive yourself. And people get, entangled into this guilt for such a small thing that I'm surprised at. There's nothing to feel guilty. As I said, you must have respect. After all, we are human beings. If you have made mistakes, it's all right. Now don't go on playing on it. Just forgive yourself and forgive others. That's all we need. Just say that. Now, put your hands up like this towards me. Now, put your right hand towards me. And bend your head. And see if there's a cool or hot breeze coming out of your fontanelle bone. You can put your hand little away from your head, not on top. And see, you can move your hand and see for yourself if there's a cool or a hot breeze coming out of your fontanelle bone. This is the actualization of baptism. Just see for yourself. This is your own power. Now, please put your left hand first. Put down your hand. And see with your right hand if there's a cool or a hot breeze-like vibrations coming out of your fontanelle bone area, which was a soft bone when you were a child. Now, this is hot because you have not forgiven either yourself or to others. That's why it was hot. Just see this. You can raise your hand up and down on the sides and see for yourself. Now put both the hands first and just try not to think. Don't think. That's the state, is the first state you have to achieve. Now just try to feel. If you feel any cool breeze on your fingertips or on your palm or from the fontanelle bone area on top of your head, just try to feel if you are feeling it. It's an experience as I told. It is not that I have to certify. It is you have to certify. Please forgive. Forgive everyone. Forgive yourself. That's very important. Now raise your hands to the sky and push back there. Now you can ask any one of these three questions, any one of these questions 3 times. For example, you can say, Mother, you can call me Mother or shrimataji. Is this the full being of the Holy Ghost? Or, Mother, is this the Parama Chaitanya? Or, Mother, is this the all-pervading power of divine love? Ask any one of these questions 3 times. You can push back your head. Take down your hands, please. Those who have felt fruit of hot trees in their fingertips, on their palm, or under the 48 moon area, please raise your hands. May God bless you all. That is New York. May God bless you. I could feel the good breeze coming from you to me. Can you imagine this New York? It's a wonderful place now. But now you have to grow. I must tell you, you have to grow. You feel very nice on top of the world now, I know that you feel. But you have to grow. For that, we have programs, follow-up programs. So please try to come to those follow-up programs. Because then you will grow. And then you will realize, if you do not take to eat little.
So happy Easter to all. Today we are celebrating a day which is a very, very important, absolutely the most important, we can say, day when such a great happening took place. And it had to take place that way. It was all in a way destined. In my last lectures, I have told you how Christ was created first in the heavens. In the Devi Mahatmya, if you read that, he was created as Mahavishnu. And it is mentioned very clearly that first he was created as an egg. It is written in this book, which perhaps was written about 14,000 years back. It's a book that predicts about Christ. And that is why people in the West especially offer an egg to each other as a friend. So first the existence came on this earth as an egg, that was Christ, and part of it was kept in that state, and the rest of it was used by the Holy Ghost, by Mahalakshmi, to create Christ out of it. In that ancient book he was called as Mahavishnu, means the greater form of Vishnu. But actually Vishnu is the Father and he is the Son, created by the Holy Ghost. After my lecture I would like, if you have the book, to read it out to them, the whole text of how Christ was created. And when he was created, cried for his father. As he cried also on the cross once. And he cried for years. And then Christ, in Mahavishnu state, was blessed by his father, who said that your position will be placed higher than mine. And you will be the Adhara, means the support of the universe. See how from Muladhara he becomes the Adhara. This was all done at the heavenly stage, Vaikuntha stage you can say. Then he was given birth by the Holy Ghost, who was the mother of Christ on this earth, who was nobody else but was the incarnation of Mahalakshmi, means she was Radha. Radha. Ra means energy, Dha means the one who sustains energy. There are many aspects of Easter one has to understand. But the most of all is why did he die and why was he resurrected? This point I have not yet touched, perhaps so clearly. That's the point I want to go into today. It's only you people can understand the importance of the life of Christ. And when it is said that you have to get your realization through Christ, it means that he had to pierce through the Agya Chakra. He had to be there. If he had not created this gap in the gate, we could never have got realization. That is why it is said that you are to pass through the gates of heaven only with the grace of Christ. Of course, that doesn't mean churches. It doesn't mean at all churches. That you understand as Sahajogis. That you have to pass through the Agya Chakra. Ultimately, that's the most difficult point where human beings have to go. Because at the Agya Chakra, your ego and superego are fully grown. At the human stage, only this ego is developed. Now, how to overcome the ego was a point. And to overcome the ego, Christ had to do this. When he was created in the beginning as Shri Ganesha, you know the story, how he was created. That the mala is from the body of Parvati, the Holy Ghost, was taken out because before her marriage she had to cover herself for her bath with many scented things, and it was taken out, all these things, and her vibrations came out, and she created this child just to protect her chastity. Outside her bathroom she put it, and you know the whole story about it. Now there was a part of the element of the earth in that child, Prithvi Tattva was there. All other centers have got some elements in them. Some elements like Prithvi Tattva is there, earth element, then you have got water element, then you have got air element. And when you come to this, it is the light element, it's the light. And at this point, at Agya Chakra, he had to cross the last element, that was the light element. That means he had to come out into the true form of only the divine power, the Omkara, the vibrations you can call it, or the absolute, call it Logos or something like that, the first sound, Brahma. So he had to become the principle of Brahma. To become the principle of Brahma, he had to get rid of all other elements within him. So the last was also the light element, which he had to cross. So he had earth element in him, as he was of the Mala, and all other elements within him. But when it comes to the Agya, he had to give up all the elements, that he had to die, the death of all these elements that were within him, to become complete, absolutely pure spirit. What we did on subtle form works out on the gross form. And to do that, he had to die. And whatever died in him was that little element of earth element and other elements. And what came out of him was pure spirit. Let's move forward. Was pure spirit. That was resurrected. The pure spirit, the pure Brahma Tattva, which had formed the body of Christ, which was the body of Christ. And this happening came, Christ has done what was predicted about him, that he is a savior, because he passed through that gate to take people from this bodily existence, means the one that depends on the elements, to that existence which is spirit. So the resurrection is where you become, from your attention, you jump into the attention of the spirit. When you feel your attention, when you become the spirit, that is the happening which has happened to you also. But he became pure spirit, pure Brahma Tattva, when he was resurrected. And the resurrection is a happening of the divine power which came from Muladhara Chakra as just earth element started growing. It took its birth from there, came up to Agya Chakra. There Christ was created to pass through all the elements, ultimately enter into the Sahasrara, to become a complete Brahma. And this was a very difficult thing, was very experimental, and the experiment was quite dangerous. It could have failed also, because he had in him that human element, the body element, which suffered. And he suffered because this body element suffers, not the spirit. Spirit does not suffer. The body element suffers. So he had to suffer that body element. And to get over it, to get out of it, and to get out of it, he had to have a tremendous courage. It was such a difficult operation. Without him, nobody could have achieved. He knew it was predestined. But it was one of the most difficult things to happen. I wonder how many Christians know the significance of an egg. Now, egg signifies a stage where you are before realization. When you are in your eggshell, that you are Mr. X, you are Mrs. Y, all that. But when you mature fully inside, the bird is ready, and that is the time you are hatched. This is the time you get twice born. So actually, the resurrection of Christ signifies that, and that's why we give that egg to people, saying, you are an egg, a reminder of that. And this egg can become the spirit. And also, it is written that it was an egg when he came. First he was created as an egg. Half of it remained as Sri Ganesha and half of it became Mahavishnu. Then he came on this earth and he departed with all his elements, and the pure vibrations formed his body, and he remained there within all of you to be awakened. And when the Kundalini takes your attention through that point, there you also become the spirit. That's why he said that I am the gate, I am the door. He didn't say I am the destination. He said I am the door. Because you cannot become Christ. That's why he didn't say I am the destination that you have to achieve. But he has created this space for it. You can become spiritually awakened. You can become your spirit. But Christ is an incarnation. He was the Son of God. And so he is an incarnation. And that incarnation came on this earth just to pull you out of your elements, to make you become a spirit. Now how is it that it was the most difficult thing? Because human beings had created in their heads all kinds of artificial values. You see, whatever we think and whatever we do with our mind is all dead, is man-made, is artificial. Because reality is beyond your mind. It is not in your mind. You cannot conceive it, you cannot hold it. Whatever is in your mind is not the reality. It is beyond. So, for a human being to accept something that is beyond mind had become so difficult at the time of Christ because of Romans and all these people coming up. And we are repeating the history again. They were so ego-oriented, they were so full of ego, that to destroy their ego, somebody had to do this, to create a passage. By his death, so many things are proved, that all those who crucified him were stupid people. They were ego-oriented, they were blind, they could not see what he was. They could not see what a genuine personality he was. They crucified. I mean, it's the greatest stupidity. And they crucified him. It was all known because these people were so stupid that they would have only crucified him. What else they could do? Because they couldn't bear with their little egos somebody who is so simple, who is so genuine, who is so true. So they crucified him. And that crucifixion came as a breakthrough for us. But message for us is the resurrection part. Message for us is the resurrection and not crucifixion. crucifixion is not the message, because He is done for us. This is the point where Jews must understand. The other day I was reading, today only, some discussion with the Archbishop of Canterbury took place. And the fellow was asking him questions as if he was asking questions to God. In a way he said so also, that I would ask this question to God, that why did so many Jews were killed? They asked for it. They wanted that they must suffer because they wouldn't give the credit of suffering to Christ. They thought we all have to suffer. It's ego. How dare anybody suffer for us? We must suffer separately. They couldn't give that credit to Christ, and all the later thinking was that we must suffer. So, whatever you think comes into action on this gross level. So Mr. Hitler was born and he made them suffer. And the stupidity of human beings is responsible for all the problems that are created on us. The other question was how the children get leukemia. He would ask God, how children get. If the parents are so frantic and speedy, children have to get it. If you are not relaxed person, when you are married and when you are going to have a baby, you are thinking of divorces and all sorts of nonsense, that franticness will work on the child. Psychologically it is a left side problem and the child has to be a patient of leukemia as soon as he is born. That is what it is. So the problems are created by human beings because of their stupidity. There is no problem that God has created. He solved all your problems. He solves. You have seen in sahajayoga how He solves your little problems. But we create problems for ourselves by our stupidity, by our addiction to elements, to material things, to material habits. Matter sits on our head. That is on the, you can say, on the level of earth element. Then we have other problems like emotional attachments. This is my daughter, this is my child, this is mine, I am so attached to my child. Then this is my country, this is your country. We create problems. This Falkland, this thing, is an artificial problem. You can see that. I mean, when these people went there, these Spaniards, they all should be driven back to Spain. And all from Brazil should be driven back to Portugal. What are they doing there, if this is the situation? But they are all human beings. What is this territory business? See, let the human beings live happily wherever they are. What are they going to get out of this territory? God never created Argentina, Chile, England and all that. He created one homogeneous structure. And it is to look after each other. Like a heart is created, a liver is created, a brain is created, a nose is created. If they start fighting, say, but this eye starts fighting this eye. We laugh. But we human beings do the same. We are all the time doing that. This is the stupidity of human beings, which is creating a problem. And when you become very stupid, somebody horrible takes advantage of that and comes on this earth just like Hitler. And he tries to put you right. You don't need all that. You need only wisdom and your realization. And that is what is done today, that you have got realization. So Easter for Sahajogis all over the world is the most important happening. Because if it had not happened, it would not have been possible to give realization to people. I think I will read it out to you later on about what is written about Christ in daily life. This book was written about 14,000 years back by Mahatma Gandhi. So imagine 14,000 years back, he knew, being a seer, just like Blake, what was going to happen when Christ was to come. But he was called as Mahavishnu. He was not Vishnu, he was the son of Vishnu. And how many Christians understand about Easter? They don't. Christianity today is nothing but a mental activity, that's all, which is dead, nonsensical. Just like any other nonsensical religion, it has become another foolish, stupid religion, which has no meaning. Unless and until you get your realization, unless and until you feel the vibrations, unless and until you feel this divine surrounding power, how will you understand? Because that's the only thing that is true. That's the only thing that is reality. And unless and until you achieve it, how will you know about Christ and fighting about Him? How can you fight? I can't understand really. To me, it's stupidity gone to another extreme. By this thing, what you do actually is to use all these great incarnations to kill each other. Can you imagine? The things that came to elevate you, to make you into higher living, are now used, the same things, the names are used, to kill each other, to bring down each other. At the most, if you reach a point where you don't understand, then they start saying it's a mystery. What is the mystery in Sahaja Yoga? There's no mystery. It's all just there. To me, human beings are a mystery. I don't understand them. I can't understand. The resurrection of Christ has to now be collective resurrection. This is what is Mahayoga. Has to be the collective resurrection, and for this collective resurrection, first of all, Sahajogis must decide to be collective. Because through Kundalini awakening you cross, no doubt, you cross through. But you enter an area of collectivity. And if you do not allow that collectivity to permeate into you, then you come down. Supposing you become a state beyond the element, the state where you are a collective being. You are aware of the collective being. You are aware that you are a part and parcel of the whole. You are aware that you have to help your nose and your eyes because you are part and parcel of the whole. You reach that stage where you understand that I am as important as other cells are, and other cells are to be held by me and they have to sustain me. We are one. There should be complete concord. This awareness comes after realization, and if you do not understand that this awareness, that this collective awareness is the only way you can stay in that area, otherwise you get out. You start having your smaller wells and you just go down. The more you start to expand yourself, you rise higher. And then you are again with your badhas or whatever it is. But if you think that I have to live for the whole, I am responsible for the whole, I am responsible for creating a nucleus of a cell which is going to look after the whole. And if I fall down, the rest also suffers. I have no business to fall down because I have been resurrected to this point. I have entered into the state of collectivity, where my being, which is the spirit, is the collective being, and I have to stay there, I have to be there. I cannot fall. It's not the way I can live. But I have seen after realization also, people cannot get out of their shells. They still remain in the shell. They cannot spread their wings and sing and get out of their shell and just fly. They cannot do it. They still stick out to their small ways of life, in a smaller way, in every way. In a holiday you go, you want to have a separate holiday. Why? This is the holiday time. Holy day, as they say, holy day. This is the holy day. When you are with other Sahajogis, you are really enjoying a holiday. Where do you enjoy a holiday otherwise? It is the other way. To be with them is the real holiday. And that is why one should understand that you should expand your collectivity. If you do not expand your collectivity, you are just a waste. You are a wasteful creation of Sahajogis, which I am sorry to say will go down. Such people show also. In the beginning, gradually they start getting better and better and better. And once you are there in full state, you really enjoy each other's company without having any fears about them, without having any possessiveness about them, without having any kind of expectations, but just enjoying it. That has to happen. Like all our cells in our body are like that. If they can do it, why not we? Because we have so much of sense. At least we think we have more sense than the cells have. At least this is expected because we have evolved so much from a every cell to this stage. And then you are the epitome of God's creation. You are the topmost people. Then why not? When you are resurrected, the first thing that should happen to you is to understand that you are no more an individual, but you are a collective being. You are no more an individual. All things which make you circumcise your individuality, throw that. You are no more an individual. All problems which come to you as individual problems are absolutely useless, false, wasteful. Think of the collective problems. I enjoy such people. The other day Fergie was anxious to know about Bristol, which points are there, which are giving vibrations from the Mother Earth. He's worried about the whole of Bristol, all the Jamaicans, then about the whole British people, and then of the whole world you should. That's what one should. One should not think, how will my daughter get married? How can I get a ticket to go there? All these nonsensical ideas should be given up. Because you are now entered into the kingdom of God and He is going to look after you. Because that state you establish within yourself, that you are a collective. All other things will drop off. Gradually everybody will be molded. Even the most difficult I have seen have improved. But what about you, the one who is improving everybody else? What about you? How far you are there? How far in your faith that you know that I have entered into the kingdom of God and that every action mine is looked after and guided by His power. And I am aware of it. I am aware that I have entered into the kingdom of God through my collectivity. So collectivity is the nature of a surgeon. And that's what one has to realize. May God bless you.
Today lecture was quite big for all of you who are here. I'm happy that you could all come down for the Shiv Puja. And now, as they have requested, in Europe also we are going to have one Shiv Puja on the 17th, I think, in Rome. They have never had a Shiv Puja in the West. And that's why I have decided that we'll have two pujas, though it's quite a difficult thing to have Shiva's puja with such close proximity. Today I have told them how we have got 4 channels in our heart where Shiva resides, and how we have to introspect ourselves and control our attention. Because in sahajayoga there is all freedom to be the way you are. Nothing is asked to be sacrificed or to be given up, as they were told before, to go to the Himalayas, take out all your clothes and shiver there in the cold and all sorts of things. The body, importance of the body, has to be reduced, and for that you have to put your attention inward and try to find joy in everything. To put your attention inside is very easy because you are meditative. Supposing you are going by a bullock cart. If a man is used to a Rolls Royce, he will be all the time complaining, what is this nonsense, sir? Why have I to go by a bullock cart, horrible this, that. But a child, if he is in a bullock cart, he'll be enjoying it. What a nice thing, you are jumping up and down, very nice, how the bullocks are running, beautiful, you can watch everything so carefully outside. Because he's so innocent like Shiva. Like you want to have a proper bathroom, you want to have a proper bed, you want to have all these things. But if you want to make a fun out of it, it's very interesting. Once I went to Lucknow, I went to stay with a relation of mine. And they had only one cot, not so rich. They had lost all their zamidaris. And they said, we have only one cot, if you want you can sleep on the cot or on the ground. I said, all right, I'll try this cot business. That cot was made of coir, and it was all touching the ground like that. So it's just like sleeping on the ground, but it was all like this. But in the night I found lots of rats running over my body. I was watching them. So the people got very much worried. They said, what, these rats are crawling upon you and going round and round. Yes, I said, one of them is still here under my foot. So they said, aren't you disturbed? I said, what is there to be disturbed? I'm just watching them. I've never seen so many rats together. Just enjoying them. And then they said, you are sleeping in this kind of a cot and you might get little pain tomorrow. I said, no, I'm just enjoying. This is like a nice swing here, you see, nicely. You can move about. It's very nice, very interesting. And next day I was very fresh, and they were surprised how I was so fresh. So all these discomforts of body and all that, and the way we are correcting everything and grudging about everything, complaining about everything, is just a myth. Now you don't have to go to that austerity. What you have to do? Surrender all these things into the ocean of joy, or dissolve it into the ocean of joy. All these comforts. Then also the artificial norms of life that have come up, like you have to have disheveled hair, otherwise you are not in. You have to be really crazy to be in. There are many other things, stupid I think very much, that have come in
vogue, and people are following them because they are the norms. If you don't do that, then you think you are not all right, or others may start thinking, oh, what funny man he is. That doesn't mean you should be funny or you should be hippies or anything. But not to be so much worried about the norms. Like one day I saw one gentleman was extremely upset in England, Indian gentleman. I said, what happened? Why are you so upset? He said, you know, by mistake I used the fish knife for eating meat. I said, so what? Said, everybody watched me, you see. I said, it's all right. You didn't thrust that into anyone. Doesn't matter. If you have eaten fish knife, if you have used fish knife for this, so you must use fish knife first, then this, that. All nonsense. It's not so important than your equanimity, than your balance. So all these little things can also upset us. On the contrary, I would say, oh, really, I did eat with the fish, very good. It's a good thing that I broke something, a big image of a formal dinner was broken. So, it was good. Next time everybody will do that. It may start as a fashion, possibly. If you just put your attention in such a way that this body is not for the penance, but for the havana. Is to be used for the havana, for the yajna. And then you can tell your body nicely that now will you please behave yourself, you see. So first you have to denounce it, all its demands. And then it becomes a thing that you use it for doing God's work. I must say, compared to Indians, Westerners are much better in this respect. I must say that. Indians wanted first the best rooms, they used to fight for it. Now gradually they are coming around a little bit, but still sometimes they start grudging about this, grudging about that. But that way, I don't know how, but I must say that in the West, or even in Australia, people are not so much bothered about these things. I remember once, we had gone to Ganpatipura a long time back, and there were no arrangements for sleeping because the MTDC had not vacated. They said we'll do it next day. So many of them just went to the seashore and slept there the night. This mother, we enjoyed it. It was full moon thing. We really enjoyed it among ourselves. But the second part is the attachments are there with people. We can say, first of all, is the desire. The desire to have this, desire to have that, all kinds of desires, as we have seen, that we never fulfilled, and we are never satisfied with them when they are satisfied. So, what do we do with our desires? Dissolve it into Shuddha Ichcha, into the pure desire of Kundalini. And third thing is that we have our relations. I mean, I've seen with the Westerners, especially when they get married, I don't know what happens to them, then suddenly they think they are now married, so now they have become Romeo and Juliet raised to power 108. And of course, Indians are the other way around. I mean, it's both just the same. So, one has to understand that all right, it's an event of marriage.
But the attention should not entangle with any person whatsoever. As I have told you many times, the sap of the tree has to rise and give its attention to all the parts of the tree and go back. If it gets attached to any one of the parts of the whole tree will die as well as that part will also die. So in every relationship, whatever you have to give to your sister, to your brother, to your children, to your wife has to be done. But you should not get entangled with it. So what do we do with our attachments? Dissolve it in compassion. And compassion is like sea. The nature of the compassion is it fulfills all the issues, all the balance, all the defects. Just runs in it. The fourth one is the one which is for your attention. When your attention is so pure, then it nourishes its fourth channel, which blossoms, rises through your left kidney, goes into your sahasrara, and becomes a lotus of fragrance. There is those prana stars giving the fragrance of the heart. That's how the combination of the heart and the brain takes place. So this attention itself is the power of Shiva. The attention which we call as Chitta. And this attention is present in every comma of the all-pervading power, the Chaitanya. And this attention is respected when these Chaitanya commas go into action. While this attention is quiet, it just watches, just sees. It doesn't react. But they see the attention and see. They just watch it. And they know what it is. Accordingly they act. So Shiva is just respected, watching the work of the goddess. He's the only spectator. And if he gets angry, and if he sees that human beings are not respectful to his power, then he comes into action and destroys the whole world. Destroys the whole work of the goddess. So it is important that you all should join hands, work down the work of the goddess so that Shiva is happy and we create a new world of spirituality and peace. May God bless you.
Today we have assembled here to celebrate the Diwali, the Deepavali. Actually, only after sahajayoga started, the real Diwali is taking shape. We had many beautiful lamps and we had lot of oil to burn. But there was no spark to enlighten the deepas. And the wick, as you call it, is called as bati in Hindi language, is like your kundalini. So the kundalini had to beat, the spark. The beautiful lamps were all a waste, purposeless, pointless. And this is the great blessings in modern times, that so many lives are enlightened and we are having a Deepavali of human hearts. When you become the light, you don't worry about the lamp, how it looks, how it is to be made. It's all done.
Quando diventiamo luce, non ci preoccupiamo più dell'arma, di come servono, di come sono state fatte, eccetera.
We just have to worry about the flame, about the oil.
Dobbiamo solamente più pensare all'olio e alla fiamma.
Because it's the oil that burns and gives light.
Perché è l'olio che brucia e dà la luce.
In Sanskrit language, which is the language of the gods,
in lingua sanscrita, che è la lingua degli dei,
the oil is called as snigdha. Snigdha is something that is soft, but it's snigdha.
L'olio viene chiamato snigdha, che è qualcosa di morbido, di fluido.
And sneha means friendship of love.
E sneha ha significato di amicizia, di amore.
And the poets in other languages have used this word in different way, calling it neha. They have sung the praise of this love.
E i poeti di differenti lingue hanno esaltato questo tipo di amore.
Every poet, every saint has used this word in their beautiful poetry.
Ogni poeta, ogni saggio ha usato questa stupenda parola nelle loro opere.
Whether they were in separation or they were in the meeting, in the yoga, in the union.
Sia che fossero nella dualità, nella separazione, sia che fossero nell'amore.
This love is the thing that gives the light.
E questo amore è la cosa che dà la luce.
If this oil is not clean, contaminated, you get the smoke.
E se l'olio non è pulito e impuro, allora si chiama fumo.
But is pure, then it gives a brilliant light without any smoke.
Ma è puro, e dunque dà una luce brillante senza filo.
But when this oil is fragrant, then the light gives the fragrance as well.
Ma quando questo olio è profumato, allora la luce stessa emana profumo.
The oil is made from various things.
L'olio è composto da diverse cose.
The one that comes from the Mother Earth cannot be used because it's very materialistic, it gives carbon.
Quello che viene generato dalla madre terra non può essere usato perché è molto duro.
Like petrol, kerosene, it pollutes the atmosphere.
Perché contamina l'atmosfera, come ad esempio il kerosene e il petrolio.
Then the one that comes from animals, who are, some of them, are very much worshipped in India. They have a very particular type of snigdha, or we can call it ghee or oil, which is giving a light which is very soothing and peaceful.
Quello che viene invece prodotto da versione animale, che viene usato in India, produce questo snigdha, cioè una luce brillante e molto bella.
So when matter evolves into animal state, also the oil evolves.
E dunque quando la materia si evolve allo stadio animale, anche l'olio si evolve.
But when this oil is rubbed onto the feet of a saint, it gets the fragrance.
Ma quando questo olio viene spalmato per la stagione di un santo, allora diventa profumare.
In the same way, if this oil is brought in contact with flowers, it gives fragrance.
Nello stesso modo, se questo olio viene messo a contatto con i fiori,
so the feet of a saint are like the flowers on the tree.
E dunque i piedi dei santi sono come fiori sull'albero.
And when the flower falls on the ground, the Mother Earth, it's so delicate, it's so sensible, it doesn't hurt her. It falls with great reverence as a great homage to the Mother Earth.
E quando un fiore cade sulla madre terra, ha un movimento così dolce, così delicato, che non può nulla.
In the same way, a saint has to be gentle. Gentle in the way the moonlight falls upon this earth.
Nello stesso modo, la notte accesa deve essere amata a lume di un
It is light without any burning in it, no scorching. That gentleness one has to develop. Out of the oil that is the love in your heart. Which lubricates everything, which removes the frictions. And suits. You have seen the way nature works. We never see a flower opening out. We never see the fruit coming out of the flower. It is so gentle and so slow. That the movement is not seen by these human eyes. Because the nature wants, you should not be disturbed by the movements. The nature cares. So you people do not feel the growth, the movement and the explosions of the evolution, or we can say the movement of nature's own behavior. In the same way, a saint, a sahajayogi, has to move very smoothly in the society of sahajogis. It is with the sahajogis, I said, not with the non-sahajas. Nature reacts to anything that is foreign. It throws out anything that is not sahaj. In the same way, a saint should not accept anything, anybody who is foreign to sahaj behavior. When it deals with the matter, with the materialistic people, then it acts with the greatest wisdom as the tip of a root. It moves with majesty, embeds itself into the Mother Earth, going round all hard rocks and holding them together, it makes the tree to stand up erect. The sign of life is that it goes against the matter the one that is jada.
Il segno proprio del vivente è che va contro la materia, contro il giada.
Like the tree goes against the gravity.
Così come un albero va contro la gravità.
Like the great human beings have lifted their body against the gravity in a straight posture.
Così come gli scienziati hanno lasciato il loro corpo contro la gravità.
In the same way, if you see the flame goes against the gravity,
E così come avete potuto vedere anche la fiamma che va contro la gravità.
nobody has heard of fire going from the top floor to the ground floor.
Nessuno ha mai sentito parlare del fuoco che bruciasse dall'alto casa.
It starts from the ground floor and it goes upward.
Inizia dal basso, ma verso l'alto.
But the fire also comes from the matter which is burning.
Ma il fuoco anche deriva dalla materia, la materia che sta bruciando.
So the matter has to be burnt if you want to rise.
Dunque la materia deve essere bruciata se vogliamo salire.
If your attention is all the time towards baser things, materialistic things, towards physical pleasures, you cannot rise.
E dunque se la nostra attenzione è sempre verso il basso, verso le cose materiali, verso le cose basse, non possiamo salire.
You may do any amount of meditations, use my photographs, come to my pujas, but if your attention is embedded, it's like you are standing on a crocodile trying to get into a boat.
Dunque a niente servirà o meditazione, fare davanti alla foto di shrimataji e fare tutte queste cose. Sarà come fare essere seduti su un coccodrillo e cercare di salire sulla barca.
Now that doesn't mean when a flame burns, it gives up matter.
Dunque ciò non significa che quando la fiamma brucia ci dà la materia.
But it gets detached and it burns it.
Ma al contrario diventa distaccata e la brucia.
So this body, this mind, this ego, this superego is all to be burnt to keep this flame burning all the time.
E dunque questa mente, questo corpo, questo ego, superego devono essere bruciati per mantenere questa fiamma sempre accesa.
You don't have to give up anything, but to use the same thing for a higher life.
Non dobbiamo lasciare niente, ma semplicemente usare le stesse cose per una vita più alta.
And that is what should be the aim of every surgeon.
E questo deve essere l'unico vero scopo di ogni saggio.
Actually, after getting realization, you just start spontaneously giving because you are the light.
In effetti, ottenuto la realizzazione, in modo totalmente naturale e spontaneo, cominciamo a dare.
But respect your light and the light of others.
Ma poiché cominciamo a diventare la luce, dobbiamo rispettare questa nostra luce e la luce degli altri.
The darkness is too much.
L'oscurità è ancora eccessiva.
And we need so many lights to remove this darkness.
E dunque abbiamo bisogno di così tante luci per abolire questa.
These lights are to be maintained, to be looked after, to be loved.
E queste luci devono essere mantenute, curate, amate.
As you know very well, I cannot do it alone.
E come ben sapete, non posso fare tutto questo da solo.
For example, the source of electricity. If you use to burn, you may have a big explosion. It has to go to various bulbs to give a nice spread out light.
Dunque, ad esempio, se usate l'energia elettrica per bruciare, potrebbe generare una grossa esplosione. Dunque deve andare verso diverse lampadine per illuminare.
And you are the channels. You are the ones who are going to express me.
E dunque noi siamo entrati, noi siamo coloro che dobbiamo manifestare le loro riuscite.
I am just the potential energy.
Io sono semplicemente l'energia potenziale.
As the energy is coming from somewhere which is stored, and if I ask you, you would not even know where it is stored.
È come se questa energia fosse immaginata da questa parte e voi non sapete neanche rendervi conto dove sia collocata.
It is through your behavior, through your pure lights, through your fragrance, people are going to know God Almighty.
E dunque attraverso il vostro comportamento, la vostra luce, la vostra attitudine, che la gente potrà sapere chi voi siete.
There are some which can blacken the face. They are lights, no doubt, but can blacken the face if there are impurities.
Ci sono alcuni che avranno le facce aggrevite se ci sono delle impurità.
Blacken the face of the divine, blacken the face of your Creator.
Queste luci quando bruciano possono annerire la faccia del Creatore stesso.
And that is what one has to be careful, that we are not blackening the name of God by our misbehavior.
Che non dobbiamo in nessun modo annerire, sporcare il nome di Dio attraverso il proprio comportamento.
Now listen to me very carefully.
Ora ascoltatemi con grande attenzione.
If there is no light out of the lamp, it does not blacken nor enlighten.
Se sulla lampada non c'è alcuna luce, non potrà né illuminare né annerire.
But if there is a light, it can blacken as well as enlighten.
Ma se c'è la chiama luce, in quel caso potrà sia illuminare che annerire.
It's only the sahajogis who can blacken or enlighten the name of God Almighty.
Dunque, solamente i sereni saranno in grado di poter illuminare oppure annerire il nome di Dio Onnipotente.
Say for example, if you have a fake man, he doesn't blacken the name of God because he is himself black. So nobody is bothered about that.
Dunque, se c'è un uomo falso, non potrà in nessun modo sporcare il nome di Dio, perché è già un uomo anonimo.
If there is a person who is teaching about God or talking about God, about religion and making money out of it,
E se c'è una persona che parla di Dio, nel nome di Dio e poi si fa un sacco di soldi su tutto questo.
He blackens his own name.
Tocca semplicemente il proprio nome.
He does not blacken the name of God Almighty.
Non può aderire al nome di Dio Onnipotente.
The name of God cannot be blackened. It's ever shining.
Il nome di Dio non può essere mai macchiato, è sempre splendente.
But it's only a sahajayogi which can form that cloud to cover it.
Ma semplicemente sono i sahajayogi che possono formare queste nuvole e le coprono.
They can only finish the hope of this world.
Essi possono semplicemente finire la speranza di questo mondo.
They can only bring the real destruction of this world.
Essi possono toccare la vera distruzione di questo mondo.
They will be held responsible.
Essi saranno i responsabili.
And they should be punished in time, so that the name of God should not be ruined.
E dovranno essere puniti in tempo, affinché loro di Dio non vengano negati.
For they have been given the right to enter into the kingdom of God. Others are outside.
Perché ad essi è stato concesso il diritto di entrare nel regno di Dio, gli altri ne sono esclusi.
They are the only ones who can abuse the right.
Ed essi sono i soli che possono abusare di questo diritto.
Those who are outside this building cannot spoil it.
Coloro che sono al di fuori di questo edificio, ad esempio, non possono danneggiare.
You have the special privilege to enter into this beautiful building.
Noi abbiamo avuto il particolare privilegio di entrare in questo edificio.
You have got this right because of the great things you have done in previous lives.
Abbiamo ottenuto questo diritto a causa delle cose grandi che abbiamo compiuto nel passato.
And if you now want to spoil it, you better understand that you will be very severely punished.
E se adesso proprio vogliamo maneggiare, dobbiamo sapere che saremo puniti molto severamente.
The light which can enlighten can also burn.
Perché la luce che illumina può a volte anche bruciare.
But this light will burn all those who try to burn the kingdom of God.
E questa luce brucerà coloro che cercheranno di bruciare il regno di Dio.
So on a Diwali day, let us know that we should have the lamps burnt in such a way that it has purest of pure love in it.
E durante questo giorno di Diwali cerchiamo di sapere che questa luce dovrà splendere nel modo più puro possibile, come noi.
Not a lip service of love.
E non semplicemente attraverso la parola,
But from your heart,
ma direttamente dal cuore.
it should pour like the nature pours all its blessings upon you.
E deve traboccare, così come la natura emana tutte le sue benedizioni su di noi.
Then, wherever the flowers of your feet will touch, the nature will blossom with joy.
E allora ogni qualvolta i vostri piedi toccheranno la natura esprima di gioia.
There will be a Deepavali.
E ci sarà un Deepavali.
Like I was told before coming to Rome, Italy had no rain.
Così come mi hanno detto che prima io venissi a Roma, l'Italia non aveva detto pioggia.
The Mother Earth was parched.
La madre terra era completamente secca.
And as soon as you all Sahajogis came on this earth, it started pouring.
E appena tutti i sahajayogi si sono venuti in questa madre terra, la natura ha cominciato a elargire.
So the purity of love is to be understood with complete discretion.
E dunque la purezza dell'amore deve essere compresa con completa discriminazione.
Because this purity acts.
Perché questa purezza agisce.
It acts in the nature, it acts in the human being, it acts into everything.
E agisce nella natura, agisce negli esseri umani, agisce in ogni cosa.
The action is the same as the action, the gentle action of the Mother Earth.
L'azione è uguale alla gentile azione compiuta dalla Madre Terra.
Those who come in contact with such a personality start suddenly feeling the soothing, the settling of the whole being into a blissful state.
E coloro che entrano in contatto con tale personalità cominciano a sentire questa emanazione
into a blissful state.
Morbida, diciamo, accomodante, piacevole, in questo stato di benedizione.
Benedictia. State of benediction. But I don't know, after this word, how much has gone wrong. Because our words are corrupt. Our words are corrupt. They do not express what they mean. They are not also pure.
E non solo con questa parola che cosa sia successo di sbagliato, perché le parole hanno perso il loro significato, sono corrotte, non esprimono più quello che deve essere.
They do not reflect what is to be reflected.
E non riflettono più ciò che deve essere riflesso.
So, it is for us to create new meanings of the verse.
E dunque sta a noi adesso creare nuovi significati.
Give a clear vision. When you want to see a clear vision, you put a powerful light before the mirror.
E dare una visione chiara del tutto. Dunque quando vogliamo avere una visione chiara di qualcosa, mettiamo uno specchio molto chiaro.
Clear vision of the expression in language, in gestures, in behaviors.
Una visione chiara della nostra espressione, del nostro comportamento, del nostro linguaggio.
And a clear vision of the divine.
E una visione chiara del divino.
Let people see in your light the beautiful dream coming true.
Facciamo sì che la gente possa vedere nella nostra luce il magnifico sogno diventare realtà.
In my childhood I used to think my dreams are too fantastic.
Nella mia infanzia pensavo che i miei sogni erano veramente troppo fantastici.
Will they ever materialize?
E che non si sarebbero mai materializzati.
I used to collect small little stones.
E usavo raccogliere delle piccole pietre.
And I would say, will there be people who are not the stones, but who have the hearts?
e dicevo che ci saranno delle persone che non sono pronte, ma che sono fiere.
By God's grace, I've met you.
E grazie di Dio, io vi ho incontrato.
I thank you very much
Vi ringrazio molto.
for accepting sahajayoga.
Per aver accettato sahajayoga.
But this invitation that is extended to you should not be such that I will be blamed for giving it to people who never deserved it.
Ma questo invito che io vi ricordo, io vorrei fare di qualcosa per il quale io sono incolpato.
Please do not let me down.
L'avrei dato a quelli che non sono degni.
There is one small thing. I come from a country which is not so sophisticated in the modern world.
E sono venuta in questo paese che non è ancora così sofisticato, in questo modo moderno.
But is very much embedded in truth.
E che ha molto evoluto nella verità.
And I'm happy you respect that country despite its unmodernized natural existence.
E sono molto contento che voi rispettiate quel paese, malgrado che ci siano non sia ancora così organizzato.
And you are proud of a mother who comes of such a country.
E che siate orgogliosi della vostra madre che viene da quel paese.
This is the Deepavali which is celebrated in that country for thousands and thousands of years.
E questo è il Deepavali che è stato celebrato in quel paese per migliaia di anni.
And this is the first time in Rome,
E questo è a Roma per la prima volta.
which is the center of Europe.
Che è il centro dell'Europa.
Because here is the 7 hills,
Perché qui ci sono 7 colli
expressing the whole of 7 chakras.
che esprimono l'insieme dei 7 chakra.
That is why a big torch had to be brought from England in an aeroplane to enlighten these 7 chakras of Europe.
Ecco perché è stata portata dall'Inghilterra una grande torcia per illuminare questi 7 chakra dell'Europa.
The Kundalini rises from Muladhara and goes up to the 7th chakra and touches the Sadashiva's place. But in this case, from Sadashiva's place, the light has come down to enlighten and respect all the chakras from their heart.
Nuovamente i Kundalini salgono con una grande chakra attraverso i 7 chakras per arrivare alla solità dei 7 Sadashiva. In questo caso la luce è stata portata giù dal cuore verso i 7 chakra.
In the beginning of the awakening of the Kundalini, that's what exactly I do, is through your fingertips, the avahana, the invitation to the Kundalini is sent. Unless and until it passes through these centers, it cannot open it out sufficiently for the Kundalini to rise.
Quello che succede all'inizio quando io faccio salire la vostra Kundalini è che la venuta che è seguito attraverso il quale la Kundalini è potuta passare attraverso tutti i centri. Ma finché invece si sono aperti tutti i centri, la Kundalini non è potuta passare.
And then the Kundalini rises. So the invitation first has to come from the heart chakra here. So the desire has to come down first of all. The power of desire has to come down from the heart to make the Kundalini rise. So the Kundalini acts, the power of action takes place. So the responsibility of England, the responsibility of Europe is very great. Unless and until all these chakras are cleared, cannot be pushed aside. So we have to consolidate first in Europe and also in England. I started it in England, then in Europe. Once we have consolidated it well, I am sure sahajayoga will be very easily established in America. India, there is no problem, as you know. And that is going to work out very easily. And once India is awakened, the Kundalini will start moving very fast with great dynamism. But first these upper chakras must be put right. Otherwise, how can Kundalini come out? So, you realize your responsibilities, that we have a force in India, no doubt, but how will it rise? If there are obstructions, you are a part and parcel of this universe, you are not hanging somewhere else from India. So India has to depend on you. For your Sahasrara, I have already made all arrangements, in the sense I am here in person. I have come down from Kailasha on this earth. So that's how I have arranged the whole drama. But the middle actors are very important. They should not act like clowns. Or stupid, idiotic people. It is becoming quite idiotic. The atmosphere, I must say. You feel as if you are among idiots or lunatics. So, these ridiculous things that are happening around us should not impress us, but we should really use them for amusing ourselves. And you have reached that ascent that you can see these things are coming there because of the decadence. And the decadence is, the ruin is the destruction of the chakras also. So though it is stupidity, idiocy, we have to pick up people out of them to support the chakras.
Anche se stupidità, idiozia, dobbiamo prelevare, scegliere delle persone per sostenere i chakras.
And to be very careful with the people who are not sahajas, who are sticking on in sahaja.
E avere molta attenzione verso le persone che sono attaccate a sahaja, ma che non sono sahaja.
And now the time has come to throw them out permanently, and they are not to return back.
E adesso il tempo è arrivato che dobbiamo esprimerle realisticamente e non permettere che ritornino.
Only the Vedas, the courageous, can worship the mother.
Solamente i Vedas, cioè i coraggiosi, possono venerare la madre.
And I hope you are all that.
E mi auguro che voi siate tutti questi.
And today is the great day when I am worshipped by all the Veeras and Viranganas.
E oggi è il grande giorno in cui sono arrivati tutti i Veeras e Viranganas.
May God bless you all.
E Dio vi benedica tutti.
No, I can't hear you, just come here. Yeah, Sarsula. What's it?
You have suggested that we could try many tricks to find our brothers and sisters in different ways and approaches. And in Australia, each idea seems to be, they're so enthusiastic and they support the idea. And there's I don't know if it's just my feeling, but there's a feeling here that when there's a suggestion or an idea, we're very, oh no. One person may say, yes, good idea. Another person may say, no, no. And there's just, then you don't want to do anything wrong, so you just don't do anything. You just wait, and then nothing happens. And I
mean, among Sahaja Yogis, you mean to say? It comes from the individualistic attitude about tours. I mean, anything you tell them, they cannot live collectively, that we know in the West. I know what I have to go through when we have to organize their programs with 300 people coming with this and that, but this individualism is so much. Like every bathroom has a different tap. You better ask somebody. Otherwise you'll land up into difficulties. Even the tiles have to be different. Everything has to be different. Now, if there's something fundamental, then you can ask your leader. But if it is something mundane, all right. You want blue color, have blue. You want red, have red. like that you can solve your problem. If it is something fundamental, then you should ask your leader. But if it is something which is not fundamental, it is very simple, let them have their own way, then gradually they'll grow into it. Because this is the basic problem of these countries. So-called individualism makes them feel that, oh, this is mine, I'll do the way I like. Now say a motor car has a different handle. Now a person who is sitting inside must know what sort of a handle it is. Tomorrow something happens, you can't even know. But otherwise they are not at all individualistic, I'll tell you how. Like in India, supposing I'm wearing this sari. Maybe there's another sari like that. If another lady is wearing the same sari, she'll go and change and come back. She won't wear the same sari. But here in fashion, if somebody is now that our Princess of Wales has this kind of a hairstyle, all English girls have the same hairstyle. You don't know from one to another. So what is so individual about them? If some fashion starts now, this is the fashion, very fashionable. What is fashionable? Is to cut your hair this way and make a punk. So everybody is a punk. Suddenly you find Sahajogis walking as punks. You want to know who is who. So what is the individual character there? Where is the individuality? On principles you should be individuals. On principles and not on artificial. Now this one has a principle. Supposing I am wearing this sari. Is made by hand, spun by hand, designed by one person. So I am giving importance to one person. Now he might have made 2 or 3 or 4 at the most. Now if somebody repeats the same sari, that means I have not encouraged that man so much. Like you can have the same sari made out of, say, machine. Then we'll start, all right, have 10 saris like this, 20 saris like this, all made by machines. But here, because we want to have a sari separate, it has to be made with hand. In principle, see how it helps. This is what it is. In principle, you should be collective. In principle, you should be individualistic. In Sahajayoga, we don't want you dressed up the same way. I mean, I don't want Americans to go about like something Chinese. Let us have our own dress up the way we like, everything. That's all right. It's nothing important. But in principle, we have to be the same. One principle nourishes the tree, the sap. It has many flowers, fruits, it has many leaves, it's all right, outside. So in principle you have to be collective. All right? For mundane things, why to fight? But in any case, somebody who is an elder, who knows better, who is wiser, listen to that person. We always have an awe and a respect for elders. Like I see, thank God you have now Sharayu, suppose take one case, individual case. She's come all the way from India. Now she's staying. She knows quite a lot about pujas, things like that. She knows how to do many things. You should be prepared to know from her. Otherwise sometimes it's very embarrassing the way things happen. Now she's here, she can teach you there's nothing wrong in learning. She has learned many things from you. But there's no respect, I think, sometimes for her at all. She's an auntie somewhere sitting on the shelf. No, she's here for a purpose. One should learn, respect. But that doesn't mean you become her slave or anything, but you gain something out of her. Another person who comes here should learn. Like from Americans, we have to learn a lot. Tell me what? The communication is not there because of individualism. But that's not so. There's no individualism at all. Because I've seen Once the fashion starts, everybody looks the same. The other day I came, I saw my ladies looking like men with muscles like this, walking like that. I said, what sort of creature is this? 1 came, 2 came, 3 came, 5 came, 10 came. What's this going on? I didn't understand. See, they're all walking like that, like Draculas. I said, what is, oh, this is fashionable. What is fashionable? They're developing their muscles. What's the principle? Let's see. Is the most pleasing principle for human beings. To see the children, to play with them, to enjoy their company. Why? Because it has that sweetness of a child. It's really, I should say, tickles joy within you when you see a child. Immediately the face becomes different. I have told you that I have seen even a crocodile cracking her eggs. I mean, they showed it in a film. And you should have seen the eyes of the crocodile at that time. How carefully she was cracking. So beautiful her eyes were, full of such love pouring out of her eyes. I can't believe these are the eyes of the same crocodile. And so slowly she's cracking with her mouth all the eggs and the little crocodiles coming out. And then she brings them on the shore and washes them in the mouth all the time. So carefully, like a bathroom, she uses her mouth, you see. You should see how animals also act to their children. But when you become sort of modern, so-called, your actions are very funny. There are people who are killing children. There are people who are abusing children. I mean, it is worse than Rakshasas. Even Rakshasas have not done, Pishachas have not done. The Ganas are surprised what sort of these new creatures have come up from where? That they have no love for their children, that they can kill their children, murder them, break their hands. These are their own children. If they do this to their own children, what will they do to other children? So love for your child has to be absolutely important, but you should not, as Sahajogis, have only attachment for your child. First thing. And the second thing is, you must know how to give a complete margin to your love. The margin is benevolence. Is it benevolent for my child? Am I spoiling my child? Am I too much encouraging my child? Am I playing into the hands of my child? Or I am managing the child all right? Because in childhood, the father and mother have to manage the children. They have to tell children, and children have to be obedient, and they have to listen to parents. But these days children are not obedient. They are not, because they find that the parents among themselves are not obedient to each other. Also they find the society such that where children go on pestering the parents, so they also become like that. But doesn't matter. You are Sahajogis, so you should bring up your children who should be obedient, who should be wise, who should be sensible, with the same love that the crocodile has for her little crocodiles. Now, when we come to the subtler side of Ganesha Tattva, that is, it expresses in our eyes. When I see some things, I see it as a joy-giving thing, just joy-giving. And if I want to buy something,
then I think, all right, I can buy it for a certain person, he will like it. Because I know what they like. So I'll buy that thing for that person. Or else, if I'm buying something for my family, I think the same. Like I've built a house now, where I'm going to put all the things, the presents you have given, with like a museum. And I'm going to ask all the villagers to come and see it. Because they have never seen such things. They can't travel to Switzerland, leave alone England. So we have to, I'm thinking of making that house in such a manner that these villagers who have never seen beautiful things should come and see. In India it's not a case very much with the simple people to have jealousies. Only the new materialistic people have developed this habit of jealousy. But otherwise they will always say, what a nice thing, how beautiful it is, how they are. Like you were singing songs about sahajayoga in Pune. Actually, you have really picked up very well, I must say. But there were masters of this music sitting there watching you singing. They were the masters of drama and play very well-known artists in India. And then they said that where you went to see their play also in Pune, if you remember. So they offered me, Mother, that we want to celebrate your birthday. I said, it's very difficult because you'll be so far away. No, we'll come. The whole night they traveled. And the whole day practically. They came about 5 o'clock, imagine. They finished their drama about, say, 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, and then they traveled all the day. Arrived at about 5 o'clock from somewhere called Belgaum. And 6:30 was the program, so they were all dressed up came. And what a comparing they did. They said we were ashamed. We used to think that we Maharashtrians are very good at music, very good at talas and this, but we were ashamed the way these foreigners sang our music so well. We cannot sing like them. Their music, we cannot sing, while they sang our music. And we were all very much ashamed and embarrassed. How could they sing so well? And the appreciation was so great that I was myself embarrassed. The way they were saying how it has happened to these people, what is their guru have done, what have they done to these people that they can sing so well. So the appreciation and the whole thing enamored. We have a tape of that, I think, audio tape. I don't know if you have video tape or not, but if you have, please get it. It's very interesting the way they appreciated my children, the way they were singing. And to them I felt in their saying and all that, because they are such masters and so developed in the way they were appreciating, as if they were appreciating children singing something great. See, in that the report was that of a very sweet of report of Vatsalya, is the feeling of motherliness. That look at these children are singing so well. It's happened with many people I've seen when some artist came, as you know, that when they saw you people appreciating and singing, they had the same feeling. How could these children, how could these people sing so well? How did they know so well? I mean, all that beautiful feeling and all that appreciation created such a nice atmosphere. As we had some very great artists, and how they appreciated you. Instead of saying, oh, what are these, are no good for music and nothing. They so much appreciated that these people who have never known Indian music are singing so well. So in that appreciation also, that fatherliness, that motherliness was there, that Vatsalya was there, and the situation was so beautiful. Even, say, when a person like Ravi Shankar has to play with Yehudi Menuhin. Yehudi Menuhin is a child before him. But I've seen how he looks after him and how he protects him, as we say in Hindi language, Sambhala. All the time is looking after him and managing it. And also we have seen in the music part, when supposing a tablewala is sitting and a very senior musician is sitting, master singing, he said, please look after me, Sambhala. Look after me, always with very great feeling of a child, that you look after me. All these things are very important in life to create good relationships between ourselves also. Those who are younger to us, those who are not so well off, or those who are not so much talented, or those who are not so much equipped in knowledge of Sahaja, or who are not so much senior in Sahaja. We have to look after the others like in a very fatherly manner, or we can say as a motherly manner, that they are not equipped. So all right, we have a Ganesha Tattva, so excite their Ganesha Tattva. They should feel dependent on us for achieving the mastery or achieving the higher state. As the Guru principle is absolutely bound by Ganesha principle. If a Guru does not have a Ganesha principle, he becomes a horrid fellow, and nobody wants to stick on to him, and they all run away from him. Though he might punish, he might also get angry with the disciples. But basically, what he thinks, he is my progeny. I am developing him, I am building him. But in the modern thinking is that let them be individuals, let them be independent. So the father and mother do not look after their children in that manner, that they should. That see, this is my son, I have got a talent, I must teach him, he must come up. He is the one who is a continuation of my own self. So this idea of having every individual, you are individual, at 18 years you get out of the house, you do what you like, stand on your legs. No. Life is a continuous basis. It is not just you stand on your legs, but it is a question of one has to be all the time connected with the whole. Unless and until you are connected completely, we cannot understand collectivity of innocence. The collectivity of innocence, I see sometimes, I am very happy that a child of somebody is in the lap of somebody, sitting very sweetly, coming as if he's your own father, coming and sitting just on your lap, without knowing that he's not my father. But still, that consciousness is not there. So this breaks the feeling of my and possession, that this is mine, this is mine, this is mine. And what makes you the feeling that we are now a means, we can say, an instrument, a media, by which we express the Ganesha Tattva all over. That is vibrations. So the vibrations itself about which we are asking, these vibrations themselves are nothing but the principle of Sri Ganesha, is Omkara. And when it is, then what is it? That feeling, as I told you, of Vatsal, the feeling of love between a child and a mother. That feeling, it is the one that is vibrations between the child and the mother. The distance between the two is vibrations. And that's what one has to feel. That he is a child still, and there's the mother, and mother is bringing the child, giving all the powers to the child, bringing up, loving the child, understanding the limitations of the child, looking after all that, all the sweetness, or the wisdom of the child to be appreciated. That is vibrations. And if you see the subtle side of this, it's not my child. It's not only a limited thing, because it is eternal. It's everywhere. So you cannot have it. In everything you do, I have seen people, the way they handle things in the West. We Indians have to learn also from them. What's happening? So we have to accept for them what is the way to handle also beautiful things, how to look after beautiful things, how to manage beautiful relationships. See, you shouldn't be harsh, you shouldn't be unkind, you shouldn't say things which are insulting to others so that the relationships are broken. So all the relationships that are between human beings and God are through the Ganesha principle. So when it becomes the relationship between you and God, then there are vibrations. And then that same relationship should extend to everything that you do. You should see what things are good, whatever has got vibrations. But today I want to tell you something very important about this all-pervading power we have heard about. These are nothing but vibrations. Parama Chaitanya is nothing but vibrations, where all identities are lost. Whether mother is lost, father is lost, we can say, nothing remains, then it is just this vibrations, this subtle Vatsalya exists. That's all. And this is the only thing, out of which everything comes and remains in itself. Like we can say that the sun's rays come out and then they try to create chlorophyll. So it's not that we cannot compare sun with that. Or we can say from the ocean the clouds come out and they try to nourish the Mother Earth. That's also cannot be compared. Everything is inside. This Parama Chaitanya has got everything inside this. So we can say that everything is nothing but knowledge, is nothing but truth, is nothing but light. But when the folds of these come out, then we get into the folds of that Chaitanya, and then we become ignorant. But there is nothing like ignorance. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Like there is darkness because there is no light. Once light comes, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. So ignorance doesn't exist. But what happens that the folds of this ocean, into that people go and it is lost. Thus we understand one thing very clearly, that we are in Param Chaitanya, we are made by Param Chaitanya, all the time we are surrounded by it. Only thing is, we are sometimes lost in the folds. And why? Why we are lost in the folds is because of our own unawareness. This awareness has to come, that we are part and parcel of that Parama Chaitanya. The whole thing is called as Chidvilasa, is the vilas, is the playful enjoyment of God's attention. Now you will say, how can that be? For example, we see the sun. Just to give a simile closer to it, we see the sun and then we see the water. We see the water in the lake, right? There is water because of the sun, we can see the water there. Then supposing we see the mirage. We see the mirage and then we think this is water. We run after the water. But the whole thing is the play of the sun. Whether it's a mirage, whether it's a water, whether it's the sun. In the same way, this Parama Chaitanya acts, and what we get lost is in our awareness that we are Parama Chaitanya. That's why the play starts. The play starts like day before yesterday's puja. What did we do? We are sitting there, it started raining. So, to prove that I can control rain. So it rained, some people were covering up something, this thing. I gave a bandha. After some time, the rain moved out from the puja to the backside. It was not raining where you were sitting. And after that, it became a sun, and it was so clouded. Sun came, it became sunny. So that's how you have to become aware of the powers of Chaitanya. Now when you give bandhan, what you do is to put the Chaitanya into action. Act here. Though you are supposing in the ocean, but the ocean acts on you all the time. You cannot act on the ocean, you cannot ask water to do this and do that. But as realized soul, you are empowered. Now you can ask water, all right, you dissolve this, you do that. But for that it is important to be the masters. And to become the masters, you see, like a matter becomes a human being. And from human being, you have to become the masters of the matter. And you handle the matter. So we come back to the same. Like agriculture, we can handle just vibrating it. We can handle water, we can handle sun, we can handle moon. Because there's a report. Now we are aware a report has been established. So all this play is extremely beautiful to me. I see it. But now you all have to know that you all have become realizers. And you have those powers. So all other nonsensical things that you learn, all nonsensical things you indulge into, you better give up. There's no sense in it. Whatever is sensible you should do, because there's Sri Ganesha within you who is absolutely sensible. He's nothing but sense. He's the giver of sense. So he's the killer of the demons, as they say. He's the one who removes all the ordeals. By how? By improving our awareness. So ordeals do not remain, because you give abundance, it works out. Now I asked somebody, Phil, I asked him to write down about the miracles, and he says now it has become like a voluminous book. It will be, because before realization, whatever looked like miracle is no more a miracle. Miracle has lost its meaning, because now you are empowered and you can do it. It works in everything, in your talent, in your understanding, in your education, in every way. Like there are some boys who said, Mother, you see, we couldn't solve one problem, so we gave abundance. Immediately the whole thing came unto us and we wrote it down and they stood first. It has happened with many. So in every action, in everything, whatever you do, you should know it is the Parama Chaitanya that acts. Only thing you have to be aware of yourself, and aware of it, it acts. And you just jump into that awareness and it works. And that you have seen. But still, so many people do not know. So many people still, though they know through their brains, do not know in their hearts. And so many people, even if they know in their hearts, they do not act in their attention. So only these three things you have to improve. One is your head, another is your heart, and third is your liver. If you can improve these three organs, this Parama Chaitanya will act. But then all this attention about money, so many people, money, this, that, there's nothing to it. Parama Chaitanya will create everything for you, whatever you want. It may not create money because it doesn't have a mint, but it will create possibilities. Possibilities. And this is something to be understood very well. And it's so blissful to know that now you are aware of the Parama Chaitanya and you can master it. Master it in the sense not that you dominate it, but you ask him like a jinn, you can say, all right, do this, do that. With respect. With respect, it works. But the way sometimes we do not pay respect to Parama Chaitanya is also something surprising. The way we act all the time, the way we are behaving. Like in my presence, people will sit down and close their eyes. Or they will start worshipping the photograph instead of me. Sometimes the way they handle their kundalini, sometimes the way they behave towards themselves and others, all these things are to be understood. Now that we have entered into the kingdom of God means Parama Chaitanya. And that we are very important citizens of that. If one can understand this, then I think sahajayoga can be very successful. Everything will work out. Miraculously, everything will work out. And all those who are not aware about the possibilities to what they can reach, they are thrown out, in the sense in the fold, in the ignorance, so-called, into the darkness. Again, they can come back to light when they have sins. So be forgiving about them. It can happen to you also if you understand that way. I hope today's lecture you have been able to assimilate within yourself. That's very important to assimilate, to know that you are in the Parama Chaitanya. And that's how you'll become very sweet, you'll become very considerate and very loving, affectionate and wise. That's very important. May God bless you. point about which some leaders have said that you people don't buy individually my tapes. And then you come to the ashrams and want to listen to my tapes again and again, and you spoil the tapes. This is wrong. You are all Sahajogis. You must respect. And all of you must try to get the tapes properly in proper manner and should use your own tapes carefully and with respect. Because some people are taking away also the tapes from the ashrams and using them. No, it's very precious. All of you should treat it as a very precious thing, and all of you should take tapes which are being created by the ashram and use them. But in the ashram you can use it once in a while. But for your house, for your car, or I have seen that in other horrible false gurus people, they just take the tapes, never play any music, nothing, they're just playing the tapes. So in the same way you can have that, because it's not easy to understand my lecture in my first shot. You have to individually sit down and listen to it and decode it and see for yourself what it is. Because I myself, when I listen to my lectures, I get lost. Today you have come here to worship me as Sri Ganesh. We have been singing the praise of Sri Ganesha before every puja. And we have such tremendous respect for Sri Ganesh, because we have found out that unless and until Sri Ganesha, who is the symbol of our innocence, is not awakened within us, we cannot enter into the kingdom of God. And even to stay there and to enjoy the blessings of Sri Ganesha, we have to have our innocence fully blossoming. So we praise him, and he is very easily praised. And whatever we might have done wrong before coming to Sahajayoga, he completely forgives, because he is the eternal child. You have seen children, when you slap them, sometimes get angry with them, they forget it. They only remember the love and not what they have suffered at your hands. Till they grow up, they do not have memory of bad things done to them. From the very beginning, a child is born to a mother. He doesn't know what he has gone through. Then gradually the memory starts working, and he starts restoring things within himself. But in the beginning only he remembers what nice things have happened to him. So we always like to ponder about our childhood, what we enjoyed in our childhood. But as we start growing up, we start remembering all the miseries and all the tribulations we had to go through. All the ordeals through which we have passed, we try to magnify it. In childhood, the children only remember the people who have loved them and not the people who have hurt them. They don't want to remember, perhaps. It looks like that. But when they grow up, they only try to remember those people who have harmed them or have troubled them. And that's how they make themselves very miserable. But the principle of Ganesha is extremely subtle. It's the subtlest of subtle. And it exists in everything. That it exists in the matter, in the form of vibrations. There is no matter which is without vibrations. It has vibrations which are seen even in the atoms and also in the molecules of all matter that is existing. So Sri Ganesha is the first one who was established in the matter as well. As a result, we can see he exists in the sun, he exists in the moon, he exists in the whole universe, in the whole creation, and he continues to exist in human beings also. Only the human beings have capacity to some or other cover up the innocence. Otherwise, animals are innocent. Human beings have the freedom. If they want, they can cover up their innocence. They can shut down the doors of Sri Ganesha and say that he does not exist. They can cloud it. And that is why we find among human beings that they are doing so many horrible things, avoiding the existence of Sri Ganesha. But he acts. He acts in a way that he shows natural results of our wrongdoings. Like if you do things which are not pleasing to Sri Ganesh, he goes up to a point, forgives you up to a point, and then he starts emerging out as diseases, as physical diseases, and in women it becomes a mental disease. Also, it can create problems in the nature. The natural catastrophes are also only the curse of Sri Ganesha. When people start doing wrong things, behaving in a wrong manner, collectively, then the natural catastrophes come to teach them a lesson. So, in his essence, though he exists in everything, also in that he has capacity to assert his will to bring forth the destruction of the whole world. We have Sri Ganesha's idea as a minute thing. We think he can go on a little mouse, so he must be very minute. He is as minute as he is great. He surpasses all the deities because of his wisdom. He is the giver of wisdom. He gives us wisdom. He makes us learn. He is our Guru in that respect, Mahaguru, because he teaches us how we should behave. If you try to surpass him and try to misbehave, even the mother won't support, because she knows that those who surpass Sri Ganesha are also the people who will never respect the mother. So he is the epitome of respect for mother. Epitome. He does not know any other gods, he does not know Sadashiva, he doesn't know anybody else, but he only respects the mother. So he is the one who is the power of devotion and complete surrender to mother, and that's why he is the most powerful deity among all the deities. And nobody can surpass him in his powers. We have to understand that as children are growing, Sri Ganesha starts growing in them also, but as they are human beings, they can somehow or other try to overpower Sri Ganesha. So it's the duty of parents who are Sahajogis to see that they look after their children in a way, in a detached way, to see that Sri Ganesha in them is settled. The first sign of Sri Ganesha in a child is wisdom. If the child is not wise, if he is troublesome, if he does not know how to behave, then that shows that the Sri Ganesha is being attacked by him. And these days, in the modern times, as it is, children are very much under attack. Innocence is under attack. And it is very difficult for people to make a fine line as to how far to go with children and how far not to go. Today's lecture would be more concerning about how far to go with Sri Ganesha as far as children are concerned, because that's a very important point. Because he is the giver of wisdom. So the parents must understand that if he is the giver of wisdom, there should be wisdom within me. And if I have the wisdom, then I have the balance. And I don't lose tempers with children, but I try to correct them in such a manner that they get corrected. On the contrary, if you try to be very harsh with your children, they might react and they might go astray. Or you try to restrict them too much, then also they will behave in the same manner. So one thing is to be taught to your own children, as Sri Ganesha himself does, that respect your mother. Your mother means your holy mother and your own mother. That is very important. If the father doesn't make the child respect the mother, the child can never be all right, because the authority comes from the father, no doubt, but mother must be respected. But for that it is very important that mother must respect the father. So in the presence of children, if you start fighting with each other, misbehaving and talking in a manner that is not proper, also will have a very bad effect on the Ganesha Tattva of the child. This upbringing is a very important thing in Sahajayoga, because by God's grace you all have got realized children. So you must know how far to go with your children, to make them wiser, to be moral, to be righteous. First thing is that you should try to preserve their wisdom. If they say something wise, you must appreciate. But they should not also say out of place, out of grace. So the misbehavior is also not to be tolerated, in the sense that whatever is wisdom within has to be expressed outside as light. Now we go further with it to see how far Sri Ganesha acts. As I said, in the subtlest of subtlest he exists, but you have to awaken him. For example, you have seen the water which is vibrated. Means what? Vibrated means the Ganesha Tattva is being enlightened in that water. So when that water goes into your stomach or into your eyes or wherever you want to put it, it acts. Acts in a way that it excites Sri Ganesha Tattva into anything that you put it. Now you have seen we have got miracles of agriculture to begin with. Miracles of agriculture is such that people are amazed. But it's very simple. Once you start exciting the Ganesh principle into the seed, it becomes 10 times, sometimes 100 times. Even the Mother Earth, which we think to be something dead, can be vibrated. Supposing you Sahajogis walk bare feet on the ground, the Mother Earth gets vibrated. Such Mother Earth will act on the trees, on the grass, on the flowers, on the everything. As it is, the Sahajogis have been telling me that in their ashrams all the flowers that grow are out of size and very fragrant. Like daisies never had fragrance in London or in England, never. Now the daisy size was so small, it has become so big, and you see them everywhere, so fragrant. And it is a miracle the first time when I told somebody that the daisies have fragrance, they couldn't believe it. And when they saw the fragrance, they were surprised. In the same way, Ganesha Tattva understands things, organizes, works out. If it is awakened, if it is not, it is sleeping, then it does not. So it acts, it works out. Like a little seed when it sprouts, at the tip of the seed there is a little cell which has got the Ganesh Tattva which is being awakened. So it knows how to go down, how to go around a stone, and how to embed itself, and how to reach the source of water. But it has only the sense how far to go to exist, how far to go to nourish yourself on a very material plane, how to allow the tree to grow. But this Ganesh Tattva starts becoming very, very subtle and subtlest at the point of Agya Chakra. At the time of Agya Chakra, it understands that it has now the spiritual dimension. The same Ganesha Tattva which acted in a small little tip of a root now acts for the spiritual thing. That's why people close their eyes when they meditate, because they don't want to see anything else, but they want Sri Ganesha just to act for the meditative process of their Kundalini. This process of meditation, when we close our eyes, acts. But if you see, if somebody is sleeping and he is dreaming, you will see there will be, the eyes will be all the time moving, there will be moving eyes. This Ganesh Tattva is now acted by your attention. If you have an attention which is all the time going from this place to that place, to that place, to that place, then it is affected. Especially in the case when we start looking at men, looking at women all the time, then also our Ganesha Tattva gets very much destroyed. Such people are difficult for rising in their ascent, because Agya itself goes out. Then this Ganesha Tattva can also be reduced if you are very materialistic, all that worried about your things, like you have something in the house, you're worried about and looking at everything all the time, trying to correct it, and all the time worried about the matter. Then also this Ganesha Tattva can be lost, because you are all the time worried about these things. Like we are going to the shop and we are seeing everything, what is there, what should I buy, what should I buy. Like that also if you do too much it will be. But supposing you are buying something out of beauty, for beauty. You want to buy something for beautifying your house. That means you are trying to do something to please others. You are doing it to make others very happy. Then it acts the other way now. Then it increases your ascent. But if it is done only to create a kind of a joy for others, sharing of the beauty of whatever you have bought or you have taken. But supposing you are buying anything for making others feel jealous, That also I have recently learned that there is a capacity like that for people to buy something to make others jealous, not to make somebody feel happy. If there are people who buy things just to make others feel jealous, then also their Ganesha Tattva can be destroyed. What you should buy anything, you should make a beautiful house. When somebody comes to your house, you should say, oh, what a nice thing we have seen. Not attachment to the thing, but attachment to the thing, how people feel, how they feel nice and relaxed, and they feel their Sri Ganesha within them, which is beauty. When this feeling comes in, then we should say there's Ganesha. And it's a very motherly feeling, it is. Like a mother always wants to give sweet things to her children, beautiful things to her children. In the same way, in that you have that vatsalya, as it's called, is the feeling of the mother for the child. That subtle feeling you have, that people have come to my house, now see how they're happy, they're enjoying this, and they are appreciating it. In that way, you also satisfy a very great Ganesha principle, is that you have taken note of the artists. Though the artists are creating their all beautiful things out of matter through the Swadhisthana, but without Swadhisthana being governed by Sri Ganesha, it cannot be beautiful. These days, as you see, the artists are taking to all sort of grotesque things and very immoral things. And these things are of no eternal value. Today people will buy them and tomorrow they'll throw away. Only the things which have got the subtle Ganesh principle in it acting, which makes you soothe down, which makes you feel peaceful, which makes you feel happy, is the one that is appreciated. So Sri Ganesha establishes within you the higher self. So the baser self which enjoys all baser things of lives are being curtailed down, being cut down, sometimes completely destroyed by Sri Ganesha. I'll give an example of Mona Lisa. If you see Mona Lisa, I don't know, she cannot be an actress. She cannot win any beauty contest, I think. Her face is very serene, very motherly, very pure, her eyes. And why is it that she's eternally so much appreciated? The reason is, there is Ganesha principle in her. She's a mother. And the story about that one is that this lady had lost her child. And she would never smile, she would never cry. And one little child was brought to her. And when she saw the child, then the smile that came on her face of that love for the child is being depicted by this great artist. And that's why people are appreciating it. And you have seen in the West, though the people don't show much interest in the mother-child relationships, anywhere you go is the mother and child theme is the best. They'll show you a photograph, this is mother and child, this is Christ's mother and child. When the Christ was brought down, the mother is there. They have to have mother and the child principle acting, otherwise that picture is not regarded as something great. Or you have to have actually Christ, who is the Ganesh principle himself, to be shown. I haven't seen any picture as such of those days where these principles are not there. Even Picasso has used it. Even people who have been quite modern had to use this principle to popularize. But some people have used to popularize not the Ganesh principle, just anti-Ganesh principles. All such things have vanished into thin air, and I see now gradually it's all going down and down and down and down. Despite the fact people have lost their morals, but still they would like to have Rembrandt, they would like to have Leonardo da Vinci, they would like to have such artists who have done mother and child. It's very surprising. Even I went to Austria this time, I said, what statue is yours? I said, we have got beautiful Madonna and the Child. So this principle is the most pleasing principle. It's the most pleasing principle for human beings. To to see the children, to play with them, to enjoy their company. Why? Because it has that sweetness of a child. It's really, I should say, tickles joy within you when you see a child. Immediately the face becomes different. I have told you that I have seen even a crocodile cracking her eggs. I mean, I showed it in a film. And you should have seen the eyes of the crocodile at that time. How carefully she was cracking. So beautiful her eyes were, full of such love pouring out of her eyes. I can't believe these are the eyes of the same crocodile. And so slowly she's cracking with her mouth all the eggs and the little crocodiles coming out. And then she brings them on the shore and washes them in the mouth all the time. I am spellbound to see all this beautiful expression of your love. Such attention and creativity. I must be the luckiest guru to get the outside nature reproduced here so beautifully. After seeing this, no guru can escape complete melting of his heart. Actually, my disciples are very clever people. They can neutralize any guru. So that Guru's staff, which is used for disciplining the disciple, also melts away into a lotus. Every time it's such a beautiful surprise to see how sahajogis are getting one with the divine. The expression of their joy, the conception of the divine. You can see very clearly, this is how I want you all to sit in the kingdom of God as I am sitting today. We have to realize that we are now the part and parcel of that cosmic consciousness itself. the Brahma. The one that creates, which coordinates, which plans into all the details, and the one that loves through its creation, through its expression, is that cosmic consciousness. We are not only in it, but we can handle it. We can regulate it. We can use it. We can work it out. This is the state when we are in. We are the Guru. Guru means a thing which is higher than the gravity of the earth, or stronger than the gravity of the earth. What is the gravity of the earth? Superficially, when we see that, we understand it as a thing that acts on our body to keep us on the ground. Also, there is a load of a big atmosphere on our head, of many elephants standing on our head. Plus the Mother Earth has the gravity to pull us towards herself. That's on the gross level, we understand the gravity. And on the gross level also we sometimes understand the Guru principle. On the gross level we think a good Guru is that person who just attracts you towards himself. Bodily attraction. Or maybe other attractions. Which are gurus. And that's why people always go to the gurus who are false, who are superficial. But the one who is above the gravity of the Mother Earth, the gross, the subtler and the subtlest, beyond all these attractions, that is the one, is the Guru. So, in the very gross way, we see that normally people are attracted towards other through the body element. The gravity acting through the body. A guru who looks like a cinema actor was very much appreciated. They cannot see the totality of beauty, but just one aspect The earlier gurus who came as false gurus used to paint their faces even in India. Or they would go to special decorators who would make their hair look like Shankara's jatas, and eyes were painted with big black coal up to this, and the whole body was covered with funny type of a powder. Or they would wear a kashaya, a cloth that was given a color of saffron without using the saffron. In 2 rupees you can get that. And people would be attracted towards such a person. They would carry an elephant. To sit on an elephant, even to add to the propensity of the superficial gravity, and walk on the streets. And people would bow to them and give them whatever they wanted. This cannot elevate anyone. Any body attraction can enslave you, cannot give you freedom. It will give you habits for your body enslavements, and also it will enslave you to your guru. If he knows how to keep attractive in various ways. The whole understanding of the cosmic consciousness can be put in one little sentence, that it cannot be attracted by the gravity of any stars, earth, moon or sun. The other attractions one has from the Mother Earth are all for food, greed, lust, materialism at its worst. It comes from matter. All that comes from matter. Once you start getting used to it, you become a slave and not a guru. So the first attempt should be for anybody to be a good guru is to get over material attraction. In a subtler way, we can see it happens like this. A lady or a gentleman buys an ashram in Sahajayoga, and the Sahajogis start living in that ashram. The owner of that house starts worrying about the house and all material things in that house, rather than the emancipation of the disciples or the Sahajogis who are there. The whole attention is towards the material upkeep of the house and not towards the emancipation of the Sahajogis who are supposed to rise into the cosmic consciousness. And such a person, if he starts believing that he is the Guru, or in any way even a Sahajogi, he is sadly mistaken. Where is your attention is the point. If you are the Guru, where is your attention? If your attention is on the correction and the nourishment of yourself and of others, then you are first of all the Sahajogi. And once you rise above the gravitational force of materialism, then you could be called as the Guru. Anything that is living has a capacity to rise against the gravity up to a point. That is limited. Like we have seen the trees. They come out of the Mother Earth and grow upward, up to a limited space. Every tree, every type of tree has its own limitations. Cedar will be cedar and rose will be a rose. Is all controlled by the gravitational force. But there is one thing which rises against the gravitational force, which has no limits, and that is your Kundalini. It cannot be controlled by the gravitational force unless and until you want it to be controlled. Nothing can control it but you and yourself can control it. So as soon as you become in charge of your Kundalini, you have crossed one step forward, that you have overcome the force, that is the gravitational force. Then the cycle of all the 5 elements is bound together. All the 5 elements have to go in a cycle in such a way that nothing is wasted, nothing is spoiled, everything is organized. But the cycle is broken only by the awakening of the Kundalini. Because you enter into the highest of highest, which is the cosmic consciousness, which you know how to regulate yourself. That cosmic consciousness is the Param Tattva, is the principle of all the principles, controls all the principles. So it controls also the principles of all these 5 elements. It controls the Manashakti. It controls the evolution and gives you the power to evolve others. So this great Brahma Shakti is at your lotus feet. Perhaps Sahajogis do not realize what they have achieved. The only difference between a Adi Guru and a Guru, Sadguru I would say, is this, that the Adi Guru knows that he is the controlling power. He knows he is with absolute oneness with the Brahma Tattva, with the cosmic. The authority with which he talks, the complete confidence with which he says things. There is no doubt in his mind. In any one of his teachings, he will say, I verily say to you that confidence that I am with the Brahma Tattva, that I am the Brahma, and that I am controlling all that Tattva. Makes him a prophet. Because whatever he says, prophesizes, is the truth. Whatever he says about the past is the truth. And he knows that. He has no doubts. The authority with which Moses talked, authority with which Socrates talked, authority with which Lao Tse talked, all these great Adi-Gurus, from Adinath to Sainath, they didn't say, if you do this way will be good or that way would be good. No, this is what it is, you better do it. This is what it is. But in modern times, those gurus may not work out. That's why a mother had to come. First to give you realization. Because these gurus did not realize another point, that their disciples not understand them at all. Whatever they are doing out of awe. But awe doesn't have understanding in it. Or even the earlier ones may have had. The generation that came afterwards did not have. So they turned the gurus into a facade, and the whole building they owned as their own, creating all kinds of problems, Healing the universality and the collectivity, because Brahma Tattva is the power of the collectivity. Is in everything, in the atom, in the molecule, in the human heart. Everywhere it is reflected, depending on the reflector, and it controls. This understanding they had, but the human understanding perhaps they did not have. That if we today tell them something, they might listen to us, but tomorrow they will forget. So it was necessary that you all should be given realization. Otherwise, also without realization, what's the use? What's the use of talking to people about the colors, those who don't have eyes? So realization has to be given. But it should not be done with diffidence. When a guru does not feel vibrations properly, he becomes diffident about giving realization. But even when he feels it clearly, he will not say things with authority. Authority by any chance does not mean aggressiveness. Authority is because you have it, that's why you express it. Like this light is now shining on my face. It is shining, it's not aggressive. Because that's the quality it has got, that it has to shine, so it is shining. In the same way, a guru shines before the disciples. It's very easy to understand this word shine. When you have something dirty, it doesn't shine. Even the gold, which is always shining, is not tarnishable. If you put it under the mud, it won't shine. So you have to wash it, clean it, and rub it nicely so that it shines. But in Guru Tattva, it is from the basics you have to start. Before the gold came into its own state of gold, it was mixed with so many other things. So it had to be heated up, melted away, sieved out, and so many processes it had to go through to become gold. So when you become Sahajogis, you have become gold. Now the second job is to keep this gold shining. And third would be to get a part in the crown of your mother so that you can never be tarnished. Into these three stages one has to. First of all, to judge yourself, to be a guru, you have to have a gravity of your own, which is not bound by the gravity of the Mother Earth. That's the minimum of minimum. Which does not mean you wear outside the kashaya, the dress that suggests that you are a sannyasi. But from inside, you should be a sannyasi. Now a sannyasi who is inside a sannyasi will have a big bank balance maybe, but will know nothing about it. Will be very indifferent and any day willing to part with it. A sannyasi has to be a person above lust. Should not know what is a lust is. What is this attraction of lust is? That through his kundalini and muladhara, he can achieve it. Because now you have a capacity to rise above the gravity. You have got that power now to rise above this lust business. Where your attention gets absolutely ruined. But in Sahajayoga we have everything. Like on Indian streets you'll find the most modern car, a Rolls Royce, Mercedes, as well as you can find a bullock cart, and also lots of cows and buffaloes, everything there. In the same way I think in Sahajayoga we have all kinds. We have some people who are very great. And try to achieve a state of untarnishability. Put their attention to it, work it out. But we also have people who are absolutely useless things, just hanging on to Sahajayoga, to use Sahajayoga for their own popularity maybe, for their own gains. I don't know for what. I have seen people who give lectures in the name of Sahajayoga and are badly caught up. There is a gravity acting in you, remember that. The gravity of the Mother Earth. Some sort of a gravity which should be located. But some of them are nothing but worms. They cannot go higher. And the outsiders see those worms only and try to say that Sahajayoga is no good. Your Kundalini has the power. It has all the powers to make you the highest of highest. An ordinary grass can become a cedar. There's no limits to it. But you must have confidence in yourself and confidence in sahajayoga. If you don't have confidence in yourself or in sahajayoga, nothing can work it out. But the highest of all is the sincerity which nobody can instill in you. There are so many descriptions of a guru, how a Sadguru should be. Not in the West, I didn't see that, because I think they never believed in gurus, but they have lots of gurus. Like Pope is another horrible fake guru sitting there. Then we have another one, Bishop of Canterbury, sitting there. All of them are false gurus. Know nothing about Kundalini, don't know anything Brahma. And they just want to denounce Indian ideas, not because they are Indian, but because if Sahajayoga is established, they will lose all their earnings. From where will they get their money and their crowns? So they want to propound that they are the solution, achieving nothing, spoiling the name of Christ, saying all kinds of things against Him, stupidly, without knowing the divine. Then we have many in the Islam, horrible people, just the opposite of Muhammad Sahib, doing all wrong things in the name of Muhammad Sahib. It's something like, one can understand that a thief has to become an impostor, to behave like a king to show that he is not a thief and to have his thieving done. This is how they are, all of them. Right from India, we have many Brahmins of the same category. This priesthood has to go. Wherever there is a priest, no, it's a mafia. It's a sophisticated mafia. No such yogi guru is going to take any money, nor anybody is going to bow to them, nor they are going to take any kind of special attention. In the sense, in one place, we had an ashram where the guru and the guruvi became very important, and the guruvi wanted her tea to be sent on her bed with a proper table, and she became a mini Mataji or a greater Mataji, because I don't demand many things which she demanded. I never demand anything. Whatever you do is very great for me. And this is how they felt they were great gurus, by asking for this privilege and that privilege. Guru has to suffer the most. That's how he can command. He has to be the example of austerity and of detachment. That's how he is going to get respect. In Sahajayoga, nobody is going to respect anybody because that guru has made so much money out of Sahajogis. But the attention on money itself of Sahajogis itself is suggestive that they are not Sahajogis. For example, when you wanted to collect money, I never asked for a house or anything. The idea came from some Sahajogis, there should be a house for me. Who can house me? Just think of it. Is it possible? Is it possible to house me? Not possible. So with a purpose and with my name, we could have something done in the heart of the universe, where everybody is sleeping practically. We had to do something dynamic there. And I heard that some stupid people started arguing on that. That's again the sign of not understanding. If mother has said yes, she would not do it for no reason. So the power of understanding only comes when we become the power of cosmic consciousness. Because cosmic consciousness understands each and everything. Sitting down here, you can understand everything, you don't have to go there. Everything. And because your mother is a Mahamaya, it may not show, but it will expose one day. So you have to depend on that part of Sahaja that it is a Mahamaya's job. So we should not get disturbed or upset. It will show. So you are doubly blessed. First of all, you got your realization, which they say is the hardest of hardest thing to get. You have overcome the gravity. And secondly, your mother is the mother of all the Adi Gurus. She is the one who taught all the Adi Gurus. She created the Adi Gurus, and she'll create out of you the Adi Gurus. But the quality has to be of gold. The Guru has to himself accept all the challenges, everything, to go through it, to work it out, to cleanse himself, to see for himself how far he has reached. He has not just to depend on some certificates of few people. It's not artificiality. It is not falsehood. It is reality. And when you come to reality, you must know that you have to be satisfied about yourself. Then comes the confidence. That's how the authority comes in. That you are sure of yourself that whatever you are doing is the reality. Reality and nothing else. And this power is within you. The Kundalini is within you. She is your own mother. All your life you have wasted in doing all kinds of things. People have gone into lots of penances, doing anti-culture, great jobs of ruining themselves and destroying themselves. What did they get? Then they started another sort. They are busy now with another trip. And they'll be busy tomorrow with another trip. But whatever they do stupid, they do it so seriously. That's the most surprising thing is, into all the details, Nothing should be missing. The complete stupidity must be achieved with full sincerity. That surprises me the most. And then what confidence? If you ask me, why did you do it? He said, what's wrong? You're amazed. There should be a new word rather than bumptiousness for this kind of thing. That you cut your nose, and when the doctor asks you, why did you cut it, it's what's wrong? I've done it well, better than you could do. This is how human nature is. That's stupid. But when it comes to reality, how are you? Devastatingly, we work out our destruction, our construction, and our ascent. Do we do it that assiduously, with that caution, with that care, with that detailed understanding? And the best part of it, that when you are doing it, you get choice, immediately rewarded. For example, doing all this, you must have all enjoyed, no doubt. Anything that you do in the name of God is immediately rewarded. The subtlest of subtle in the form of joy, and grossest of grossest in the form of all kinds of things. So why not do it something with complete understanding, meticulously, carefully? Why not? With full attention and concentration. Because the reward is joy. Ultimately, what do we seek is nothing but joy. Rationally we understand, but not from the heart. It doesn't go in the heart easily. Now people are saying, Mother, open my heart. How am I to open it? Just tell me. One has to go for an open heart surgery, I think, the way things are. To open your heart, the Guru has to be generous. Whatever these other gurus are doing, just the opposite of that. What have you given? We can go. Because the goddess has to be Dakshinamurti. She has to be on the north side, to be on her eyes on the south. That's the reason she has to be. We could not be in Scotland, that would have been too much for you. But that would have been the idea for all of us. Because then our drishti is towards, our vision is towards the south, and we see the whole universe. under our own beautiful visions. So that's how spontaneously we found this place. And सब लोग were yes, no, no, yes. But spontaneously we got it. And then we found out it has a history. Then we found out its beautiful vibrations. Then we found out the potential about it. Whatever you get spontaneously, it is full of potentials. On this point, I have to say a few words. It's important. Can I have my handkerchief, please? I have to get few points I have to say about, thank you, about spontaneity part, which is quite interesting, the way people think spontaneity works. Like, it's mostly ego part which says this is spontaneous. With so many people, especially the very old Sahajogis think they are authorities on spontaneity. Like we had a land in Vaitana. So one of the older one went there and he said, this land is vibrating and this is not vibrating. So everybody accepted, all right, all right, all right. Then they said, in this part of the land, nobody should eat their food. Then from where does this knowledge come? I mean, eating food is not a sin, is it? As if it is a sin that you are eating food in there. Then religiously they follow A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, Z and again A, B, C, D. Of Sahajayoga to such an extent, I start thinking now they have become another fanatic Sahajogis. Fanaticism is against Sahajayoga, absolutely. Now they'll ask, how many times we should say this mantra? Then I say 0 times. How many drops we should put the ghee in our nose? Then I say a full jug. Then, oh, I should not have gone from the left side. I should have gone from the right side. Then I would say you just jump up. You have to be like children. But the ideas are so settled down in Sahajayoga now. It's so many years, of course. But they should not settle down. If they settle down, it's not Sahaj. It's not spontaneous. If you do this way, then it is wrong. That way it is wrong. Nothing of the kind. Nothing is wrong for you people. If you do anything wrong, your vibrations will be lost, finished. What is there to be so cautious? Like somebody said, I don't want to look at the cigarette. I said, why? Looking at it also is sinful. I said, looking at it, what happens? Then I feel like smoking. So I said, better smoke once for all. Or I cannot hold a wine bottle in my hand. Why? No, holding the wine bottle is sinful. I mean, you can swim in the wine. So this kind of understanding should be there. Though I have always said that if I say one thing, you will cling on to it. So I always say the other side of it. That don't stick on to something. Sahajayoga is not for sticking on to something. Like somebody who had learned certain, say, lessons about Sahajayoga in the beginning of it, certain mantras they had learned, and still they are sticking on to the same step. No, 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 no. You have to go ahead. This is just a staircase. Don't get stuck at a point. We have had so many such cases here. People get really outworn, as they say. They'll go on telling you so many nonsensical ideas. You see, if you do like this, then this happens. First of all, you don't give ideas to others. That's one thing. If you decide that we don't give ideas about what's wrong with another person, half of your job is done. Because you don't have to do any job as I don't do. Anybody who comes, you are a booth. You better have it. I get reports from others. They say that your Sahajogis are wicked people. I said, why? Oh, they tell you you are evil. They tell you you are possessed. They tell you you are this, you are that. They are very wicked people. I am really shocked to hear that Sahajogis, how can they be wicked? If somebody is suffering from something in the phone, they say, oh, you better have it. It's good for you. That's not the way. We have to be not only humble, very tactful and sweet to new people if you want any more to come in. But if you have decided not to have any more because we'll have to put another marquee, then I have nothing to say. But if you want others to come in, it's important that you talk to them in a very sweet and beautiful language, the way they understand. Rudeness, arrogance, showing off is of no use. One should understand Sahaja is where you are in complete enjoyment about it. You are just lost into that enjoyment. Where is the time to remember how many times to give bandhan to yourself? What is the need to give bandhan to yourself? It's all a joke now for you, should be. A little child sucks the milk from the bottle, all right, because it has no teeth. But what about you people having that kind of a thing? It's very childish and shows no growth at all. Sahaja must grow with it. You should not be anymore regarded as immature Sahajogis. I would say a person who is a matured Sahajogi is the one who can combine so many things together with all beautiful lines, thin maryadas maintained. But you cannot do the other way around. For example, if you say, all right, now I'll be sweet, and then I'll be angry, then I'll be like this, then I'll be like that. It will be a hodgepodge. It's a funny personality. You see, suddenly I get angry, like that. And then people will think you are doing Bharatanatyam or something like that. Showing all your moods. In 5 minutes you show 10 moods. This is the growth within you which will show. So we have to have our growth, and for growth let us be silent within. Let us not react to others. This person is like that, that person is like that. What about yourself? Also, there are other ways, like I tell somebody that you see, you have this problem. So that person immediately goes to the second person and says, you see, mother told me that you to have this problem, better look after. I didn't tell that person, I told you. Keep it to yourself. So mother says is to be given up. Absolutely. If mother has to say, she'll say it. Why should you communicate? Why should you say, I never asked you to say that? And understanding sahajayoga is very simple, extremely simple. When you understand one thing, that you have to have your innocence intact. Now how to get to innocence? People will say. How to get to innocence? It's a vicious circle. How to get to innocence? It's a very vicious circle. You have to get to innocence. Through what? Your ego or super ego? How will you get to innocence? Mother says, don't raise your kundalini. I mean, I am sitting here, people are just doing like that. What's happening? I am sitting here, kundalini is up there on your head. What are you raising? Now, how to manage is the problem. Very simple it is. In the beginning I said, let your Guru reside in your heart. How to manage? Why? Let Mother manage. Mother is managing me. Keep it at that. Your right side will clear. Your left side will clear when you say, nobody can manage me but Mother can manage me. Two things together. Things will work out. Thank God you have somebody like me to sitting here where you can say so. Think of those who never had anyone to tell them or to be in their presence, to say that I can manage this or you can manage that. That's how you can balance. Allow your kundalini to grow. Everything works out. Like this house when I purchased, or when they purchased, or who purchased. So many questions and complications, how. Questions and complications, how. What's worked? It's there, quite intact. Nothing has fallen off. Nothing has gone wrong. I had to shout once, all right. But let me shout. You don't start shouting. As soon as I finish, they'll take a loudspeaker, shout even louder. Mother says, so you are this, that. I am saying about you, whom are you preaching? But only you must know that when I tell you something, please do it. Please do it. See, because I know quite a lot. Because I am Guru, your Guru. Because I am the Guru of all the Gurus. And those who is a real Guru knows that my mother knows everything. She is knowledge herself. If she says something, it means something. And even I may test you sometime, doesn't matter. That's how you become the Guru. Shivaji had a Guru called Ramdasa. In those days, Gurus used to take a lot of tests of their disciples. I never took your test or anything. But you are testing yourself, that's all. And his Guru one day said that, I think I need the milk of a tigress. I have to drink the milk of a tigress. Half of them died. And most of them didn't hear it. Shivaji said, all right, I'll get you. He went in the jungles. He saw a tigress and there were small little children she had. And those cubs were lying on the side. He went and he just said, Namaskar to her. He said, my Guru wants your milk. That's all. Because Gurus are Parabrahma. their orders are listened to by the Parabrahma. My Guru Sri Ramdasa wants your milk. So please, will you give me your milk? So nicely she got up, stood up before him. He milked her and took that milk for his Guru. This is what it is. Have you understood the meaning of Gurupada? When you become absolutely one with the desires of your Guru, you achieve the position of a Guru. But if you still have certain ideas about it, then Sri Ramadasa has said that then God alpadharishtapahe. It sees your little courage. All right, go ahead. Break your heads and then come back. I'll fix them up. So it is important that we should do one thing seriously, is to take your mother very seriously when it comes to some request. Of course, in English language I always say, please, will you do it? Or I may even say, I'm afraid, will you do it? But that should make no difference. Other day only when we are coming for Cardiff, I said that the first class will be coming on the other side. But everybody at the platform said, no, it's coming on the other side. I said, all right. We sat down and then they announced that the first class is coming on this side. So we all again walked back. It's all right for those people. What about you? Many a times you have seen, I'm at the asking of a Guru if something goes wrong also. It should be always accepted as the law of the divine. Because Guru is the giver of the law of the divine, not the worldly laws. The law of the divine he gives you. The law of the divine you understand, then you have to surrender to that law of the divine, and that's how you will become masters of that law. Today for a Guru Puja, I can go on talking to you, but today I would request you to understand that why surrendering as Islam is called was so important, that if God is your Guru, let him guide you. Thy will be done. Let us not guide ourselves. And also, sometimes they try to guide the Guru as well. Then the Guru plays tricks. And then you fall into the trap of tricks. And then you find it's too much. It's better to listen to what the Guru is telling you, and better to do it. Whatever the Guru says is all right. Gurus can ask you anything. I mean, I am quite a nice Guru. Like this Ramadasa himself asked his disciples that I have got a very bad septic big boil, and please try to suck it out because it's full of pus. Imagine. So they didn't know what to do, how to suck the pus of the Guru is too much. But Shivaji came forward, he took down his hat, sat down next to him, started sucking. People said, how is it? It's very sweet, very nice. Actually he had tied a mango there. Not take the tests of others. Leave them to me, I'll manage all of them one by one. Whatever has to happen, happens. In Sahajayoga, to think that 100% will be rich, wealthy, healthy and on top of the world is a nonsense. If you become very wealthy, then there will be recession because others will be very poor. If you become very healthy, then nobody will come near us. If we all look like wrestlers, who will come nearer? If you become very wise, then people will be frightened of such wise people. They cannot understand anything, it will go over their heads. So let us be in the center. We should be wealthy, but not too much. We should be healthy, but not too much. And we should be wise, but not too much. So far, so good. That's how we should move, so we keep to our maryadas and we become beautiful sahajogis who will be congenial to others, who will be able to get others to us, who will be able to project an image of magnetic personalities. And this is what we have to do. If you try to show off in any way, like I have seen people try to show off unnecessarily, there's no need. Just be in the background. If you are very much in the background, just be in the foreground. Try to balance yourself. Try to watch yourself and guide yourself and tell yourself. Become your own gurus. Judge yourself. How far you are in the center. How far you are growing. How much growth have you achieved? Are you still attached to small things here and there? Are you still bothered about small things? Mother, I should have got 80% marks, I have got only 75% marks. Oh God. Because he got 75% marks, there's something good has to come out. He has to learn a lesson maybe. Or maybe that he has to take some other course. Maybe something that is good for his ascent has to work out, is to be seen if you have to be gurus. If you can't see that, how can others see that? This is to be realized, not to be put in the mind, but to be realized in the heart, in the realm of your heart. You have to realize it. You have to understand it in the realm of your heart. Nice that we are in England, the heart of the universe, that we are talking about opening our hearts. If you have to put me there, is the ocean of love, and to contain this ocean of love, you have to have a very, very large heart, bigger than your personalities, bigger than your countries, bigger than this world, bigger than this universe. May God bless you. On material level, let us see. Then on physical level, have you ever massaged their head? I have massaged so many people's head. At least 50% of you had that. what physical comfort you have given to that person. If you are the Guru, then what is the emotional confidence you have given to that person? If you are shouting for that person, why did you keep it there? Why didn't you keep it here? Also it is vice versa among human beings. If you try to be nice to somebody, that person becomes ego-oriented. Dangerous stuff, you know. You are nice to somebody, you are kind to that person, you give him some money or you give him something. Then they say ego comes in that person. I'm surprised sometimes. How can it be? But it happens. I mean, I have been victim of such a nonsense. That people have to say, Mother, you spoiled that person. Just don't know, how can I spoil? Why it happens? Because human beings have another great quality, that they cannot understand that anybody can care for them, because they cannot care for anyone. Anybody cares for them, they become egoistical. I have known about some Indians who went abroad and people thought Indians have come as if Adi Gurus have come. There can be worse than you people. And are, no doubt. And then you start worshipping them as Indians. And then you understand that this is just a donkey from India you have brought, which is kicking you all the time. The image of that Indian goodness is not there. Because of this problem, the Guru finds it impossible how to deal with the disciples. But there is a solution. Leave it to your mother, and I'll put them right. All such problems, you can leave it to me. When people try to take advantage of you or take to ego, tell them, now I'm going to leave it to mother, I'm not going to look after you anymore. That will settle them right. They do not know that this cosmic consciousness is also very mischievous. It has lots of mischiefs up its sleeves. And it can work out such mischiefs that people are amazed and aghast. So all such problems, if you cannot deal, you can leave it to me. And another one is to their Kundalini, to tell them that they are catching on this or catching on that. It's your duty to tell them that you are catching on your ego. Better be corrected. Now, all of you can become gurus. Every one of you can become gurus. And can develop that great capacity to be one with that cosmic consciousness, completely out of the clutches of the gravity of the earth, materialism. Without achieving that, you have no right to tell anybody what is to be done. First, it should be your practice and precept in your own life, in your own example. And then, your example is sufficient to convince others. Today, through this understanding that you have to rise about the gravitational force of materialism, which is today's religion everywhere, whatever they may call it, whether it is communism or capitalism or democracy or democracy, whether it is Christianity, Hinduism, Islam or any other nonsense, all of that is nothing but materialism in its all absurd forms. Kundalini is the only thing that can take you like the stalk of the lotus out of this mud of materialism. And that is what one has to achieve, especially in the West. It goes into subtle and subtler and subtlest forms. So be on the lookout, and ultimately it expresses itself as ego. All materialists are egoistical, racist, they are robbers and plunderers. They go to other countries like South Africa and settle down nicely, robbers and plunderers, and extracting the wealth of another. All this can become very sophisticated and beautified. We have to fight that, but to fight that we have to get out of it completely. Otherwise we cannot fight it when we are in it. So all of us should try to get out of it fully. It does not mean that you should all take out your clothes and say that we have given up everything. That's another style it has started now. It means that you respect all that is beautiful. You respect all that is good. But you are not dominated by anything. You are not in the clutches of anything. If I want, I can wear a gold chain, otherwise nothing. Doesn't bother. I don't care. That should be the attitude. If I have, or if I have to, I will. Nothing can dominate me. Nothing can give me status. I stand on my own status and on my position and on my authority, because I am that pure consciousness. Nothing can spoil me. Nothing can bring me down. Nothing can bow me. I cannot make anyone dominated by me either. There's a beautiful saying of Adi Shankaracharya, Tat Nishkala, about Brahma Tattva. I am that Brahma. On that. If you have, let me see. That's the best way to understand what you are. Just bring it. Very famous. Have you got it? No, not that. Another. Just bring it. Have you bought the book?
Bring the book to Shrimataji.
My chashma is in the purse is there. This is the one. Nirvana should come. This one is the one. You just read it in English language. I don't need to just. When you have got your nirvana, what happens to you? It says.
Home. I'm neither the mind, intelligence, ego, nor chitta, neither the ears nor the tongue, nor the senses of smell and sight, neither ether nor air, nor fire, nor water, nor earth. I am eternal bliss and awareness. I'm Shiva, I'm Shiva. I'm neither the prana, nor the 5 vital breaths, neither the 7 elements of the body, nor its 5 seeds, nor hands, nor feet, nor tongue, nor other organs of action. I'm eternal bliss and awareness. I'm Shiva, I'm Shiva. Neither greed nor delusion, loathing nor liking have I. Nothing of pride or ego, of dharma or liberation, neither desire of the mind, nor object for its desiring. I'm eternal bliss and awareness. I'm Shiva, I'm Shiva. Nothing of pleasure and pain, of virtue and vice do I know, or mantra, of sacred place, of Vedas or sacrifice. Neither I am the eater, the food, nor the act of eating. I am eternal bliss and awareness. I'm Shiva, I'm Shiva. Death or fear I have known, nor any distinction of caste, neither father nor mother, nor even a bird have I. Neither friend nor comrade, neither disciple nor guru. I'm eternal bliss and awareness. I'm Shiva, I'm Shiva. I have no form or fancy. The all-pervading I am. Everywhere I exist. And yet, I'm beyond the senses. Neither salvation have, nor anything to be known. I'm eternal bliss and awareness. I'm Shiva, I'm Shiva.
That's what you are. You are eternal bliss and awareness, the consciousness, the pure consciousness. I think this must be, everybody must remember by heart and must say in all the ashrams. That's a very good way of remembering what you are. May God bless you.
Satchidananda Upa Shivoham Shivoham 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 Satchidananda Upa Shivoham Shivoham
Now all the leaders have to come on the stage today to help with the puja. Yesterday I could not take the name of all the leaders who were very good, who have come very recently and are doing great work. Like persons like Javier, I would say, he's being appointed only a few months back in Milano and he's doing such a good work. And there are other people, say in Venice, and also we see that recently some leaders have been appointed in Mulhouse and Montpellier. They are doing very good work. I get very good reports about that place. Amazed how the news centers are coming up so well. Even in Australia, there are many news centers that have come up which are doing such good work. In England, there are so many news centers that have started and we are doing good work. Some of the old people are dropping out, but the new people are coming up are very good. We find it all over. This kind of thing happening now. A new dynamic leadership is coming from people. And I'm amazed how they have joined very recently as leaders of smaller places and are doing so good in every country. Even to take all the names may not be possible, but I feel that so many of them have been really doing such a good job that only divine can explain it. It's the divine's great blessings that we have got all the right people. Sahajayoga is definitely progressing. It should not progress faster than the divine wants it to progress, and so we should accept that speed, but still we should try our level best. because it is our job to try and work out as much as possible and as far as we can go. May God bless you all those who are working in smaller places as leaders. For everyone, I get report and I understand them, and I have tremendous feeling for all of them. But some of the places where there are smaller ashrams and things, problems are cropping up, and I'm surprised how still these problems are there. So everybody must try to correct oneself, should become an example of compassion, love and understanding. And I hope I will have no reports at least about the leaders or their wives, especially the wives. Wives is a big problem. I wish I had told something about the wives. Maybe this evening I might be able to speak about the wives of the leaders. I have been speaking about them all the time. So the wives have a greater responsibility because they are the source of compassion and not of disciplining. They are the source of joy and not of controlling. They are the source of motherliness and not guruness. So they have to be very different personalities. Instead of that, they think we are Guru's wives, so we can do what we like. We can dominate people and shout at people and arrange everything ourselves. No, they have to be completely on the background. And for that I can mention so many of them are very good wives who have shown great understanding of their role as sahajayoginis. So I would request you not to become gurus yourself, but to become guruvis. And guruvis are the ones who look after the other side of the guru, which may be neglected because of his disciplining nature, which he has to have. And they are the ones who are the cementing factor. If the guru is the brick, they are the cements. But it acts sometimes the other way around. So I didn't say much about them, but I hope this evening I might say something about them. May God bless you. That whatever is the entrepreneur's ideas, you must act. Because the whole fundamentals of Western life is to see and to be seen. So, oh, that's the fashion, so we should do that. This is the fashion, so we'll do that. Like the other day, about a year back, I went to England and I found all the sahajayoginis having their hair here. I said, what's this? So I asked an Indian girl, I said, what is this supposed to be? This is a new fashion. I said, what new fashion? Call it Jiprea in Marathi, you know. We call it Jiprea fashion. Only the Maharashtrians can. And they all had their hair here, you know, like this, all. I said, my God, this is agya, this they are covering, their eyes will become squinty. But the fashion, if it comes, and the whole fashion is with the hair alone. Hair, I don't know what. There's so much interest in the hair, and they lose the hair so fast in these countries without using the oil which they should use. They lose their hair very fast. Starting from the hair, the sastra. Then, fashion means, what is this? These entrepreneurs, these stupid people are creating ideas, and then why should we follow? I don't say that sahajogis should all look alike, not at all. You can dress up the way you like. You can live the way you like. But you should not get yourself enslaved by any entrepreneurs. You are free people now. Know that very well. Know that you are absolutely free, and your freedom is absolutely in the light of your enlightenment. You can never do wrong. But first of all, have that confidence within yourself, that whatever you have to do, you are not going to enslave yourself to entrepreneurs, what people have to say, how you will look, how you will appear before. This is a very important point, that half of the time we are laboring just to look like many others. It's very surprising how these entrepreneurs have befooled the Western people. In India it won't work. Won't work. Especially the Indian women. This in between came a mini sari. Came up to Bombay for about 4 or 5 days, I think disappeared. No Indian woman would wear a mini sari, finished. Nothing doing. Any sort of fashion now comes in India, doesn't stay. Because whatever clothes we have now in India is traditionally has been there, has been tested and error and trial and error and trial, and we know now this is the best, now stop it. At certain age, you stop. This is the style that suits us the best. But anything goes on, the styles go on changing. And this is what you have to be very careful to see, that you do not take to stupid things which are being created by entrepreneurs, but to sensible things which are required for. So one of the enslavement I feel is that you have to play into the hands of entrepreneurs. But the slavery is very deep and is so psychological. In so many ways it is extremely hidden and so subtle that you cannot make it out. So in the introspection you find out what's gone wrong with you, how you are made this way, what's wrong in my own personality. It has come from all the surroundings and the way people have been putting ideas into my head. You should have your own ideas. You shouldn't worry what Plato said and what Socrates said and what this thing said. What do you think? After all, you are enlightened people. But then there is another psychological thing which is even the worst. And that, Mother, if we are very sure, then we are putting up our ego. They are so much afraid of their ego that as if after some time they will take off. The ego will bloat so much that will take off. This is another fear people have, that if we assert, all right, this is what I want, this is the right thing to do, then I'll get off, so I don't want to say such a thing. I have an ego. So with sahajayoga also certain fears have crawled in. One of them is that, Mother, I should not have any ego. Now, what is the problem of ego? That also surprising despite all fear and everything. As a reaction to it, people have developed a kind of a protesting character. But again, these entrepreneurs have pampered your ego. Like in the morning you ask the child, what will you have? Then child say, I'll have this. The mother has to run and get it. Or she must keep everything in the fridge. In India that's not the case. Whatever is cooked in the house we better have. If there is no salt, all right, without salt, come along. Otherwise, don't eat, doesn't matter. In any case, you will eat. So when the disciplining comes within yourself and you understand this, then you do not say, I desire only this, I desire only this. What you desire, you tell yourself. All right, you will not have it for 1 month, let's see. Once I must tell you about myself that little bit comfort grew upon me sometimes, I think. So we had a transfer, and my family was not with me at that time. We had only one small little bed where my husband slept, and I slept just on the bare cement and next day I started getting the pain in the body. I said, all right. I slept on the cement for 1 month. On the cement you get pain, all right, sleep now. 1 month I said, I'm going to sleep on the cement. Then cement lost its power on me. Then might be the cement might be feeling the pain. So, that's what you have to do, is to master your mind. Now the problem only will come, what is the discretion, this ego will come up, mother. Because your ego, as I said, is developed by the actions, by protesting against things, and also by the pampering of the entrepreneurs. All right, whatever may be the reason, we are not going to psychoanalyze ourselves. But the fact is also we have a ego problem. Why? I have already told you that if a balloon is bloated many a times, it can easily be bloated. At the slightest air, it bloats. And that's why you are afraid that suddenly my ego might become so big that I may be like a balloon in the air somewhere moving. But how to get rid of this is to know that you are an enlightened soul. Respect yourself. Once you start respecting yourself, you will not fall into any traps of ego. Very simple. Respect yourself. You have to say, I am a sahajayogi. How can I behave like this? After all, I am a sahajayogi. A kind of a dignity that develops. And then you will start feeling shy of doing something that is stupid. Because ego makes you stupid, that's the point. Absolutely. So, now, if you develop this respect for yourself, I am a sahajayogi, so I can't behave like this. I am a sahajayogi. If you say like that to yourself, then you will be amazed that the dignity of a sahajayogi will definitely keep you down to earth. You will not get into the trap of your ego. So one side is the conditioning, another side is this ego. Simple thing is ego. That dignity has to be developed. You'll be surprised, among animals there are maryadas. Like a tiger won't behave like a snake, and snake won't behave like a tiger. So we are now sahajogis. We are tigers among human beings. We are lions among human beings, the highest. We are the highest human beings. It's not necessary to have 10 medals on your body to show that you are something great. But you are Sahajogis. You are Mahayogis. So develop that respect. And you will be surprised, the humility will immediately will walk into you. Humility. I have seen some Sahajogis sit like this, sometimes sit like this, sometimes if the left Vishuddhi is there, like this, right Vishuddhi is there, like this. But then you see yourself. Like a bridegroom has to dress up. And he remembers, I am the bridegroom. I cannot behave like other younger boys who will be there. I have to have my own personality. I am the bridegroom. I am going for my wedding. I cannot behave like all my other friends are there. You have to behave in a particular manner. So assume this. Still, we do not know that we are Sahajogis. Once we know we are Sahajogis, that dignity will develop within us, and with that dignity you will be amazed. You will also see what is wrong in your own country, what is indignified. Now, with whatever has happened in France, you can find out what's wrong with French laws. But French are more interested in drinking and eating and other things. So they never paid attention, oh, let it be, what do you care for laws, let it be as it is, doesn't matter, who should bother about these things, it's nothing important. After all, if you can get something to drink. You go to any French village at seven time, you cannot meet anyone, even a drunkard. They are sitting inside and drinking. I mean, that's the main religion, main pastime. Next day with the hangover they come, so they see everything the other way down. Like this fellow, these journalists who went to India, they saw an iron gate and they thought this was the iron curtain of Hitler. Everything expanded, so big, crooked, because hangover, So the whole life in the West like a hangover. Either they see things too big or too small. They don't see things as they are. Now most of these things are written, which you will read, the psychology and all those things and the books. Mostly they are drunkards. If you see their lives, they have been drunkards. So whatever they have written, why should we take them so seriously? Except for very few who were realized souls, most of them were drunkards. Like those who wrote about Greek tragedies, must have been really drunkard people. They must be taking lot of things inside and they must be writing something like that. Because most of the drunkards, when they write, they say that why should I live? I must die. And like that we too have in India many people who have written ghazals who always say that why should we live? We should die. So there's one poet who has said, now you are talking of die, why don't you die once for all? So you will realize that what you will write, what you will say is higher than all these people. But Sahajayoga has worked so smoothly in you that you do not know what you are. Today on Guru Puja, you are worshipping your Guru. At the same time, I bow to your Guru within yourself. let your guru come up and show itself. Especially the kind of a guru you have. I am not strict with you, I am very gentle. Because as I told you, fundamentally is a different thing, is that it is not for an individual, but it is for the collective. And if something has to spread collectively, then you have to understand that it has to be only love that is going to. There is no other way we can spread sahajayoga, because we cannot be like Hitler, giving wrong ideas of hatred. Either it could be hatred or love. You teach people, we hate this one, fundamentalism, this, that, you will get thousands ready to fight. You can elevate their baser self and say, all right, come along, let us fight. Racialism, this, that, anything, even nationalism. All right, there are people. But when I say love, it's very different. Try to understand, and because of our collective work, you have to know that love is a source of energy that makes things grow in a living manner. It is the energy which is a living energy. Try to understand now. This is, people don't understand. Love doesn't mean that you hug somebody or do something, but living energy that understands, that makes you. I hope you have seen my books and I hope you have read it. In that I have described to you very clearly what is the living energy within us that works. And anything that is working, for example, see this flower. Now, I cannot order this one to go straight. It's moving in its own way. Let it be. It looks nice because no flower should look like another flower. Living energy never creates the same thing exactly than another. Only plastics can be done. Now, when it is growing in its own way. So whatever is built in within you, which is a living energy, built in but living energy, and a living thing that works, it blossoms by itself. The water of pure love is to be given. In pure love, what you see in another person as a guru, what's the matter with myself where it is obstructing me to go further? In another person as a guru, what you see is how to handle this man with love so that he comes closer to reality. It's a very gentle process. It's a very loving process. And nothing like really enjoying your love. Just to know that I love so many people itself is so great. And you to feel that I love so much. But it should be samadrishti. Means with the same eyes you should see everyone. You see everybody with the same eyes. Isn't it? Only two eyes are there. But you see everyone with the same eyes. They are different. Alright? You see them as different. But your eyes do not discriminate. Your eyes do not see somebody black, somebody white, somebody blue. They see what they are. When you start seeing with samadrishti, means the same eyes, same sight, not to change your ideas. Because what happens, that your own mind twists it and you start seeing somebody as different, somebody else different. Now with the eyes, I see the fan. But supposing my mind is off, I might see as a human being. So if you are a sane person, then you will see everyone as they are. This is samadrishti, is that you have the same eyes for everyone. Do not get twisted. So that you cannot have somebody is your special friend, somebody is number 2 friend, somebody is number 10 friend, and some as your enemy. Once you start looking at things like that, everything will get into proper shapes. Otherwise one can go crazy. Also it should be samyak. Samyak means integrated. There should be an integrated knowledge, like the eyes when they see where you are sitting, where you are, where is this person, where is that person, what is the relationship. So the knowledge about others is in relationship with each other. Now supposing there is a gentleman who has a child, and there is a problem between that gentleman and the child. To approach that person, you must know that he has a child. Not to just make him separated from others, singularizing. You take somebody, say he is from England, or he is from Italy. Then try to understand him that he is from that particular background, and that background is around him. So he is like that. If you can have this kind of a full knowledge of others, there will be no problems, no quarreling, nothing. Today, you are all here to worship your Guru. It is a common practice, especially in India, that you must worship your Guru. And the Guru has to fully be in control of his disciples. Guru principle is extremely strict, and the strictness made many people could not conform to the ideals of a disciple. In those days, the Guru had to be absolutely the authority. And it was the Guru who would decide which disciples he'll have. And one had to go into great tapasya, to great penances, to even become a disciple. And this hardship was the only way the Guru used to judge. Gurus would always live in jungles, and they would select their disciples, very few, very, very few. And they had to go and beg food from the neighboring villages and cook food for their Guru with their own hands and feed the Guru. That sort of Guru business is not in search. That basically we must understand that the difference between those styles of Guruship and that we have now is this, that very few individuals were given the chance to become the Guru. Very few. And these few also were selected out of quite a lot of people, and they felt that there was something really special, that they are being selected, chosen, and that whatever they will have to go through is all welcome. With this idea, they became the disciples. But sahajayoga is a very different thing. I would say just the opposite. First of all, your Guru is a mother, and who suffers from Sandra Karuna. At the slightest things that happen to you, my eyes get filled with tears. So, as a mother, to be a Guru is a very difficult thing. But at the same time, for you to achieve heights is also difficult. Because you get lost when I love you so much, and in that love you forget sometimes that the progress in your being is very slow. It is important that in sahajayoga you have to be strict with yourself. That's why I said that you have to be your own Guru, which people do not understand what it means. You have to be your own Guru means you have to guide yourself, you have to treat yourself as your disciple, and you have to trim yourself. If you do not understand the responsibility as sahajayogi of working it out yourself, everything, you cannot move very fast, because it is a different type of relationship between the Guru and the disciples. So first, I have always said, you become your own Guru. So you have to make a lot of introspection. and fix your ideals. Before you, I am sitting. You have seen me how I am. I can eat anything. I need not eat at all for days together. I can sleep anywhere. I may not sleep at all. I travel for miles together untiringly. I have this energy because I am a guru of myself also. So the first thing is that there should be a lot of introspection. What's wrong with me, not wrong with others? What's wrong with me? Am I seeking the comfort of my body? The attention, is it on my body or on my spirit? If so, what am I doing? I think best thing is to write it down. Can I sleep on the grass? Can I sit on the stone? You have to make this body work. Can I sleep anytime I like, and can I keep awake anytime I like? I've seen people doze off. The reason is this, not that they're bad or in any way indisciplined people, but because inside they are tired. If you are tired inside, then you feel tired all the time. You will see on the television, if you see people in the West, they are always sitting like this. Because they are so very tired. Why are they so tired? They don't work so hard. So introspect how you behave. Now when you start introspecting yourself, you'll also start introspecting your surroundings and your styles and your methods and what you are doing to yourself because of the conditionings of the outside. Now the conditionings of the outside in the West are of a psychological nature. Indians have other conditionings which are also quite surprising, or we should say the Western people, they must wash their hand 10 times. Even if their skin comes out, they go on washing like mad. They must have a bathroom attached to them all the time. They must have their baths. If they don't have bath, they are not comfortable. They have other conditionings also. All kinds of stupid conditionings they have, but the conditionings that we have in the West are more psychological, and that's why you cannot find out what's wrong with you. The physical conditionings are not so dangerous. You can get over them or you can manage. But when you have conditioning of your psychology, you cannot understand what's wrong with you. Now, if you introspect around, what you will find is a very subtle thing. Firstly, that because of the wars maybe, I don't know why, but everybody is afraid of everyone. Especially I think Freud. Because of Freud, even the mother is afraid of the child. And all these things to Indians are absolutely, they can't understand this. But you people know that very well. They won't touch anybody. They won't hug anyone. First of all, when they used to play football, they used to hug. But now I see they don't hug, they just touch hands like this. sometimes I think they may just do like that or something. So frightened that nobody, even the children I've seen, are frightened of hugging their parents. So the expression of love is not there. And when there is no expression, there is no love inside. And that's how it goes on drying up and drying up and drying up. There was a little girl in sahajayoga, and I had some present for that child. She was quite young, must have been about 10 years of age. So I gave it to one sahajayogi, Western sahajayogi, that you go and give it to her and say that I have given. No, mother, I won't give. I said, why? She'll misunderstand me. I said, what will she misunderstand? It has gone so much into the heads of people. And this has created really the psychological insecurity within you. From very childhood, this insecurity has been working. And that's why you are frightened of each other. Even of your parents, of your brothers, your sisters. Psychologically, you are suffering. And when first I came to England, they used to say it is the insecurity. I said, what insecurity? The whole world is afraid of the Western world. And what are they suffering from insecurity? They have made everybody insecure all over the world. And why? What are they insecure? They are insecure within themselves, in their own society, in their own family, in their own groups. They are so much frightened of each other. So the first thing, you should be fearless. You are a sahajayogi, you are no more immoral. Cannot be immoral. If all the time, if you start thinking that you are immoral, and if you do something it is immoral, and that you have to go and do some confession somewhere, then what is going to happen to you? What sort of a personality you will have? We have to change this by changing ourselves. So among sahajogis there should be no insecurities but maryadas. You must know how to respect each other's privacy. The second thing that if you find in the Western mind, which is a very common thing, that they are bombarded by criticism. There are so many critics that now there are no more artists left. Only critics are criticizing critics. All artists are finished. They are all the time criticized. Somebody will come in, there is an education on criticism. They may not know how to play any instrument, they may not know how to sing, but they can criticize, all right. So all the time in your mind is a way that you always feel that somebody will criticize if you do this. All the time the fear is there that somebody will criticize. So, should I say or not? As sahajogis, you shouldn't worry about these stupid people because they are blind, and if they want to criticize, you let them criticize. What does it matter? Makes no difference. But this you have to build up within yourself. Now the third is even worse, which I don't know if you have noticed or not. I don't know how it has gone into the heads of the Western minds that you must always see to the other side of the bank, even if you are standing on this side, to be fair. and never to say something that you are sure of. Like you ask anyone, how are you? He'll say. Always. Nobody will say, I'm perfectly all right. Nothing wrong with me. What's wrong? Perfectly all right. Thank you very much. But it is never. They are not sure of themselves all the time. It's shaking. And this shaking inside gives you a personality which can never progress. Progress comes when you put your step forward, you put your foot firmly on that point, and then put the second step forward, like as you climb on a mountain. But in the first place only, if you are still thinking that it's halfway through, then how can you go further? You'll only move on two steps, this or that or this or that. This is another very big psychological detergent, I should call it, or detrimental thing for your progress. Now the third thing you have learnt, which is also third or fourth maybe, that you must argue out yourself. Like you have a problem. You'll come and tell me, Mother, this problem I have got. This is very common with everyone. I have this problem. I'll say, all right, this is the solution. Then you will come out, no, but in this will happen. Then you tell another solution. No, Mother, this can be this way. All right, you tell third solution. No, Mother, in this can happen. Tell fourth, this can happen. You are standing against yourself all the time. Then I have to say, this is your problem, not mine, and I am giving you the solutions, and if you want to solve your problem, better take a positive attitude. The brain is this way. In our Hindi language it is called a ulti khopdi. You are all the time arguing against yourself. So how can you progress? This is another great problem of the Western mind, that it doesn't try to face any problem as your own, but go on arguing with yourself like a lawyer. See, there are two lawyers, one yourself, another lawyer, one arguing. So is a double personality in the being. It's not a single personality. As I said, it is very, very psychological that people have to take to this kind of a turn suddenly without understanding how dangerous it is. With the enlightenment of your brain, they should disappear. On the contrary, in sahajayoga, it's very dangerous. Because you say something, you are a sahajayogi. You are connected with the all-pervading power. Whatever you say gets connected. And it acts. It's very dangerous for you people not to realize that you are realized souls and not to assume your own powers. Like, see, I have to say something secretly, then I must put my hand here and then say it, because it is connected to the mains. But supposing I keep it open like this and say something, it goes to everyone. In the same way, whatever the Sahajogis say or desire or want, there are just people sitting there, see here and here, you have put them there. They are listening to you all the time. They are so anxious to do your work. All right, you say so, done. So, whatever you think or whatever you desire or whatever you say, you have to be extremely careful. And when, now, I mean, old people, all right, I can say that very conditioned, they have problems, But the generation that is here, most of them are all capable of improving yourself and making your brain straight by bringing it backwards to the forward. The psychological problem you do not see. The another psychological problem is which you do not know, which is very surprising. You teach people, we hate this one, fundamentalism, this, that, you will get thousands ready to fight. You can elevate their baser self and say, all right, come along, let us fight. Racialism, this, that, anything, even nationalism. All right, there are people. But when I say love, it's very different. Try to understand, and because of our collective work, you have to know that love is a source of energy that makes things grow in a living manner. It is the energy which is a living energy. Try to understand now. This is, people don't understand. Love doesn't mean that you hug somebody or do something. But living energy that understands, that makes you grow. I hope you have seen my books and I hope you have read it. In that I have described to you very clearly what is the living energy within us that works. And anything that is working, for example, see this flower. Now, I cannot order this one to go straight. It's moving in its own way. Let it be. It looks nice because no flower should look like another flower. Living energy never creates the same thing exactly than another. Only plastics can be done. Now, when it is growing in its own way. So whatever is built in within you, which is a living energy, built in but living energy, and a living thing that works, it blossoms by itself. The water of pure love is to be given. In pure love, what you see in another person as a guru, what's the matter with myself where it is obstructing me to go further. In another person as a guru, what you see is how to handle this man with love so that he comes closer to reality. It's a very gentle process. It's a very loving process. And nothing like really enjoying your love. Just to know that I love so many people itself is so great. And you to feel that I love so much. But it should be samadrishti. Means with the same eyes you should see everyone. You see everybody with the same eyes. Isn't it? Only two eyes are there. But you see everyone with the same eyes. They are different. Alright? You see them as different. But your eyes do not discriminate. Your eyes do not see somebody black, somebody white, somebody blue. They see what they are. When you start seeing with samadrishti, means the same eyes, same sight, not to change your ideas. Because what happens, that your own mind twists it and you start seeing somebody as different, somebody as different. Now with the eyes, I see the fact. But supposing my mind is off, I might see as a human being. So if you are a sane person, then you will see everyone as they are. This is samadrishti, is that you have the same eyes for everyone. Do not get twisted. So that you cannot have somebody is your special friend, somebody is number 2 friend, somebody is number 10 friend, and some as your enemy. Once you start looking at things like that, everything will get into proper shapes. Otherwise one can go crazy. Also it should be samyak. Samyak means integrated. There should be an integrated knowledge, like the eyes when they see where you are sitting, where you are, where is this person, where is that person, what is the relationship. So the knowledge about others is in relationship with each other. Now supposing there is a gentleman who has a child, and there is a problem between that gentleman and the child. To approach that person, you must know that he has a child. Not to just make him separated from others, singularize him. You take somebody, say he is from England, or he is from Italy. Then try to understand him that he is from that particular background. And that background is around him. So he is like that. If you can have this kind of a full knowledge of others, there will be no problems, no quarreling, nothing. Otherwise there is a conflict all the time, and that's how one feels very tired. Eyes do not react. Eyes just see. Whatever is there, they just see. Eyes never react, but the mind reacts. And this reaction is the one which is responsible for spoiling your attitude towards people. So now, you should have a witness state. As Ganeshwara said, Niranjana Pani. Niranjana Pani. To see somebody without any reaction. just to see. And you'll know everything about that person as soon as you see that person. Niranjana pahane. Because as long as your brain is there, you do not see that person as he is. But as soon as you see that person, you just know what it is. And then immediately you will know his chakras, his kundalini, everything will penetrate. But your mind, which is loaded with nonsense, will not allow you to go to that level. So the Niranjana Pahane, the one where you just see something, that kind of an eye we have to develop. So, with that, a detachment starts. Automatically, you do not criticize anybody because your mind is like this against that person. You do not love somebody because your mind thinks this way. You cannot form groups, you cannot have some people who are dear to you, some are not. Sometimes, if I do not smile at some people, then they grumble and say, this time mother didn't smile at me. I mean, I cannot keep all the time a smile, you see. You must also think of my muscles. All the time, how can I keep my smile on, you know? But there are people who feel very bad that, you see, this time mother didn't smile, so I have to go on smiling all the time at everyone. I try. So the attitude towards others has to be with Niranjana attitude, because it's a collective work. It's not strict. It is not in any way clamping anything, because it's a living work. Absolutely living. We cannot. But it is definitely the work which creates harmony, love, affection, feeling of oneness. Imagine to think about someone who is not kind to you, or is a horrible thing. Better think how nice you could be to that person. So the attitude should be that how nice I am going to be with that person, you know. See, somebody is angry with you. It's easy to fight. Come along, you are angry, I am angry. No, go and just tickle. Simple thing like that. And enjoy. Because you cannot enjoy hatred. You cannot enjoy rivalry. You cannot enjoy separatedness. Like this hand has to enjoy this hand. In the same way, you have to enjoy each other. If you cannot enjoy, then you have lost the point. Lost the point. So, in the collective progress, we have to know that we cannot progress if we have no sense of collectivity, that we are part and parcel of one person. If I pull my one ear, it's not that my ear will come out, but it will give pain to the whole body. That's why I say pull both is better. And when you start, you see, seeing this way yourself, then you'll be amazed, a kind of a sweet humor about yourself develops. And you really become a very interesting, magnetic personality. And a very enjoyable person, extremely enjoyable. Everybody will seek your company. This is what is the sign of your Guru principle being enlightened. Of course, I said that you should get detachment, you should not have any attachment to this and that and that and that. This is all talking. But actually, only introspection and assumption, or we can say the knowledge of your own depth itself will give you that feeling. If you have that knowledge that I am a sahajayogi and my depth of divinity is so great, that itself will be more than sufficient for you to exist as the topmost guru. Actually, I am no more a guru, I was never a guru. I am a mother, I am hopeless guru. Because a guru who cannot be straight is useless. And I have to prepare myself to say things, if there's problem between two people, and then if there's some gap of time where I have to say to them, then I start how to become strict. I tell myself. Spontaneously if something comes, then I say, why are you doing like this for the most? Spontaneous. So, you have to develop this special style of guruship in yourself, which is for the collective working. Again, remember, it is for the collective working. So today, you worship your guru principle within yourself when you are worshipping. I would not say that you should try to follow me because I am hopeless in many things. Say, banking I don't understand, money I don't understand. There's so many things I don't know. Really. I'm hopeless. Law I don't understand. You should not be like me, agreed. But you should be able to say, as I say, that, you see, I have these problems. But one thing for sure, you must have complete knowledge of sahajayoga, or desire to know everything about sahajayoga. If that works out, then you will swim into this ocean of knowledge like a jet, and whatever you want to know, you will know. But there should be a desire to know. Never get satisfied that I know sufficiently enough about sahajayoga. No, never. In all other things you can be satisfied, but only on one thing, that sahajayoga still I have to know through my brains. And my heart should have that knowledge. It should be in my heart, not only in my brain. I should know through my brain, it should be in my heart. Like when you see a film, you see King Kong. Then you know it's King Kong, alright, it's the film, doesn't matter. Normally our knowledge is like that. But if you see Mr. King Kong standing here, oh my God, he's already here. In the same way, when our knowledge is in the brain, it is just like a film is away from, it's not in our heart. But when it is heart, it acts, it works. It doesn't work through brain. In the brain it just stays, but in the heart it works. And in the heart resides the spirit. It's very simple that We are people who are more living with our brains, not with our heart. But know that we are in reality. See, Kong Kong is standing before us. We are not seeing a film, it's in reality. And in reality, the heart has to work, not the brain. Because reality is only through the heart, not through the brain. Once you understand this, then you'll open your heart, enlarge it. Now this is in my heart. So the whole thing will be so clear-cut in your head. You will know everything clearly. What is to be done, how to react, how to work it out. If you put all this knowledge of Sahaja into your heart, first of all you will have to enlarge your heart, otherwise you can't put this ocean. And then you say, this Sahaja. To me everything seems to be Sahaja. Buying this house, coming to this place, all this is Sahaja. I can see clearly. Anything that I see, I connect it to Sahaja immediately. This is Sahaja. Why this is so? This is because of Sahaja. This is Sahaja. So everywhere you start seeing Sahaja, when your heart knows what your brain knows. I have known people who know all the mantras very well, everything very well and all that, but in the heart. So put it in the heart. In Sahaja, the Guru is not through his brain, but through his heart. May God bless you. For the Guru Puja, Rajesh, tum le aaye? First he'll read it out. You see, now this Guru Gupta business, I never gave it to any one of you to read. The reason is not that it's not truth, they say it's truth. But it was told by Shiva to Parvati, what is the Guru? But why I didn't give you? Because all these Gurus in the market, they say, all right, I am your Guru, and this is Guru Gita. In the Guru Gita is written, give all your money, all your belongings, all yourself, tana, mana, dana, your body, your mind, everything to the Guru and become a stupid fool. So they gave it to them. That's why I didn't give it to you, but today Rajesh, I've told him for the first time, but that doesn't mean that you should follow the way it has been described by Shiva.
ओम त्वमेव साक्षात श्री आदि गुरु साक्षात श्री आदि शक्ति साक्षात श्री दक्षिणामूर्ति श्री माताजी श्री निर्मला देवी नमो नमः. In the Guru Gita, Shri Shiva, who is also known as Shri Dakshinamurti, the one who faces the south, is at the request of Shri Parvati telling her as to what is the Guru.
Can you hear, all of you?
Who is the Guru?
And loudly. Just put it up.
And Shri Shiva tells Shri Parvati in the Guru Gita, who is the Guru? And in the first he says that in the word Guru, the first letter, the Gu, highlights the attributes of Maya, whereas the second letter Ru destroys the illusion caused by the Maya. So he is first and foremost the one who destroys the illusions that are caused by the Maya. He also creates them, he destroys them. He alone has that position, and therefore the position of the Guru is the most exalted and inaccessible even to all the gods, and Sri Guru is worshipped by them all. Salutations to Sri Guru, who pulls out those fallen in the ocean of hell while sitting on the tree of mundane world. Salutations to Sri Guru, who is Sri Brahmadeva, Sri Vishnu, and Sri Shiva, and who alone is the superior Brahman. Salutations to Sri Guru, who has created all knowledge for benevolence of the people, so that they have the bridge to cross the ocean of the mundane world. Salutations to Sri Guru, who opens the eyes of one who has become blind due to the darkness of ignorance by anointing them with the kajal of knowledge. Salutations to Sri Guru for achieving the enlightenment in the world. You are my father, you are my mother, you are my brother, and you are my God. Salutations to Sri Guru, who is the truth. And in the light of this truth, the world becomes manifest. And you are the one who is the joy that enchants that world. Salutations to Sri Guru, who is the Sat, the pure existence, the truth, having known which the world of variety of forms and objects ceases to appear as real. Salutations to Sri Guru, whose form is cause and action, and who is present as the cause in all action. Salutations to Sri Guru, whose presence as the cause and actions in everything bring oneness, brings the collectivity, brings the integration in the variety of forms and objects. Salutations to Sri Guru, whose 2 lotus feet dispel the heat of duality and save us from all calamities. Salutations to Sri Guru, with our speech, with our mind, with our attention, with our eyes. For the Guru is verily Shri Shiva and Shakti together, and whose 2 lotus feet are red and white and splendorous. I meditate upon the Sri Guru, on the letter Gu, which shows the state beyond the 3 gunas, and Ru, which shows the formless forms, and who bestows on us the form which is beyond the 3 gunas. We bow again and again to Sri Guru for destroying through the self-realization the karmas that we have accumulated during the series of all our past lives. We bow again and again and again to Sri Guru, for there is no principle above that of Sri Guru. There is no penance that you can do. For the penance, the highest penance is to be done to achieve Sri Guru. And no knowledge can exist beyond the principle which is Sri Guru. We bow again and again to Sri Guru, who has shown us the form of uninterrupted canopy that has pervaded all living and non-living things. Salutations again to you, to Sri Guru, whose lotus feet are bedecked with diamonds, which are the Shrutis, and the lustrous lotuses of the Vedas. Salutations to Sri Guru, who spontaneously awakens in us all the pure knowledge. Salutations again and again and again to Sri Guru, who is Chaitanya, eternally serene, beyond confusion, extremely pure, beyond the Nad, the Bindu and the Kala. The origin of meditation is the form of Sri Guru. The origin of puja is the lotus feet of Sri Guru. The first puja is the puja of the lotus feet of Sri Guru. The first mantra, the origin of the mantra itself is the speech of Sri Guru. The first liberation, the origin of all liberation, is only by the grace of Sri Guru. Sakshat Shrimataji Shri Nirmala Devi. Namo Namaha.
You have to understand. Like some people have a habit of saying, mother, I'm so badly off. You ask them, how are you? They say, like this. It's very common. So I look at their hands, what's it? I don't understand. What does that mean? Here people will feel ashamed to say. Even if you are sick, even if you are dying, if somebody will ask, how are you? They will say, I'm all right. I'm all right. Nobody will do like this. Means what? You ask them, what's your name? Did you ask my name? Of course I did, but why do you ask me again? Any question you ask, they will repeat it always. I used to wonder, why do they repeat? They didn't get it in their heads or what? Now the thing is, that is what is the background of this brain, and don't spoil it more by this sun. You have to do work of this Sahasrara. Sahasrara, which is the lotus of the divine, which has got beautiful petals now enlightened by your Kundalini. They are the living petals. Do not try to play with it. That's why I say don't read funny books, don't see funny things, don't talk to funny people, don't waste your energy in worrying, in futuristic attitude. Keep to yourself, let this grow, because the roots are in the brain. The tree of awareness grows downward, but the roots are in the brain. And you have to go to the roots now, because you have done that movement. Now you come back. And for that, you have to know to look after your brain. The other day, I also said that I don't know why you people don't put any oil whatsoever. Why not put oil in the head? Poor oil. Head needs the oil always. At least on a Saturday, put so much oil, rub it nicely and have a bath. But people just don't put any oil in the head. I mean, you must oil, gear up your brain. Don't you think so? If you don't put oil in any machine, it will crack. For this brain, which is a special machine, after sahajayoga, is really a very special one, you must try to put lot of oil in it. Put some oil in the ears. Put some oil in the nose. Now the modern theory of the doctors is, don't put any oil or anything into the ears and the noses of the children. Rajesh's brother had a child, and they went to, of course, to a latest doctor from America. And the child was crying, weeping, feeling so horrible. And his Brahmarandra, what you call the fontanelle bone area, was not filled at all. It was all open. I said, what's the matter with you people? They said, the doctor has said, don't touch the oil. I said, what? They said, he'll have allergy. I said, no, nothing of the kind. You bring the oil. I got one full katori of oil, rubbed it on his head, pushed back that thing, and I put it in nose and ears. The child slept like a log of wood. Imagine how much the child must have suffered. These stupid ideas come from where? I don't know. They don't have any oil these days, so what is their idea? Is to do some business must be behind it. I don't know what is business. I don't know what they are going to run by not giving any oil to the children. They must be having some business with that also. Otherwise it is absolutely a stupid idea. I just don't understand that the child has an allergy. And how presumptuous to think like that. Now, why the child has an allergy? Now let me ask a question. Why a child will have an allergy? The doctors have to answer. Or, of course, you are all doctors, so you should say. Can I have the answer? But why? Say on the chakras. You say on the chakras what will be catching. If somebody has allergies, what does it catch? Correct. Left navi. Left navi will catch. Now that means the mother. Because the child is not yet married, so is the mother. That means mother must be having a left navi herself. And that's why the child must be catching with that allergy. So instead of punishing the child, why not cure the left navi of the mother and left navi of the child? Now what will you do if there's a left navi of the child? What we can do to help the child to get rid of it? Very simple. Anything that is left can be taken out on the little flame. Put your right hand on the left navi of the child and put your left hand to the flame and finish. Now, in diagnosis you are easy. But now for medicines. Now remember the certain principles of medicines. Very certain principles are there. If it is left side, you have to take it to the fire, or to the sun, or to the flames. Alright? If it is the left side, you have to take it to the water, in general. Anybody who is suffering from right side, put him in the water. Finished. Done. Not in the sun, of course. Any disease, you bring it to this point. It's very simple. Now let me have some questions about certain diseases.
They've been asking me for the last 3 weeks.
Huh?
They've been asking me for the last 3 weeks, so they must have your question.
All right, let's have it. I will see if I can answer. Yes.
Psoriasis,
Huh?
Psoriasis.
Same thing. Psoriasis is nothing else but left side problem. It's a lethargic liver and gives you allergies. For psoriasis, left hand towards the photograph and right hand on the Mother Earth. Putting hot water bottle on the stomach. Or even giving bandhan to your liver with the light is all right. You must see, because psoriasis. Now people might think psoriasis means active liver or inactive liver. You see, it comes to that. But we have only two types, active or inactive. Now whether psoriasis is inactive or active, you will know from one point that when the liver is inactive, you get the allergies. And when it is active, you get other problems like, what you call that in English, I don't know, nausea, and also you get biliousness. You don't eat much, you thin down, all these problems are there. Now what else? For eczema, same thing. Eczema is the same thing. It's just like allergy. Eczema, same thing. But for eczema, because it's outward, you can use certain thing like neem ka patta and all that I have told you. So many things can be used on top. Fungus outside or inside? Is one of the worst thing is fungus. Same thing. But it's the worst thing. I should say it's the left side. Again the attack is left side fungus. Is all dead. And you have to use the left side. There's a photograph and right hand on the places wherever you have the fungus. You may take it out that way. But don't eat cheese. And the fungusy cheese you are not supposed to eat at all. All the Sahajogis should not eat any fungusy cheese. That blue one, with a crust one, all fungus must be avoided, and also mushrooms if possible.
What is milk exacerbate allergies and eczema? Milk, cow's milk.
Why does cow's milk make allergies and eczema worse?
What is?
Why does cow's milk make allergies and eczema worse?
Cow's milk. Yes.
Because it's left side.
Left side. Cow's milk always give you the left side. Because she's the mother. And you should not have her milk because it's left side. Whether it is cow's milk or buffalo's milk, all will give you allergies. But if you have animals which are smaller than you, like if you can drink, like Mahatma Gandhi, the goat's milk, then you might not have the problem.
You better tell them, Mother, because we always drink milk when we've got these things. It's the other way around. We go completely wrong. When we've got diarrhea, we drink milk. You know, it's silly business.
Diarrhea, you drink milk? The amount of salads you eat, sometimes I feel this fodder will make us like buffaloes or what? I just can't touch them, I tell you. But I have to eat just to show that I appreciate.
Bronchial asthma.
Bronchial asthma is caused by the combination of the right heart and the left heart. If the parents have been quarreling too much, if they are divorced, if you never had the security of the parents' love, then you get bronchial asthma. But if it is another one, just superficial one, then it could be from the father's death or from the fatherhood suffering. But if father and motherhood both have made you insecure, or if both of them have died, then you get bronchial asthma. It's a combination. Huh?
Hypoglycemia.
What's that?
Low blood sugar. Hypoglycemia.
I know. Low blood level. That comes from overactivity. You should not think so much. Agya. Too much of agya. Agya chakra. Too much of agya. Surrender yourself to Christ. Absolutely surrender yourself to Christ. It will work out. What's it? Spondylitis is left Vishuddhi. And right Vishuddhi could be also. But mostly left Vishuddhi spondylitis. Combination also could be.
Multiple sclerosis.
Multiple sclerosis is comes from Muladhara. Muladhara and Nabi. Left Nabi and Muladhara. It's more left-sided. Give the treatment of the left side. Saying the name of Ganesha and of Gauri. It will work out. Huh?
Varicose vein.
It comes from the people who stand too much all the time and they work very hard. As soon as it starts, it's better to cure them. You have to lie down every day. Those who stand every day for more than say 3-4 hours should lie down on bed and do cycling every day. That will help. Reduce the weight, maybe due to weight also. Some people have weight, but those who stand. I have seen those who stand for a long time without the heels. If you use the heels, you might be better off. With the heels, the pressure is not so much, then it is distributed more to the lower of those 5 chakras down below. That might help. But best is to do exercise after you have stood for a long time. Just lie down in the bed and do cycling. And also massaging. Slowly massaging it downward. Also it can work out with the ice treatment. You can put some ice before massaging. You can put the ice on them and use very cold oil and rub it. It will work out. That's one thing is difficult. Flu. Now for flu, first of all, this is again left side. But we have got a very good medicine in India. I don't know if you have that. There is what you call is the basil. Basil leaves. You take lots of basil leaves, make a concoction. What's it called? Concoction. Huh? No.
Boil it up in a pot.
Boil it up in a pot. Make it absolutely, the essence, take it out, quite thick. Put tea in it or water, just like the way you want to make it, like a tea. And put milk or whichever way you want, less milk. And sugar, because the taste may not be so good. And then you drink it. Before that you have to prepare some, what you call for dhuni. We all know ajwain ka dhuni. You see, you know that. So you take ajwain ka dhuni after that. That's all. You do it 3 days, you'll be all right, cleared up. What?
Nervous breakdowns and psychosomatic diseases. Are they coming from the left side or from the right side?
What is it?
Well, he's giving 2 categories. He's saying psychosomatic diseases, which is all of them, and he's saying in particular, nervous breakdown. Psychosomatic diseases are all of them.
You see, it's a very funny word, psychosomatic. It is also psycho and also somatic. So I don't know which one it is. If you say psychosomatic or somatic psycho.
You mean psychological diseases?
No. Psychosomatic is nervousness. You see, nervousness can be caused by bad habits. How? Like if you are an air hostess, you form a bad habit. As soon as you see the airport, it goes. Now those who travel too much, as soon as they have to travel, they go off their heads. Overdoing anything, you see, you get nervous with it. It's a matter of habit. You form that habit, so it happens. So I will not say it is due to some bada or anything, but your nerves are too much used in a particular way. Then they just give in. They cannot work it out anymore. So then you must change that habit. Supposing you are traveling too much by plane, then travel by a ship, or travel by a train, or by a bullock cart. Or don't travel. Something like that. Anything that you overdo too much, that forms a kind of a strain on your nerves. So try to reduce that strain on your nerves.
You recommended heels. What height?
No, I didn't say for all of you. I said for varicose veins, or especially for people who develop problems on the heels. There's no height. You just try whatever you can. Say about 1 inch will do, from 1 inch onward. Anything, not too much, 1 inch or lower. But you see, if you develop some sort of a bone on your heels or something like that, for that the heels are always better. Little heels are better. Baldness. It's not a disease, but it comes out of many habits. One of them is wearing the hat. If you wear the hat too tight, then the circulation of the brain is spoiled, and that's you might get one. Then also with the left nabi you might develop a back bald head here. If you have a left nabi, then there is no circulation. It works out that way. And we say that if somebody has a bald head, he will get some money. He's a moneyed man in India. I don't know why we believe in such a thing, but we believe that if you have a bald head means he's a moneyed man. You see, the one who does not have a bald head is not a moneyed man. Who doesn't have a belly is not a dignified man, according to Indian standards. But bald head is caused by not using oil or by not using proper oil. Oil should be used properly, and the skull must the skull must be rubbed, not the skin, so that if you rub it, the skin must move on the skull, and then you won't have this problem. Another is that if you use funny type of oils with lots of fragrance and essences in it, then you might get white, grey hair. And also ghee should never be used for rubbing in the head, but you can use it for the body, is good ghee, or even the butter is good. If you are overactive, then, otherwise not. But ghee should never be used, or butter should never be used for the hair. Now you have two types of bald heads, as I told you. Some who start from here and some who start from there. It's a very interesting subject. And those who have both could be. Now I would say the one which starts from here are the people who are the ones who have got an Ekadasha problem, possibly. With the Ekadasha problem it starts, or who are not very collective or something, it will start receding back. Alright. Those who start from here are the people who may not be good husbands, maybe something wrong with their wives, maybe bad wives. The husband-wife relationship is upsetting. Then also this starts at the back. Or maybe there's some incompatibility between the two, or too much attachment to the wife, or too much attachment to the husband also you start developing like that. All these things are left nabi. So the left nabi relationship, is the Graha Lakshmi relationship, where you adore your wife so much that she is no more a Lakshmi. Also is wrong. These things start with that. And also could be with your hectic life. If you are very hectic in your life, running up and down, doing too much work, also it may start. You don't listen to your wife about it and you think you have to do this work, then also it might start here. There are so many reasons for the left nabi to start. But the one that starts here starts with the right nabi, or we can say with the Ekadasha mode on this side. So I don't know, in your case, Johan, what should I blame? I would say is a complete neglect of your hair. No oiling at all. That's what it is. I mean, if you do not give water to the plant, it will die. And then if you say, why is it caused? I mean, if you don't give water, is the one that it eats, drinks, and lives on. So oil is the one on which the hair resides. What's it?
In the West we get pain in the knees when we sit on the ground. Is there any way of avoiding it?
You see, it is due to the nabi you have, right or the left, and no practice of sitting down. Now what you have to do, that you have to learn a certain, what you call an exercise. I've told people what is the exercise needed for it. Then you will get used to it, you will start sitting on the ground, all right, without feeling the pain on the knees. It will help you in the long run, very much. There are certain exercises to be done. But at least your children, you make them sit on the ground from now, so that there's no problem for them. Here, in the West.
When I came to Paris, I noticed that a lot of ladies, after 60 years old, began to...
But 60 years, one should have that. Otherwise you don't look all right. You see, in 60 years you should look like a 60-year-old, you see, otherwise it's very embarrassing. For me, I must say, I must also get some bald head and some wrinkles and this and that. Because, you see, once we were traveling and we had some lady with us, she is 6 years younger to me. And Modi was all the time trying to help her. Poor old lady, poor old lady. I said, what's this nonsense? She's 6 years younger to me, and you are just trying to help her all the time. What about me? Nobody's bothered. They make me sit for hours together. They do this, do that. Supposing if I had looked old, you would have said, no, no, mother must be tired. Now the ladies develop that because they might be dominating women. Possibly. Or maybe they are neglecting their hair. Huh? Drunkenness. Also could be they might have taken drugs. Or maybe in the West anything is possible under the sun, you see. Or maybe they have had some problems with their mothers or something like that. Basically must be there. But I think mostly it is due to neglect, complete neglect of the hair. You see this hairstyle. Now you go to any person who is doing this hairstyling, within 3 years' time you are bald. Then they will give a wig. That's their business. So going to these hairdressers and all that, you develop it. What is the need to go to the hairdresser? I don't understand. There's no need. Waste your time, waste your money. You look very nice without it. Huh? What is?
Is there a chance to get lost hair back?
You might try. If not by sahajayoga, they say there is a method. They put something here, there, and they plant it and all those things they do. If you do it, then I'll see to it that they grow well.
Why are diseases through generations limited to 7 generations?
Or any problem, Mother, any problem that comes through the generation.
The problems are like this. There's only one center which covers all the 7 centers, which is the Muladhara. Because it is the Omkara. It is the Chaitanya. If Muladhara is insulted, say I said if there's an incest relationship and the family grows, then it is 7 generations. But if it is between a very holy relationship like mother and the son and something like that, then it is 14 generations. It was complete insult of Sri Ganesh. And so many of these can come from there. Most of it comes because Sri Ganesha gives you the real strength. Those who have insulted Sri Ganesha are always delicate people, physically. So you have to re-establish your Sri Ganesh. Huh?
How to keep the body cool in summer?
To keep the body cool in summer, first of all, you have to do is to take some ice and rub it on your liver. Keep the liver cool. Don't think too much. Don't take hot things. Like in the summertime, so many people eat those watermelons and things like that. They should be cooled down properly. Like even mangoes in India must be cooled down and then taken. All such fruit should be cooled down and then eaten. Some people eat the mangoes just from the tree. That's very wrong. You have to cool it down for 24 hours and then eat it. This we knew, all of us. But in modern times, I don't know if people don't know. All these things add up. Then reduce on meats and fish especially. You should not eat fish in the summertime at all. First of all, it is spoiled, something wrong with it, or else it has phosphorus which ignites. So avoid all these things. Eat things which are good. Now especially for India is very easy because we have got something called gulkand, which is made out of rose petals, which is a very good thing for cooling the liver. Then cardamom, then the candy sugar, sugar itself. All these things will cool down your liver and you will feel very good. The change in your diet is very important during the summertime.
Oh, hemorrhoids. Is it a Muladhara problem? Hemorrhoids.
Right side Muladhara. Right side. For that, you have to keep yourself cool. Again, get the cooling effects, all the cooling things to be done. And also, a very good thing is to eat the black dried grapes. What do you call them? Raisins. Black raisins. Soak them in the night with some orange juice and eat them, soak them in the morning, eat them in the night before sleeping. That will cool down. That's very, very cool. बनफशा बोलते हैं ना, आप क्या बोलते हैं, एक चीज होती है वो काला काला जो पड़ता है उसको क्या बोलते हैं आप? नहीं, बनफशा नहीं, कुछ और बोलते हैं, जो काला काला मलंग कुछ बोलते हैं ना। हाँ, नहीं नहीं, एक मलंग करके आता है ना जो इसमें डालते हैं ठंडक में वगैरह, आई फॉरगॉटन द नेम. हाँ, काय तुम्ही काय म्हणता? नाही सब्जा नाही, ते एक असतं यांचं काळं काळं, ते ह्याच्यात घालतात शरबत मध्ये किंवा ते आईस्क्रीम बनवतात त्याच्यामध्ये. हा, नाही दुसरंच आहे काय, ते नाव विसरले मी, पण त्याचं सांगून उपयोगाच काय. For allergy, the best is geru. You take, all of you should take geru, those who suffer from allergy. And we get little stone pieces, round ones. Rub it on that and take it with some water about 7 times and then eat it. It's good for allergies. But everybody should not, those who have allergies. Geru is not good for people who have overactive liver. Now if you have finished,
India has the biggest problem of leprosy, especially Bihar and UP. What is the reason?
It's a kind of a, it's an infectious disease, and now they have found out some sort of a thing for that. Leprosy is not only in India, it was everywhere. But, the जो कीटाणु होते हैं उसके, the ones, what you call them, the parasites which create this leprosy, drink kerosene oil, petrol. They prosper in petrol. Do you know that? Huh?
What is the treatment in Sahaj for that?
For leprosy, you see, for any infection as such, it's all left-sided. One can work it out. But as far as possible, keep out of it. Infectious diseases, you better not treat. You see, it's very dangerous. I will never advise you, because you should waste your energy on lepers now. Leave them to me. Which is the easiest way to cure yourself?
What about people who are born with epilepsy?
Oh, epilepsy is curable. 100% curable. It's a left-sided problem. Epilepsy, whether born or anything, can be cured. Excessive tooth decay. You see, for tooth decay, the thing is, you must use your fingers to rub on your teeth. You see, that's the thing, and also on your gums. So what you have, because you have got vibrations, your right Vishuddhi is quite all right. It is due to right Vishuddhi. So what you have to do is, to deficiency in right Vishuddhi gives you. Rub it nicely with olive oil and little salt, very good finely thinned out salt, and it will stop it. Every day. Brushing is not sufficient. One more here. That's it, Siddha.
What is the reason for having your intestines all on the left side?
All on the left side, nothing on the right. Good idea. Left side. There's no reason as such. You see, after all, think that God creates so many human beings. Even, you tell about 200 people to do some work. One goes this way, another goes that way. You don't know what happens to them. They go so helter-skelter. Now, think that sometimes it's a freak. It happens. There are freaks. It makes no difference. All right, what do you want? What she said?
Ulcerative colitis.
Ulcerative colitis comes by people who have amoeboisis, maybe. One of them could be. Is it there?
Is there an amoeba?
Yeah, yes, due to that. Or could be due to very hot food if you eat, or if you drink too much. On all these things, you see, can be affecting. But mostly it is due to amoebiasis, I've seen it. And hot food. You shouldn't eat hot food. Like some people like very hot food and they get this trouble.
Anyone have a question that's a little more visionary and a little less medical?
What's it?
What about Halley's Comet appearing later this year?
I've seen it. This Mr. Haley had seen it and he said this will happen, that will happen. And they say so, it's a good sign. Let's see. You see, whatever may be the stars, whatever may be the things, unless and until human beings become sensitive, nothing can happen. We have to be sensitive people to receive the blessings of these things. Otherwise, Haley may come, any may come, but we go on forever. It will be. If we become sensitive, then only it will happen. First of all, where there is ego, nothing is going to work out. Ego has to go down, and you have to feel everything, the vibrations and everything of the atmosphere of all the stars, then it will work. Otherwise it has no effect.
What is the proper attitude when you take darshan from you? I have never known how to approach you.
What is the proper attitude when we take darshan of you, Shrimataji? He's never known the proper attitude.
Oh, it's rather embarrassing. All right, I'll close my eyes and my face and I'll take it. तिकडे बघा कोण आहेत वाकुल्या दाखवतात पोरं ओरडतात तसं नाही करायचं म्हणा मूर्खासारखं वागायचं नाही कोण आहे Now, your question is nice. Now supposing Christ appears before you and you know he is Christ, what will happen? That should be the attitude, at least minimum. Though Christ had to manage only one chakra, he'd have to manage 7. If that attitude develops, even thinking of me is sufficient, you have to just think of me, your diseases will be cured. That depth has to be. And this is just one chakra, 7 times, raised to power 7. That's what it is. You have seen the miracles, you have seen the photographs, you have seen thousands getting realization, none of them did it. But also I am Mahamaya. But in your heart, you should know whom you are facing. But mostly people get into the web of Mahamaya very much. That awe is so fulfilling, so penetrating, so deep, that one lives with that idea only, all the time. You don't need anything with that. It's a very great fortune. If I were you, I would have called myself the most fortunate person. But it's the other way round. I don't know what to say then. Though I must say I'm very fortunate, because compared to all of them, I have so many of you here who are Sahajogis. So I'm very fortunate and I'm very happy about it, very happy. But still, to grow in that, you have to know what it is. Indians have sense. It goes easily into their heads. They are very sensitive. In the same way, I hope you all develop it in that way, in that fashion. Then life would be very enjoyable. All right, now coming back to something practical, I have to ask you, have you made all the purchases that are needed for your pujas in your various countries?
Not yet. They're going to do some of it in Bombay on the day that is available when the buses go back, in each case.
Because all those who are going, Europeans, please raise your hands by the earlier first bus.
On the 17th, the Egypt Air flight. We leave on the 17th morning.
Now, there's one good solution also. I was saying that if you start very early in the morning next day, you may reach there for this work, but the shops close very fast. Another one could be you make a list of things that you want and send it over to Nima or someone, and they'll keep it ready for you, so you need not go to the shop to get it. For example, if you want to buy a mukut, want to buy this and that, better give her a list and they will keep it ready for you. As soon as you'll go, you'll get them. It's a better idea. Don't leave it to chances. Because when you travel, see, you don't know, the car may not take you at the right time, the shops may be closed. Being Sunday is going to be difficult again. Best is to make a list. Even Saturday is very difficult there. It's so crowded and all that. So make a list of things that you want, definitely, and those, otherwise you can try later on some that you want to buy personally, but actually these things are so common and so understandable, you write it down whatever you want for your puja. Have you got any list of saying what one needs for the puja?
Robert, you must be. Robert, you were involved with your people going to do purchases in Bombay.
Yes, for Austria, we got a list that we want to buy.
No, altogether what you want to buy. Then make a list. Now sit down, make a list. Now, when you have made the list, I'll send somebody to Bombay who will purchase all these things, keep ready for you, put the price for you, you pay them and you take them. I don't think you will have much chance to go to any shop. And I would advise, don't go to any shop on a Saturday. On the contrary, you just go to the airport, rest there and take your thing.
They reach on Friday night, they have all day Saturday, and they go in the small hours of Sunday morning.
Why do you want them to go on Friday night? Friday. Better let them go on Saturday morning.
They chose that.
I see. And what about you people?
We're going the next day. We'll leave on Saturday, and the flights are not until Tuesday or Wednesday.
All right.
But if you suggest, Mother, that they go on Saturday, they'll do it.
No, it's better go earlier, because in any case. You know why I was saying that maybe, you see, cars and this and that, supposing it fails or something. Better to be there one day earlier. Try if you can get something, because Saturday is such a crowded thing there, I don't know.
We'll still make this common list of puja rites.
In any case, you should. Whatever you have is all right. If you don't have, you better make it here. I mean, you spend so much time making the mukut. What's the need? You can get it here, ready-made, very good ones. Any amount, any type you want. If you want to do it, you can do it. But normally, there's no need.
They don't know what mukut is, Mother.
Huh?
You better tell them what
Mukut is the crown. Yes. All right, by all means, you can see. It's done. Hold on. Well, you better come. क्या कह रहे हैं?
माता जी कह रहे हैं कुमकुम खरीदा है ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लिए, आप वाइब्रेट कर देंगे?
हाँ, please bring it.
Mother, if you could just put the speaker.
That's it. Yeah.
Bring them in.
Then wait for 5 minutes.
Just put it away, please. Holding
coconut oil for this. Coconut oil. This you can use to mix it, but more use coconut oil. Mix it up in the coconut oil first. Coconut oil is much better. For the hair, coconut oil is the best.
Thank you very much.
Take out the air first. Now before before going, whatever silver you have got, you put it in your suitcase. Find it also customs, you just that please tell them frankly that these are the volume increase. These are your wedding presents. Would be better if you wrap it with some. It's not meant for you in any case. Meant for married people. In case you are carrying the silver with you, then put it in your suitcases with a wrapper, with the wishing of somebody like that for your marriage. You should say we got married, or somebody has to say we remarried. It's a present. And they won't say anything to you, but in any case they won't see anything. I hope so. Next time when you come, don't bring any nonsensical thing like the one you brought last time. First was my television set, the way it was ruined. It's all absurd ideas. I never do like that. You need not try to avoid paying customs. We have to pay where we have to pay. So whatever you are bringing, each person should not bring more than 500 rupees worth. Means about, say, about 25 pounds. Secondly, that whenever you bring such things, like tapes, you should divide them into different people and then bring it. Don't bring them together. Thirdly, whatever you bring, you don't send it back without asking me. There's no logic in it. All the way you bring something here, and why do you send it back? And again, this is the same brain, I think, which I cannot explain. I mean, nobody can explain this. Ian, who took them back? Huh? Who is he? From Bristol. You know, we have paid for that. Huh? But why? English originals, why did you send it? Why? You see, if you are made in charge of that, have you? Who has made you in charge? Warren made you in charge, did he? Then did you ask Warren? You don't know, you have sent also in that, I had saved some tapes which were the bhajan tapes. I saved them that time when I was giving. I said keep them for the villagers. I am saying, did you appoint him as in charge of the tapes? Alright. What? He didn't do these tapes. The tapes that he has sent back, he never did it. That's done by Paul. We have purchased them, gave it to Paul for doing it. Now I saved these ones. When I was giving the presents to people, I said save these, because I have to take them for distribution for the villagers. And these tapes were sent back. He never asked me. See, this is the trouble. When you are in charge, it doesn't mean you can do things like that. These are not your tapes that you sent them. We paid for it. We got it done through Paul. It has nothing to do with you. You never did these tapes. Nothing. No, you did not. I know. Paul did it. It was given to Paul. We paid for it. We asked Paul to do it. He did it. These tapes are not done by you. If you have done it, I don't know. But as far as I know, they are done by Paul. And I kept them back. I didn't give them. And yesterday I was really crestfallen. I told them that I'll give it to the bhajan mandals. And it was not there. They asked me, where are the tapes you had promised us, Mother? I think you do not know, because I had kept about 40 tapes or 30 tapes which were of Indian bhajans, separately with that. But what was the hurry? If you have to send something, you can always send it later. How do you know? You just sent a lot. How do you know? You didn't see everything. Definitely they are gone. But why do anything without asking? First of all, always do things with asking. You shouldn't behave arbitrarily, first point. Second point is that these things can be done later. What is the hurry? Even Warren asked me if he has to do something. It's a very common thing, another with a Western mind. I've known that. I'll tell you, people used to live in my house. They would just walk off, keeping the door open. Just walk off. Where is he gone? God knows, he's walked off. Very common. He just walked off. But where did he go? I mean, even if you have to go to the bathroom, we'll tell somebody, I'm going to the bathroom. That's our habit. No, it's all right. Whatever it is. But I had saved this. Now I cannot locate it, because it's not there. There was no need to send them back at all. What was the hurry? To whom are you committed? If not to me, at least to Warren. Why arrange these things? Well, I think something goes out there. You better look after yourself. You have to do sadhana. You all must do sadhana. There's one more thing. Is that by saying I'm a Sahajayogi, by believing I'm a Sahajayogi, you are not going to be helped. You have to do your meditation sincerely. You see, I know it's not hypocrisy, but also it is not all out sincere effort. There's something in between, in the limbo, I would say. That's not the way. We think we are Sahajogis, alright, then do it. You have to every day, all these Indian Sahajogis meditate every day. Every day. They are much more, in a way, evolved. They have a much better background. We have to fight all that. Every day, they cannot live without it. All right? Now try to meditate. Try to take out, because you have problems there. That's how you go off. Now, just don't do anything arbitrarily. Ask 10 people. I also ask you. I don't do anything arbitrarily. Yesterday, when all the leaders were there, asked them what is to be done, what isn't it for us? Asked everyone. I can do everything myself. I don't do that. It's a collective thing. You cannot do anything like that. All right, that's one thing now. Thank you very much. Next time, don't do anything. It's not only him. I'm telling all of you. Don't do anything arbitrarily. All right? May God bless you. The second is Felicity. Come here. Felicity, you sit down. I have to tell you one thing. In Sahajayoga, you have come here to achieve an ascent. You know you had lots of problems. You have not come here to achieve any positions. Know that. If you want to achieve positions, why don't you go to politics and spare us? You become ministers, prime minister, do what you like. Why do you want to start another center? Huh? Who is Danny? Is he your leader? Who is your leader? Huh? Then why did you listen to Danny? Danny will do that. He's gone back. He'll tell you. He'll try to break your organizations. Are you going to listen to him? He will do like this. You should have told him in all sense that you better talk to Laurie. Now don't listen to Danny. He's already gone off his head. Actually, he made a horrible thing which you can't imagine. I mean, if I tell you, you'll be shocked. He made a deed. He made the deed for the so-called registration of the Vishwa Nirmala Dharma. And that one or the other one also. For no, Life Eternal Trust. Huh? You can say Life Eternal Trust. And what he wrote, what he did was that when I die, he becomes the head. He becomes the head of the whole of the world, Mr. Danny. That his great wife has achieved. And when he found it out, he told me, Mother, what are you doing? I trusted him, so he's such a good man. I don't know how he got into this trap of getting some sort of a power. Can you do that? You cannot. Started it. काय म्हटलं तुम्ही काय ठरवलं
माझ्या इज्जतीचा सवाल आहे तू इथे घेऊन आलाय आणि पैसा करता राहिले तुमची मुलगी असते तिच्याला तुमच्या मुली असतात तसं वागा
मग
असं एवढंच माझं म्हणणं आहे शुभ नाही दिसत मला तुमच्याकडे अशी वासना ओढून जाईल
मग
म्हणजे आम्ही फक्त तुम्ही आता काय आम्हाला जाण्या येण्याची भाडं द्या आम्ही तसंच लग्न करू
मग किती म्हणाल तुम्ही
हे 501 रुपये जे आहेत याला मी जबाबदारीने कबूल आहे तुम्ही वांदा घालायची नाही मुंबईला सोडून त्यांनी केलं
501 प्रत्येकाला
आम्ही मी शब्द दिलाय 501 रुपये
बरं कबूल सगळं मिळू
सगळं इन्क्लुडिंग
अच्छा मग 500 ची रसीद द्यायला पाहिजे त्यांनी
म्हणजे आम्हाला काय नको जाण्या येण्याचा आमचा द्या खर्च झालेला त्या आम्ही काय करू बघू बिघू नंतर नाही 501 पुढं काय ते इतकी म्हणली की आम्ही आता लग्नच लावून घेतो वेळ चालली
स्वतःच लावतात का
वेळ ते गेली म्हणलं टळू जरा काहीतरी बुज राखा म्हणलं आपलं ते
थोडी टेप लावायला पाहिजे होती तुमची बोलत असताना मला तेच गव्हर्नमेंटला सांगायचं आहे
पुढचं काय मी बोललो नाही ते मागून करून घेतो आम्ही काय करायचं पहिले लग्न लावून घ्या
बरं एक मिनिट सांग You have to support Laurie out and out. I must get good report about you from her. You know you had terrible problems, you know that. I must get very good report from her. And you must respect your leaders. Don't treat them as equals. None of you are going to treat your leaders as equals. You have to respect them and you have to listen to them. If something goes wrong with them, I will remove them. Don't start arbitrary behavior. This goes to this limit, what Danny has done. Do you want to become like that? So don't start any arbitrary behavior. And if you want to make me unhappy, I have nothing to say. But I have tried to make you happy by so many ways and so many methods. But if you want to make me unhappy all the time, what can I do? I have to be unhappy. You don't want to make me unhappy, isn't it, Felicity? All right, now go ahead and don't do all these things. It hurts me. I just don't understand. You have been with me for so many days and this thing, I've loved you so much, I just can't understand. Why do you want to hurt me? All right, get up now. बरं, एक मिनिट. चालेल. You have to support Laurie out and out. I must get good report about you from her. You know you had terrible problems, you know that. I must get very good report from her. And you must respect your leaders. Don't treat them as equals. None of you are going to treat your leaders as equals. You have to respect them and you have to listen to them. If something goes wrong with them, I will remove them. Don't start arbitrary behavior. This goes to this limit, what Danny has done. Do you want to become like that? So don't start any arbitrary behavior. And if you want to make me unhappy, I have nothing to say. But I have tried to make you happy by so many ways and so many methods. But if you want to make me unhappy all the time, what can I do? I have to be unhappy. You don't want to make me unhappy, isn't it, Felicity? All right, now go ahead and don't do all these things. It hurts me. I just don't understand. You have been with me for so many days and this thing, I've loved you so much, I just can't understand. Why do you want to hurt me? All right, get up now. Now for something nice, we should say, it's done, finished. You see, sometimes the ocean of forgiveness gets so filled up that some of it, like what you call the tushar in Marathi, we say, I don't know in English what is the word is, some drops come out from that on the shore. Try to love each other. Try to be helpful to each other. Try to enjoy others. That's what you are here for. Keep to your age. Keep to your levels. Keep to your growth. And also, you must understand that respect, if you give, you get the respect also. This is not the way one should behave in Sahaja Yoga. I am trying to build up a new world. You are doing God's work. Just find out, have you got sufficiently enough understanding what work you have taken. Arbitrary behavior is absolutely cancerous for Sahaja Yoga. Anybody does that, you point it out to others. This is arbitrary. This has been done very much before also. You know how the money was collected? Arbitrarily by Patrick. Terrible things happened. And everybody supported him, even Steve and everyone. And people sent him money without asking me. This is very sad. You are all Sahaja Yogis of such a level, and you must come up to that level and see that you are the people who are going to change the whole world. You are the foundation of that. No arbitrary behavior should be there, but an understanding, because you have to receive so much. Unless and until you are respectful, you cannot receive anything. Whatever you have to do, please ask your leaders. Don't do anything arbitrarily. The leader may be younger than you, may be older than you, maybe now he is appointed, you are an old Sahaja Yogi. It doesn't matter. I know whom to appoint. I have appointed that person there. Alright? I hope you will give me joy and happiness as I have always tried to give you. May God bless you. Now, the ladies have arrived and they want to give bangles to the ladies. They have brought the bangles for you. The reason is tomorrow is a great day, what we call the Sankrant. It's a day when the sun changes its meridian. It moves from the south to the north, towards the Cancer, to the Cancer. It moves towards the Cancer, you see. And that's how tomorrow is a very great day for us, 14th. That day we say that that's the day lots of things happen. So, Sankrant. Krant means revolution and Sun means holy. So it's a day of holy revolution. Luckily we are here. We'll be having a nice puja. We'll have an international puja also. Everything will be done. Tomorrow very nice. Now one thing we have to do today, that these ladies have come to give bangles to you, to all the ladies. They have got all sizes. They showed me what sizes I should take. I told them some of them should be maximum. And they have brought it. So as many as of you can have, please have it. Alright? Aao tya bangda kyun nahi? We don't offer them to women because men, because it is insulting. When the men don't go for a fight or they behave cowardly, then women offer their bangles to men that you better wear them, sit at home and I'll go on the war. It's a saying, Bangda Bharani, means to men if you say that, that means now you are a coward. It means that. In all languages. यहाँ पे कितनी चिड़िया हैं? It's a sanctuary here. So many birds. Have you seen those birds before? Or only they have arrived today? Just go and have a look. Ana. We everything have by the kilos, you see. Ana. इकडे आणून ना आता बायका आहेत तिथे. अहो तुम्ही या कुठे विद्यापीठाच्या बायका इकडे या इकडे. What's it?
Bridget has bought 5 silver key rings for you to bless, and perhaps you'd like to give them away.
To whom?
11.
To whom? 11.
You only gave me one.
Where's the other box? Beautiful. You got them in Kolhapur? Aren't they beautiful? Ah, yeah. You put bangda. Ugrao? Oh, bangda ugra. Yeah. Huh? Oh, kumku. Oh. Kumku. Pucha. आता यहाँ तो पुष्कळ बायका आहेत भरपूर yeah. But where are they? That's only we have very few. One is 1, 2, so 3, 4, 5. Yeah. One is very simple. Huh? Now you make a list. I don't know. This one has been here.
Maybe you can choose 11 Swiss ladies.
Huh?
Maybe you can choose 11 Swiss ladies.
No, that could be very partial. We should give it to from every country. Okay. Now the leader know what? You know the ladies whom I gave. Okay.
Sorry. You want somebody else or someone?
One more could be. काय झालं?
All the ladies
Adi मला का? झालं.
You know the ladies who receive saris from each country. Choose another lady in your country.
बरं त्या. तुम्ही कामं सुरू करा. आणा व्हायब्रेट करून. आल्या का सगळ्या? आणा. हा. काय हे तर व्हायब्रेट करून घ्या आधी. हा. बरं. बरं त्या. आता भरपूर होते झालं ना झाला ह्याला हो बिकुले इकडे हा जरा इथं बसत आता कशा भरणार या ह्या बायकांना असं का तुम्हाला माहिती आहे ना तर कम अलॉंग नाव फॉरवर्ड बरं भरा मला भरा झाले
मला भरू दे त्यांना भरू दे हो वहिनी त्यांना भरू देतो
काय झालं त्या लोकांना कुंकू लावणार ना मी तसं पुरायचं नाही आणखी घ्या कुंकू These are all the ladies? 11.
11 ladies, right?
Will you please come one by one? First of all. These are key rings which are given by Bridget. All right. May God bless. Come on. हाँ हो बाला भरा एक मिनट ह्यांचं उतर दे एक मिनट May God bless. May God bless. Bridget has given this. Whichever comes in my hand, I am giving it. All right? Nice one. This little thing has fallen off. A little bit, I think. I'll take this one out. This one is. That's like baga. It's a quad like. नहीं है किसे quad like. आहेत का बघायचं घुंगरू पडलेले नाही घातले हा नाही just have कसं गेलं कुठे नाही कसं काय It's a little dropped out. I think I'm trying to search it. Just see. Let's get it. This is all right. They got it. There are only 11 she's brought. I'm sorry. Now, all the ladies who came here can come and one by one have the bangles done. Now come along. Come along. One by one. Come along. Start coming. बघा त्यांचे हात काय मला बरा हात just sit down.
Shrimataji, Michelle is saying that Christine Balsarac didn't receive a sari, but I know that I read her name out and she came out. Christine, you remember, from France?
Who is saying no?
Michelle, the leader in Paris.
Really? No, I think I gave it to Christine. I remember her. She says no?
Did she say no?
No.
Or are you just assuming your vision to be perfect?
But we were several. I mean, you cancelled the name Christine, saying no, I assume...
Cancelled?
Yes, you said Christine first time, it was Christine from New York.
Yes, correct.
And fourth name, I mean, was second time Christine, and you said no, I soon called her. And then you went on the fifth name, and it was over like that. And at the end, there has been...
I saw coming.
You saw her coming?
Yeah.
So she was not in her range. She didn't tell me. That doesn't matter.
She didn't get it. I saw her coming. That all.
Because I was sure not to have seen her. Because he has.
She didn't get it. What was the sari about? The one I gave. Then who took the 11th sari? Well, I brought all of them in number.
No, and Marie-Louise from Mulhouse, who knows her pretty well, said that she didn't get any sari for France. When she packed her luggage, she didn't have it.
How many saris there were, Dania? I don't know, but I had all the number there. Yes, 16 of them. No, quite lady. Also.
You had the list of it.
Just see the list. How many there? Or we'll find out. Now come along. Barahan. Make up. बस you sit down, she'll bring them. तुम्ही असं करा, हात बघून सांगा त्यांना म्हणजे इथं मांडून घ्या ना सगळ्या.
Mother Alessandra has a spare herself. You might like to give that to the one that missed out.
All right, call her.
Okay, Austria representative to receive for Germany, please. Herbert? Who is it?
16. We'll see the sari list. But you should have pointed out that moment.
Yes, why didn't you tell us then?
That moment. It's wrong. You see, now it's the last case. I definitely had 16 saris, no doubt. I had bought them. No, and one of them, 15 I gave you, and one I gave it to Mrs. Dixit. I'll try to get one for her. If possible, they are very special saris. Just don't get them like that. Yes, I know that. But still. May God bless you. These are it. They are very special ones. I'll see if I can get one. All right? But who is then the 15th one who got it? Now let us see who got it. First of all. बरा अहो एकाच्याने नाही होणार 4 जण पाहिजे त्याला तुम्ही बरा त्याने भरू दे किती भरणार आहात तुम्ही एक डझन मग 7 आणि 5 भरायचे. 7 उजव्या डाव्या हाला 7 आणि उजव्याला 5. 7 आणि 5. त्यांचे हात फार मोठाले आहेत, आधी मोठाले भरा. हे बघा, ह्यांना तुम्ही यांना धरा ना इकडे. हा, तुम्ही इकडे बस. हा, असे हात बघा त्यांचे थोडे. गाळा तुम्हाला ओळखता येतो काय? नाही, अंदाजे. फार मोठा गाळा आहे. टेक आउट 1 ऑफ 4. त्यांना म्हणा काहीतरी म्युझिक वाजवा म्हणा त्याला. प्लीज प्ले सम गुड म्युझिक. Alright? Ask them to play some good music of the same one yesterday's. Other side. कोणचा हात आहे? हा, 2 आहे. 2 आहे का? 2 6. म्हणजे 2 6 आहेत ना. आधी डाव्यात घालून बघा. नाही जाणार. 3 घाला. 3 बहुतेक 3. तिला चालतील 2 6. Yeah, very big hand. What do? You do work very hard in the house or something?
I'm a teacher.
Why should the teacher have a big hand? You don't beat the children, do you? तुम्ही बना राहुलबाई. तिच्यात घेऊन या तिला. आणखीन कोण आल्यात का आणखीन बायका? तिकडे पाहिल्या ना मी बसलेल्या, नाही का? हा, 7 भरा. हे बघा, 7 की नाही. I bow to all the seekers of truth. Today, in these modern times, we are face to face with lots of complicated problems, lots of shocks that are awaiting us. And then we look back to understand why have we failed? What has gone wrong with all of us? Whatever way the human beings have moved, in whatever direction they have tried to achieve something, the whole thing has recoiled on the whole humanity and has destroyed it. One must stop at this point and witness the reason, the basic reason what mistake we have committed. We talk of love, we talk of peace, world peace, but the peace is not in your hearts. Peace is not within. You are in a turmoil. And how can you bring forth peace all over? If the sea is full of waves which are in a turmoil, how do you expect the boat to be steady? The reason is we are not trying to find out what's wrong with us, but we are all the time trying to find out what's wrong with others. But who is the other? We are all part and parcel of one great world. God has not created many countries. He never knew about these things. He'll be surprised if he visits this world. He'll be surprised the way we have divided ourselves into countries, and from one country to another country you move like a criminal with a passport number. This idea of love is not love. This conception, the mental projection that we call love, is not love at all. The love is something which is a power. A power that is looking after us. The power that is guiding us. The power that has nourished us, has brought us to this level. We in our ego, human beings, think that, oh, we have done this, we have done that, we have done nothing. You can't even create a blade of grass. You cannot. Can you? You cannot create anything that is living. Then why say that we have done this, we have done that? You have done nothing, but you have created all kinds of devils out of your cocoons and put them on top of your heads. First, let us be humble about it, then we can understand what is love of God. Love of God is a power. It's an all-pervading power. It's the subtle power which resides in all the elements, in all the molecules, in all the atoms. The vibrations that you see, say, in a sulfur dioxide, when you see the isometric movement of the atoms, then know it is the love of God which is working it out. Now, it is easy to say there is no love of God, but this is not a very scientific way of looking at things. If you are scientific minded, then you have to understand this is a hypothesis which I am putting before you. And if it is not proved, then you can deny. Up till now I would have accepted that you said there is no God, but that also is not scientific, because you have not seen yet. You have not gone into that direction. You have not tried to find it out. How can you say there is no God? Only because in your small little brain you have conceived an idea that there is no God. So secondly, you have to have an open mind to understand God's love. A very open mind. Open mind, like a student who goes to the university, doesn't challenge a professor, but sits down to listen, to find out what the professor has to teach. Thirdly, we must understand that we know very little, very little wee bit. We are using a very wee bit of our brain to understand anything. So whatever so-called knowledge we have got is absolute limited knowledge. Maybe it is just ignorance, or maybe something mythical. Let us keep it as a hypothesis. Now I say that there is God, and I say that His love is all pervading. All the great saints, incarnations, prophets, all the great religions have said this. I am not saying it for the first time. I am only here to prove that they have said it is the truth, and you can find out whether it is the truth or not. But you should be the seekers of truths and not just intellectuals or some sort of argumentative personalities. try to understand that at human level you have not been able to discover that great power of love. It's a fact, must accept. You have not been able to feel God so far. Oh, you might have read a lot, but you have had no experience of God. You have never felt His love. Then one must know that we have been ignorant. The darkness of ignorance has been on us, and in darkness we are hitting each other. We have no idea as to how we are related to each other. It's a crazy world we are creating today because of this darkness. This darkness has to go away, and for that the light of God's love has to come. Now the question could be, how can we know God? Because as it is, we are like a cocoon. We have taken out all these threads of the cocoon, put them round us, and everybody thinks that they have produced some sort of a novel ideology or a philosophy which will solve all the problems of the world. It has not. It has created more complications and more complications. Let us face it. How to get out of this cocoon is the problem today. And to get out of this cocoon, what should we do? Normally, as human beings, we always think that by doing something only we achieve the results. But this is the other way around. When we became human beings from amoeba stage, what did we do? From monkeys to human beings, what did we do? We didn't do anything, did we? But there was some internal force that has brought forth this evolution. Now when something has happened without our effort, then it must be something unique. But it is nothing, every day we see it. For example, a flower becomes a fruit. You see it every day and you accept it. You never challenge how it has become suddenly the flower becoming a fruit, because it's a living process. So the living process of the living God comes from His love, which is living. Dead gods I am not talking about, which we have made out of our own brains. But real God, the reality itself, which is not created by you, He has created us. When He has created us, we cannot put in effort to know Him. He has to put in effort for us to know Him. So He has put in all the efforts within yourself. Very beautiful. In the different stages of your evolution, He has developed within you a mechanism, a beautiful living mechanism, which has given you the stage up to which you have come as human beings, and also the possibility of becoming a higher being through that mechanism. Now, if you want to know through science, you cannot. By all human efforts, whatever you try is the knowledge of the tree. But if you have to have the knowledge of the roots, you have to become a subtler personality to get to it. Even to become that, God has made all beautiful arrangements within us. In the West, I would say, on the scientific field, Jung reached quite near it, but he made little mistakes because he didn't have a mother to tell him, perhaps. So he made a very big mistake by saying that the unconscious is below the subconscious mind. and then is the conscious mind, जिसे कि हम सुप्त चेतन कहते हैं, जो कि साक्षात कुंडलिनी है. This Kundalini, according to him, was placed under the layers of these minds. God is a great creator and a planner. Supposing you have to enter into an airport and there are piles of luggage, one after another, everything piled one after another like that, how will you reach? There has to be a path. So this argument of his has failed him completely. But actually it is not placed one on top of another, but on parallel sides. On the left hand side and the right hand side. On the left hand side we have the subconscious, the present subconscious, this life subconscious, many lives subconscious, and then the collective subconscious. On the right hand side we have got supraconscious, the present one, this lives, then of many lives, and then last of all is the collective supraconscious. Now the supraconscious means the futuristic ideas of people. So we have two types of people already. One are which are left-sided, which live with their past. One which are right-sided, which live with the future. We can say in India, we are the people who live more with the past. We talk of Shivaji, but what about today? Can we produce someone like him? We talk of Nanaka. Can we produce anyone like him? We talk of Kabira. Can we produce anyone like him? With all this nonsense that is going on, can we produce even one like them? We cannot. So no use talking about them. Better see what you can do today in the present. So in the present is the central path, which we call in the Sanskrit language as Mahalakshmis. This central path is the evolutionary path of human beings. And thus all the centers that are created within us are the different stages in which a human being has gone through. For example, the first one, which is called as the Muladhara, which you see there, is the one that starts with carbon. With the carbon coming into the evolutionary process, amino acids were formed, life took its own existence, and life started growing. So basically, we have started from that stage going higher, 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 till now we have come to the human stage. And last is this chakra, which we call in the medical science as limbic area, Sahasrara. The end of it is called as the Brahmarandra, is the fontanelle bone area in the medical terminology. And this is a soft bone in childhood, which gets covered up because of the two institutions growing into us of ego and superego. When the Kundalini rises through these centers, she pierces through this seventh center, and you get that higher awareness which we call as yogis or sahajogis. These days there are so many types of yogis moving. That's why we call it sahajogis, but all real yogis are sahajogis. It is a spontaneous happening because it's a living process. Living process is a spontaneous happening. Once people asked Ramadasa, how much time does it take for Kundalini to rise? He said, Takshana, that moment. Guru Nanak has said, Sahaja Samadhi Lav. Sahaja Samadhi Lav. He has described Sahaja Samadhi Lav clearly. What more he should say? Kabira has said, Ida Pingala Sukhavana Nadire. They all have described the same thing. In the Bible it is written, I will appear before you like tongues of flames. No one can explain what does that mean. Christ has said, I will come back as a comforter, as a Holy Ghost. If you ask somebody who is the Holy Ghost, they say, we don't know. That's a mystery. Everything is a mystery, then what's the use of having such a mysterious ideas? Why do you accept anything that is mysterious? Holy Ghost is nothing but is the Kundalini within you. She is the reflection of the primordial mother who is within you in the triangular bone. She is kept there all the time. That's the power which is what we call is the power of Shuddha Ichcha, pure desire, pure desire. What is the pure desire we have? Is that we have to become one with this all-pervading power. This is the pure desire. All other desires come and go. Today they are asking, say, for something. Tomorrow they'll ask for something. Day after tomorrow they'll ask for something. It will go on and go on and go on. But once you get to your pure desire, you don't want to ask for anything. Then you give. Then you do not ask. You don't want anything. You want to give. This is the situation we should arrive at, that we have to give. When we say we have to become the light, then you become the light. And what does the light do? Light gives. Till it becomes the light, all the problems are there. As soon as it becomes a light, it gives. In the same way, there is full arrangement within us. In a living process, the Kundalini has to rise and give you your self-realization, your self-knowledge, which is the Bodha, which is the Vedas. Veda means Veda, to know within yourself means on your central nervous system, not reading. Not reading. Kabira said, Pari Pari Pandita Murakha Bhaya. He said by reading too much, the great learned have become stupid. That is a fact. Because when you read, everybody else is in your head, you are lost. Now when the self-knowledge comes into you, then what happens? When self-knowledge is there, you know about yourself. You don't know anything about yourself. For example, somebody who is sick, he says, oh, I was quite all right, and suddenly I find I have got bone marrow cancer. You never knew, no, nothing. Suddenly they say, now I have bone marrow cancer. I am walking about all right, I am perfectly all right. He did not know. Somebody says, my son was all right, suddenly he's turned out to be epileptic. Another one says, my daughter was all right, now she is a lunatic. How it has happened, we don't know. Suddenly something has gone wrong with the machine. We know more about the motor car that we drive, the machinery, much less about this our machinery, which is so beautiful and so subtle. To know this, you have to become the knower. And the knower is the spirit where you have to reach. But for that, you don't have to do anything. Kundalini has to do some job. And that job is simple because she is your mother. She has been your mother all your lives. And now she wants to give you a second birth. That you have to have. It's no use certifying yourself twice born or saying that I am a person who has got realization. It is no use deceiving yourself, no use. When you get your realization, the first thing that happens to you, the first and foremost thing that will happen to you, that on your central nervous system, you will develop a new dimension of collective consciousness. A new depth on your central nervous system. You can feed your own centers and the centers of others on your 5 fingers and 6 and 7 centers. This has to happen. The one who thinks I know a lot, I am a great Pandit, and this and that, I think all of them are on their way to Nark. Only the way to rise is to ascend through Kundalini awakening. There is no other way. Some people think that we have to be very upright, straightforward in life. If you are honest, if you are all other things, then it's done. But another may ask, why? For what? What's the purpose of all this? Why should we have this balanced life? Why should we go through this rigmarole of being very steady, this, that? Anybody can ask, young people will ask this question. Why this nonsense of doing all these things for what? This balance is for the ascent. Without the balance, it cannot ascend. That's why the balance has to come. That's why you have to be in the middle. You have to be in moderation. Because you have to ascend. And for the ascent, all the extreme temperament cannot do it. Supposing you have an aeroplane which has one wing missing, will it fly? Or which has got one wing very heavy, it won't fly. So one has to have a balance, and this balance is achieved through your being in moderation, or being, I would not say dharmic, because dharmic means nonsense, but dharmic means the dharma within you, the 10 valencies that are within you, which are the valencies of human beings, to be balanced. We can say the 10 commandments, or we can say the 10 valencies, or we can say the dasha dharmas. They are inner things, they are not outside, they are inside yourself. When they are in balance, the ascent takes place. Now the difference between all those historical things that we have seen, all those self-realization stories we have heard, have been of one or two persons. Because of the tree of life, at that time there were one or two flowers. I find there are thousands today. The blossom time has come. So many will get realization, no doubt. But the other difference between all those practices where people used to cleanse themselves, chakras by chakras they used to raise, they used to go to real gurus, sadgurus, not these horrible gurus, but sadgurus. Sadgurus they used to go. And these gurus would raise their kundalini one by one, step by step, and give them realization, cleanse them. It was a very hazardous method. So as a mother, I thought, why not make you your own guru? Best way. How do you do it? Somehow or other I must develop a method by which I can manage a mass realization. So we are in Holland, which is the holy land of Europe. And the holy land of Europe has got lots of water in it flowing. It's at a lower level than the Mother Earth. And the sea flows through it. So it's a good combination of the sea and the earth here. So sea cleanses and the Mother Earth blesses the people of Holland. But if they have lost their moorings and they are flying in the wrong direction, then the same holy land can become a hell land. So we have to be very careful to see that we create more and more Sahajogis in this place. In my reading of the character of the Western people, I find they are extremely aggressive by nature and very egoistical on the whole. One should not feel that I am saying about you, but I am saying you are Sahajogis, you belong to the kingdom of God, but I am telling about in general. Now, I am talking, keep your eyes open. I don't know why people close their eyes, I can't understand. Now, when we are in the Holy Land, we find that the Mother Earth has allowed the sea to flow in. And is a very good place for me to say something to you. Here the sea has taken refuge in the mother. The Guru has bound itself with the motherly qualities. A person feels more safe on the ground than on the sea or in the air. So today is the best opportunity for me to say that after the Guru Puja, we have to understand that to be holy means you must allow the Guru Tattva to circulate in the mother principle. Or the Guru Tattva is to be controlled and guided and beautified by the mother principle. It's only the Mother Earth that is beautiful, because it can create so many varieties, so many dramas, so many plays. Any other element, if you see, has nothing in it. So it is she who can create. So we should take to the motherly quality more and try to bind our Guru principle through that motherly, beautiful, creative power, so that we make our presence very agreeable, very congenial, very beautiful, full of interest and varieties. Every time new flowers, every time new fruits, every time a new design. As Kundalini is made of Mother Earth, we are quite capable of doing that. There are gurus and gurus and gurus, but no one so far is such a master as you are of the Kundalini. If they were, they would have given realization to thousands. Why? Because your mother has penetrated into your Guru principle and has risen your Kundalini, has given you powers to raise Kundalini, breaking your 7th chakra so clearly. That never happened with anyone. Even incarnations could not do that to the masses as you are doing. The Kundalini is flowing from your hand. The Ganesha is active in you. But it should never give you the ego or the sternness or the heaviness of the sea. But it should give you the beauty of the Mother Earth. Mother Earth is always bigger than the sea, because she has to contain the sea. Sea can never be bigger than the Mother Earth. Sometimes it looks sea bigger, but sea is contained in the Mother Earth. It cannot go beyond. So Mother Earth is always greater, bigger, wider than the sea. So one has to understand that when Kundalini has risen, you have become all the 7 chakras and not only the Guru chakra. And when you have become the Guru chakra, it is also bounded on all sides by the Mother Earth. Under these circumstances, when we are so capable, we are giving realization to so many people, when we are achieving so many things. If we could just become humble, congenial, beautiful, we can master the whole world. But I find in the styles of Sahajayogi, especially in the West and westernized Indians, there is so much of ego still expressed in their talks, in their behavior. They are not capable of it. To see, I think, sometimes. But better see it. First you may have to act as sweet people. Maybe. But you must learn that way. If you do not understand that all your leadership, all your Guru Tattva depends entirely on the loving capacity of your mother, her patience. I get angry, but perhaps once in a 10 years or 12 years, something like that. Seldom. That's better. Then the anger has some meaning, but all the time if you are in a temper, or you try to show off, or if you have so much of ego that you go on asserting on wrong things, then you cannot be effective. Another thing I've seen, that ego has no discretion. Ego has no discretion of any kind. If you are egoistical, first thing you lose is discretion. Then what's the use of having this nonsense of an ego which doesn't give you discretion? And people who have greater ego always then assert, and you have to agree to that. You are more impressed by the people who have greater ego than yours. And you like the people who are without any ego, so you can oppress on them. But the discretion part is very poor. That you can see. The other day one guru had come, one gentleman had come, and he has given some mantra. It's by his guru. Now he can't hear anything against his guru. Why? Because his ego has chosen that guru. Because the ego has chosen, how can the ego be wrong? And ego is always wrong. Invariably it is wrong. Everything is upside down with the ego orientation. Gradually you will learn that in the West, people lack common sense. Completely they lack common sense in everything. I mean, if they had common sense, there would have been much less problems. But common sense is lacking, and also I find the same thing in Sahajogis. They lack common sense. You have to become so wise that common sense should be your nature. But common sense we lack. Like today, I'll have some water. Today I was discussing about, say, the labor problem, which is a very general problem. Yes, thank you. Which is a very general problem. You have a labor problem. For example, you have an employment. Now the whole system that is built in here, and we too have adopted some of it, but not to that extent, of working hours is very absurd. For example, supposing you get up at 4 o'clock. I mean, that's very big supposition, of course, but supposing we get up at 4 and we take our bath. Morning time is very peaceful. We can meditate, we can do what we like. Then we finish all the other work we have to do. Get yourself ready, have yourself ready, have your breakfast or tea or whatever you want to have. Then by 8 o'clock you are ready for work. Supposing you go at 8 o'clock for your work. So you can work from 8 up to 1 o'clock very easily. Very easily, no problem. Then 1 o'clock you come back home, have your lunch and have a siesta. If you can have siesta for about 2 hours, say 3 till 4 o'clock, by 5 o'clock you again go to work. Then you can work from 5 to 11 without feeling tired at all. After 11 you might be. So you put in much more work, much less sleep, and you keep fresh and young. But it requires common sense. Now how unemployment can be solved? Some people can work in the morning, some can work in the evening. Now those who are working in the morning, the ladies could be in the house, men could be outside. Then the men come out in the evening, they can do the household work. Ladies can do in their house, or when they are in the house, men can do creative work. Like making statues, handwork. handmade things. So everybody gets employment. They become more creative, much happier people. And so easy to solve the problem. But there is unemployment. Because of unemployment, there are so many problems. Very easy to solve the problem of unemployment. You don't give any social security or anything. You give them their pay and let them work for shorter time. If you make them create things and sell them, they have more money. Or they can have nice things around them. Otherwise you can have horrid things like that. So you can have lots of things which are handmade. Plus machine-made things, whatever you want to have, there should be a balance. With common sense, we should know how far to go. How far to have balance. Like machine goes on like mad, we cannot control machines. Because we think we get money, we do not. After some time, machines have to stop. So you have to go up to this. I am trying to put the Guru Tattva into the Mother Tattva. As practical. So, common sense should be applied. And that can only come when there is no ego. With ego, there cannot be common sense. Because I like it, I do it. But this I is an ego who is blind, who is indiscreet, who is stupid. So ultimately we do stupid things. There should be common sense, which one can learn by getting rid of this. Now, people say, Mother, how to get rid of ego? It's very simple. You have to move left to the right 108 times in sahajayoga. You have to forgive people in sahajayoga. And you can watch yourself. First of all, see, do you watch others or you watch yourself, first of all. Like there was a lady traveling with me, very old lady. And she said, this man is handsome, this man is not handsome, this woman is good looking, she is pretty. That I was looking at her. I said, this mad woman, she will go really crazy by the time we get down. She goes on looking into every person, judging everyone, who is handsome, who is not. And everybody whom she called handsome, I found him ugly. So I gave up. I said, you better decide. I never tried these things. Then, that man is not good, he is very hot-tempered, he is this thing, he is that, he talks like that, he walks like that, he shouldn't look like that. Worried about other people. You tell them anything, they'll go on shaking their neck like that. Oh, how could you do it? But you do it yourself. If they have to say yes, they'll do it 10 times. Yes, 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 yes. If they have to say no, they'll go on saying no, no, no. There's no common sense. Why to move your neck so many times? See, if somebody is saying that, you need not react all the time. So this is another thing. Internal reaction. First is external. Seeing everyone, judging everyone. Oh, I don't like this station. This is too much dusty. This bathroom is not good. That room is not good. That thing is not good. Like that.
Today we are here to celebrate Sahasrara. It was not very difficult for me to open the Sahasrara because there were so many seekers in this world. Because, of course, I had studied also the permutations and combinations from which you all are, in a way, suffering. Also, the time had come. I felt horrible gurus who are really devils are trying to capture all the seekers. I thought it's high time that Sahasrara should be opened up. It was not like Christ's crucifixion by any chance. In those days, one had to do a lot of tapasya, and that's what he went through. But in these modern times, what you know is much more important than what you do. It is such a universal awareness now because of maybe medias, because of communications, because of traveling, that a human mind knows a lot. It knows so much sometimes that its brain cannot even bear it. It is so overloaded with ideas. And also, the human mind is all the time anxious to grasp, absorb and retain whatever he thinks is knowledge. But he lacks distinction, so all kinds of things are accumulated in his brain in the modern times. Especially with the advent of all these media like television, computers, not a media but it's quite a complicated brain again. The man had to know the technique of all these things very much. And this technique, if he understood, he could do many things, many more things than your forefathers could do. Thus materialism started taking its own development in the minds of people. So the curse of human beings at that time was materialism. When I felt that Sahasrara must be opened up. Before that, people were simple, innocent. They all believed in God. They never doubted. And they didn't even seek the truth. This materialism created such a competition among human beings, such hypocrisy, that people started finding out that this is not honest. Materialism is not joy-giving. You can't get peace out of materialism. Just it started developing into their awareness
that this is not the end of our achievement. This is not what we have to. No, this is not what is going to give us joy and peace. Especially after war, this awareness started growing very much among young people. This is also because now the human awareness had reached the state of the brain. That's how they started knowing better, absorbing better, and retaining better. You take a little child of today, he knows much better than you would have known when you were even 25 years of age. Because he's supposed to know about everything. And thus, there was no movement towards knowing what is the truth. But as this awareness grew more and more, lots of seekers were created on this earth. So many people who never knew they were seekers suddenly became seekers. It's an atmospheric effect, I should say. And thus a new category of people were born, became aware that they have to find out the truth. So it was all simultaneously, according to the time that Sahasrara was to be opened up. And thus this happened. For us Sahajogis, of course, Sahasrara is the biggest event. Or we should say, whatever work all the incarnations have done, all the seers and saints and prophets have done, this is the culminating point. They did it for individuals, but to do for masses, that it should go to every nook and corner of this world, is the ultimate end of all spiritual growth all over, in every religion, through every great incarnations and prophets. What they indicated about future, what they talked about, what you are to know yourself, that you have to find yourself, that you have to become a realized soul, that you should have Atma Sakshatkar, that you should be a Wali. All these indications, even the Buddhist know that Matraya has to come. Matraya, Ma is mother 3 times. Trigunatmika. Even the Greeks had Athena with 3 powers in her. So all of them have been predicting about this time. And that time came. And that's how I call it the blossom time and the fruits that are you people. So it is all so much, we can say, in the cosmic cycle of different seasons. This beautiful time has come, and like the wheel of time has to turn and go further, Sahajayoga started. Of course in a very small way, but has now grown so big all over the world. Here now, there's another thing that has happened. which is rather remarkable. That so far people used to meditate alone, and maybe one of them might get realization. But there was no phenomena of en masse realization nor of en masse meditation in those days. They all used to disappear into some nook and corner of a quiet place where they would sit down and meditate. But this en masse realization, en masse meditation, en masse understanding and learning about your being was not even imagined by me, that it would go to such a limit, to such an extent, with leaps and bounds. This year especially, it has taken a very new dimension, I think, everywhere, and all that is negative is being exposed in most of the countries. So this is how, when the Sahasrara opened, the Kundalini started moving towards this divine power, getting connected with it, and was all the time flowing within you. When the Nirvikalpa state came. Now when it is coming through the Sahasrara, one has to know that the Sahasrara has to be clean so that the flow of divine power is going, penetrating without any obstacle, without getting impure, without getting into any kind of problems. So to get to that level, to that state, all the Sahajayogi, I am happy to know, are trying to work it out, their own individual meditations also, so that this growth should take place. Thus, you get enlightenment in a full way. But then one must ask why, for what? What's the purpose? What's the aim? The aim is, your aim is lost. If you don't seek for aims at all anymore. This pandal was built with such great ability, for which we didn't pay anything. Everybody was working here day and night in the rainy season, and I was quite worried about them. I said, what's the matter? We are enjoying, mother, we are enjoying. I'm not enjoying. We are enjoying the rain, all right. We are enjoying the cold, all right. Enjoying everything, lifting all these heavy things, everything we are enjoying. I was quite surprised at them. Nobody had any complaints, but everybody was just on the warpath, building this tent for you. So what happens? Once your Sahasrara is clean, this flow of joy doesn't allow you even to think that you are exerting or you are working. Normally if you tell somebody that this is to be erected, some would faint. And some would say, this will take at least 1 year. Then they'll start giving excuses. This pole is no good, that is no good, it won't stand that, there's nothing, there's nothing. Ultimately you'll find nothing is done. It will lie like this for years together. You better get another person, you better go buy another one,
Everything is postponed all the time and nothing is done. But here you don't feel you are doing anything. When you don't feel you are doing anything, how can you say then why? Because I am not doing anything in any way, so I don't ask question why. Why? In any case, I am not doing anything. That is the state where you are working in the divine plan. You are doing a lot of work. But nobody feels they are doing anything. They all think we are absolutely just enjoying ourselves, doing nothing. This kind of a state is the blessing of Sahasrara. Because only in your brain you think all these things, labor-saving devices. I mean, you tell anybody, you go and telephone to this person. Immediately, if it's a Madden Bond, he'll say, he may not be there, God knows, what's the use, telephone may not be alright. But you see, why don't you see if the telephone is alright or not? Before that only he will give 101 explanations that it may not be alright, it may be something may be wrong. And just labor saving first. That is one of the tricks of the brain. Then this intelligence cheats all the time. It gives you rationality for everything. Like a person kills his father. You ask him, why did you kill? Why not? He was so old, he was suffering, and I wanted to have all the property, so I thought better kill him. Like Queen Victoria became very old, so her son was to think that I'll never become a king if this lady goes on like this. So the brain starts giving lots of explanation and cheating. Because rationality. It gives rationality, and rationality is nothing but ego or your conditioning. Your ego tells you, no, this is no good. So you stick on to that point. This is not good. Then another can ask you why it is not good. I think it is not good, so I think. Or like some say, I believe, but why? But in Sahajayoga, answer is simple. Why do you do it? I enjoy it. What's the next answer? Why are you worried? I am enjoying it. Now the people who also say like that, because of their conditionings, oh, I am enjoying it. Somebody will say, I enjoy my drink. Somebody can say, I enjoy my going to the church. Sometimes I say, going, something else. It's like that. They are enjoying something, which according to Sahajayoga we can never enjoy. But that enjoyment is not collective. That is not supported by anyone. For example, somebody says, I enjoy drinking. Nobody has erected any temple or any statue of a man who drinks. Have you seen anywhere in the whole world? So though he may say that I enjoy, it has no sanction from the society. People can say, I enjoy stealing. People can say, I enjoy killing. But it is very arbitrary, it is very individual, and never supported by the society, even by the modern society. And there's always reaction to it. But Sahajayoga is not like that. When you say, I enjoy, you say it because you have no ego and you have no conditionings. It's a different situation. Because now the Sahasrara is opened. So on one side your ego has gone down, another side your conditioning is finished. You are no more conditioned.
Like you talk to a Catholic. So, I started talking about Christ. Immediately said, Mother, now please. I said, I'm talking about Christ, not about Catholicism. Talking of Christ, what are you frightened about? Mother, we shouldn't become Catholic again, that's why we are worried about. But Christ never started Catholicism. So much so, they have developed a kind of a deconditioning of their minds. That they start seeing that whatever these people have done so far was wrong. And that whatever I have done so far was absolutely wrong, and I'm not going to do it. It's a very common thing. I have seen the people who have worshipped Christ prefer to worship Ganesha. And those who have worshipped Ganesha prefer to worship Christ. Just the same. The name is different, but just the same. But they like it. Because Christ means the priest, the confessions, rosaries, and also cemeteries. So they don't want to have. These conditionings itself start showing their own forms, like devils, and Sajogis want to avoid, or have nothing to do with them. I remember in the beginning, we had 6-7 hippies from England, and they had come to Rauri. We were having a program. And there were 5-6 real hippies. These were hippies became Sajogis. Real hippies came to the program. I was just sitting like this, and suddenly they said, oh no. I said, what has happened? I started. As if some snake has entered, or what has happened. They were hippies. But with this deconditioning of the conditions, they just couldn't bear those same hippies that they were coming inside. Because you start seeing clearly, very clearly, that all these conditionings had blinded us completely and it's misled us into a wilderness. Of course, about ego, in the West people are extremely conscious. There was a leader's wife. I said, why don't you help your husband? She said, Mother, I'm worried about my ego. I said, why? If I start doing some work, this ego might develop again, so I'm rather worried. They are so conscious of it, that this ego should not come back. One fellow who came to me, and I was talking to him, then he just ran away. I said, what happened? She said, no, those people who go close to Mother always develop very bad ego. I don't want to be there close with her. So, it's such a mind that sees madness, that sees insanity, that sees immaturity, it sees vulgarity, it sees deceit, hypocrisy, everything so clearly. And in that state, he gets confused and quite upset, wants to run away from it. Then we have some Sajogis who have such problems, who come to Sahajayoga with problems. Then these people see them with these problems that are still continuing. Now the Sahasrara doesn't want to accept it. It's terrible. I was like him. No more. Me, I don't want to be that. So they abhor the person who was just like them. They just can't bear. They just can't tolerate. Then I would say, still, you have to grow. You have to grow. Your Sahasrara has to be cleansed out at such a speed, at such a level and stage, that like soap cleanses everything, it should cleanse everything else. Should not be afraid of anything. Should not have any worry about the conditionings of others or ego of others. That is the state now we have to reach. Today is the Sahasrara day, is the 23rd Sahasrara day. And I shouldn't expect much. I don't want to say anything much about it. But I wish and I hope that all the 1,000 petals of your Sahasraras will be so cleansed that you will never catch from anybody, you will never be frightened of anybody. You will be masters of all kinds of curatives, and also you will be the one who can give solace, peace to others. You will be the one who will be organizing programs outside. You will be the one who will be responsible for sahajayoga. And when that happens, then we can see that these 1,000 petals of the Sahasrara have opened out. These 1,000 petals are not yet awakened. They signify the different 1,000 powers of the goddess. Minimum of minimum. These 1,000 ones you can open out yourself by introspection, by looking at yourself, making fun of yourself. Know thyself means know yourself with all the defects you have and also the potential you have and all the good points you have. So as far as you are concerned, when you are looking at yourself, you should just see to the defects that you have. Why do I behave like this? Why do I assert so much? What's the problem? Why can't I see myself clearly? With that transparency of your Sahasrara, you can see your heart, you can see your mind, you can see yourself fully, clearly. What's wrong with you? This transparency can come only if you have really the pure desire, Shuddha Ichcha, to be of that level. Now there is no competition between A and B. We don't say that you got the first prize for coming out of the Sahasrara, or we don't say you have the second prize. There's nothing like first, second in sahajayoga. Because we are not running the race. There's no competition between us. Whatever we are doing is for our own satisfaction. Now think of something. There are 5 people who are running. Now they have to think out of these 5 people who goes first. Here it is the other way round. The 5 people are meditating. Now, everyone individually has to see for himself if he satisfies himself or not. Nobody else is going to give a certificate. It is you who has to give certificate to yourself, honestly. A very different position. It is you, your sahasrara, and your attention. And you have to see within yourself, how far have I realized my own powers, my own compassion, my own personality. You will have to test it yourself. It is you are the one who decides. When you are the one who is running, it is you are the one who decides without running. Then what is the question of competition? The whole thing disappears into nothing. As I told you the other day, an analogy, that if you are looking at the mirror, then you are the one who is observing. Your reflection is the one that is observed, and there is the action of seeing. So you are in 3 dimensions. But supposing you become the mirror yourself, the whole process is reversed. You see yourself. You don't have to see because you are seeing it all the time. It's just spontaneous. In the same manner, when it comes to sahasrara, it is your sahasrara itself gives you the full idea as to how you are. The diagnosis comes from your own sahasrara. Your own sahasrara tells you what centers are catching, because all the pitas of these 7 centers are in the sahasrara. As if the sahasrara is now watching yourself and reporting to you, see, this is wrong with you, this is wrong with you, this is wrong with you. So, sahasrara, being the best well-wisher that you have, gives you the right information about yourself. So the best is that you correct yourself. So then achieve that perfect state. That is what you have to do. But once you have achieved the perfect state, you have achieved your aim, you have no aim left. Like the lights now. Till you have to make the lights, you have to work hard. Make the lights, put them right, do everything that is necessary. But once it is made and the light comes into it, then the job of the light is to give the light. So the first function is over. Now the second function is to give it back. You reach your aim, your destination. For example, I had to come here, alright? So I come all the way from my house, come in the car, walk in and come and sit down here. I've finished that part. Over. Now I don't have to walk. Otherwise I'll be all the time running. So all this mad race of this brain stops. For what should it be used now? For enjoying the peace for enjoying the joy, for enjoying the collectivity. So the labor or the hard work, or you can also say the planning of the future finishes off. Only thing now you have got it, so better enjoy it. It's like you are coming from outside, you are running, you are very hungry, you want to reach home. Once you reach home, then the food is served to you. Now what's your aim? Nothing but to enjoy the food for which you are running. But after that also if you start running, then one should say it is absolute stupidity. But the capacity of enjoyment only comes when your sahasrara is absolutely open. Otherwise, the capacity to enjoy is much less. And you become like a person who is running all the time after something which you never achieve. There are many like that. All their lives they are like mad, you know. They are working morning till evening, every day, achieving nothing. Next day again get up, again running. All their lives running like that. Till their foot is in the grave, they are still running. But after getting to sahajayoga, you stop all these activities and leave it to your sahajayoga to work, to your sahasrara to work it out. And it works out. You don't have to rush, you don't have to be so competent, you don't have to write down everything, you don't have to think of planning everything, just everything works out. And it works out beautifully. The only thing that one has to do is to accept whatever is happening for our good. Even in small things. For today's delay in the puja is the desire of some people who wanted to give you some sort of a, I shouldn't say that, but some secret show was going to be there. And they didn't want any light. So they were thinking what will happen, the puja will be over by about 5, then by 6 o'clock they'll eat their food, but the sun would be there after 9 o'clock. Then how can we show this? Alright? So have it in the night. Every small thing you will see. Some people were coming from India and they had to bring my 2 boxes from there. And they wouldn't allow these boxes. They said it is overweight. So they didn't know what to do. They thought that they should send them back and later on it can go till Guru Puja or somewhere. But they thought that there must be some plan, must be some drama. The plane was late 19 hours. So they thought there must be some drama. And then they were put into some sort of a tourist hotel for that night. Next morning they met 2 other Indians from Sahajogis from Pune. 2 boys. That settled it. My luggage, they could put it in their name. And that's how the luggage came in. But they never felt bored, 19 hours. We had nice time together, we were enjoying and talking, finished. Nobody feels that time is passing out, otherwise anybody else would have eaten up all the airport personnel. I would have broken all the telephones. Waiting for 19 hours, my God, what is this? Would have given it in the newspapers, everyone, it's the greatest crime. While these were enjoying life nicely. So, we have lost now the sense of aim. We don't have any aims. We just want to enjoy. It's a very, very big thing that has happened because, as you know, the joy in the Sahasrara is Nirananda. Nirananda. Of course, Nira is my name also, but it means pure, absolute joy. Nirananda. And that Nirananda, that joy, has no other hues. It's just pure, pure joy. Without thinking, it just pours into it. After all, every activity is for what? For getting some sort of a pleasure, sensation. And also some people believe for joy. It's not. Only after the opening of Sahasrara and the cleansing of it, then you know what is joy. You can't explain how you can spend hours together like this. People don't understand. Like even our mayor was telling me that we can't sit in the church for more than 15 minutes. And how people are sitting here for so many hours. 15 minutes we cannot sit, but how these people are sitting for such a long time? What are they doing there? What is their entertainment? How can they sit for hours together without saying anything, without dropping even a pin? They are just all the time there. So what have we given them? What is happening to them? This is very surprising and remarkable that these people who are not even Sajogis can see clearly that you people are least bothered, you are absolutely enjoying life. Whatever you may be doing is not important. What is important is that whether you are working in the office or outside, you are full of joy, enjoying everything. This is the most important thing in life, which you can have only through Sahajayoga. Because your sastragas are open. Because they are open. There is now one more thing I have to tell you that is very important for all of you to remember. That while living in this ocean of joy, we have to remember that there are many who have not yet jumped into it. So we have to bring them in. And it's such a pleasure, such a joy to give realization to someone. Extremely joyful. So we need people who would come and say that we definitely come for this. They should really come forward. And once they come forward, you'll be amazed how things will work out. There are many I know who are going all over, everywhere, and spreading Sahajayoga. So it's very important for all of you to know that you have got the light to be given to others. Come forward. Don't have fear of your ego, conditioning, nothing. Come forward. You have all the strength, you have everything within yourself, and you will do everything with such happiness and joy. Everywhere, in every country, people are doing that, but some of them are doing, some of them are not doing. All of you are quite capable of doing it, so please come forward and see for yourself what you are capable of. First of all, you should have faith in yourself. If you have no faith in yourself, you cannot do anything. Have faith. You should have no fears of any kind. And also to introspect, to see within yourself what's going on. To be very frank, I find my brain absolutely empty. What I talk from this emptiness, I don't know. You will also find your brain absolutely empty. And still, With that empty brain, you will be achieving a lot. It's very remarkable, as you have seen that from the candle you get cool breeze. How can you get from the candle cool breeze? You do get. So it is important to recognize yourself as a sahajayogi and to recognize what have you done for sahajayoga. Without doing for sahajayoga, you cannot enjoy life. That was your aim. And that's the aim you have reached. Now if you don't, supposing I have to come and sit on this thing and I don't sit on this thing, then what's the use of coming here? I came here to tell you something about Sahasrara. And if I don't tell you, then what's the use of my coming here and celebrating Sahasrara Day? In the same way, when you have reached that state now, what you have to do is not to use for your own purpose. You have used it quite a lot. For your health, wealth, everything. Now what are we doing about sahajayoga? What have we done for sahajayoga? After some time you will do a lot and you will never know you have done anything for sahajayoga. Very surprising it happens to so many of you. And should happen to all of you. I hope all of you will realize that your sahastraras are clean, completely, you are perfectly all right, you don't have to worry about it, and you can really go ahead with spreading of sahajayoga. May God bless you. क्या बोल रहे हैं? सेंसिबल हो तो बताना, है बेवकूफी की बातें जो करते हैं उससे टाइम बर्बाद करते हैं। हाँ, क्या कह रहे हैं?
पूज्य माता जी,
अरे पूज्य एक रखना। हाँ,
पूज्य माता जी, चरण कमलों में सादर प्रणाम। मूलाधार चक्र में जो गणेश जी का ध्यान किया जाता है वह किस प्रकार से करना चाहिए? मूलाधार में ध्यान का सीन कैसा होगा? मतलब उस स्थान पर हमारी नाड़ियाँ आदि आसपास नजर आती हैं या कुछ और सीन होता है?
हाँ, आपने पूछा है कि गणेश जी का ध्यान कैसा करना चाहिए और वहाँ नाड़ी पर कुछ दिखता है कि नहीं। वो तो मैंने आज ही बताया कि अगर कोई चीज आपको दिखाई दे तो आपसे बाहर है, दिखना कुछ नहीं, आप कुछ भी सीन नहीं देखते, आप होते हैं। कुछ देखना ये गलत बात है। कोई अगर देखता है तो उस जगह वो नहीं, और देखना चाहिए भी नहीं, क्योंकि देखने में आप रुक जाते हैं, आपकी गति रुक जाती है। यहाँ से एयरपोर्ट जाते वक्त हजारों सीन दिखाई देते हैं, उनको अगर हम देखते बैठे तो एयरपोर्ट कौन पहुंचेगा? हमें तो एयरपोर्ट पहुंचने का। इसलिए देखना वेखना बंद करिए और पाना, यही खास चीज है, पा लेना चाहिए। तो और आपने पूछा गणेश जी का ध्यान कैसे करना चाहिए वगैरह, इसके लिए आप कृपया हमारे सेंटर पे आए, वहां पे सब ध्यान विधि वगैरह आपको बताई जाएगी, उससे आप ध्यान पूर्वक सीखें और देखें क्या क्या कहते हैं। आपको शायद जरूरत भी न हो कि गणेश जी का ध्यान करें, किसी जिस चीज का भी ध्यान करना हो वो आपको बताया जाएगा। आप खुद ही जान लेंगे कि आपको किस चीज का ध्यान करना। जैसी आपकी दशा होगी, अवस्था होगी, और जो चीज की आपको जरूरत होगी वो आप खुद ही जान लीजिएगा और आप उसको पा लीजिएगा।
Body is purified by water, mind by truth, and soul by the electric lamp. Is it austerity and reason?
Austerity, इन्होंने पूछा है कि बॉडी तो पानी से साफ होती है, और क्या, और कैसे माइंड?
Mind by truth.
determined by truth. Or
soul is by, he left it blank. Is it by austerity and reason?
उनके ख्याल से सोल जो है ऑस्टिरिटी से होता है, बिल्कुल नहीं। ये उल्टा मामला है। सहयोग में पहले ऊपर का मंजिल बनाई जाती है और फिर नीचे की। पहले आपको रियलाइजेशन दिया जाता है, उसके बाद आप उस प्रकाश में देखते हैं। आपका शरीर, उसमें आप समझते हैं कहाँ मैला है। उस प्रकाश में आप समझते हैं आपका मन कहाँ मैला है। उस प्रकाश में आप समझते हैं कि आपके सोल में क्या दोष है। पहले लाइट जला दिया जाता है। कृष्ण ने भी कहा है कि ये जो पेड़ है ये उल्टा टंगा हुआ, ये जो जीवन का पेड़ है ये उल्टा टंगा हुआ है। इसकी शाखें नीचे की ओर और ऊपर में इसके रूट्स हैं। तो पहले ऊपर में ले जाकर के इसके मूल में ही जागृति दी जाती है। पहले मूल को जान लीजिए, और अगर मूल ठीक हो गया तो बाह्य का जो पेड़ है वो अपने आप ठीक हो जाएगा। ये सहयोग की विशेषता है कि पहले मूल ही को जागृत कर दिया जाए। वैसे भी कोई भी पेड़ को अगर आपको ठीक करना है और आप कहें कि पहले इसको आप इसकी पत्तियां ठीक करिए, फिर इसका आप बीच का बुंदा ठीक करिए, तो कुछ होने से। पर अगर आप मूल में उतर आए तो मूल से आप पूरे पेड़ पे छा सकते हैं। यही सहयोग का मार्ग है कि आप पहले अपने मूल पे उतरें, और मूल क्योंकि ऊपर में है, सहस्त्रार में है, वहां आप सिंचित होते हैं उस चैतन्य के साथ, जिससे आपका सारा ही जो कुछ भी मन बुद्धि अहंकार आदि शारीरिक जो भी दोष है एकदम साफ हो जाता है।
What is the reason for having dreams?
Whatever the reason for
having dreams, whether if these can be avoided by, and how? How can these be avoided?
Dreams, the reason for dreams is that when you are sleeping, your attention moves either to the supraconscious side or to the subconscious side. Your attention starts moving, and then you start seeing things which are connected with your subconscious or your collective subconscious and all these things. And you may go on to supraconscious side where you will see your future and all these things. But the reason why you get dreams actually is that the unconscious, which is within you, or you can say the Kundalini or your Atma, is trying to guide you to the right path. And how does it guide you to the right path? Is through dreams. But these are misunderstood. How do you guide these dreams? Understand these dreams, because you are so confused. First you go deep into yourself and you touch the unconscious, sushupti sthiti. But from there you come out, and then when you are coming out you touch your subconscious or maybe supraconscious. So whatever anubhuti you had or whatever experience you had of the depth of the sushupti gets confused, and you don't know what you dreamt, and you don't understand, and you forget it. But those who are realized soul go to their sushupti and see exactly what they have to know. Like many people in Bombay, when I came, they didn't know I was coming, but they were at the airport because they got the dream. So at the sushupti level, at the deep level, you get the communication with God if you know how to go in and come out fully aware. But if you get confused with supraconscious or subconscious areas, or if you start, your chitta is not so clear cut, then there can be a big confusion.
How is it supraconscious is on the right and subconscious on the left? How can we compartmentalize it? What happens to a man when he is a realized soul? When a person is a realized soul?
What happens?
What happens when a person is a realized soul? He just want to know what is the state of a person when he is a realized soul. When he is a realized soul, what happens to a man?
Yeah. See, the first thing is to say that how can we compartmentalize it, because if the ego and superego
is on two sides. Actually, have you not noticed in our body everything is a compartment? You see, even a cell is a compartment. Everything has a boundary. It's not some sort of a, even the blood has to pass through the channels. It has to go through these arteries. Everything is a compartment. There's nothing like something just left there like a pulp. If it becomes the pulp, you won't exist. So everything is a compartment. Its ego and superego are like balloons, and they are two balloons which can press each other, which can flow on one side. Now see, actually the ego, though it is placed on the left hand side more, is placed like this on the left hand side more, and this one on the right hand side is the superego. Still the ego, when it increases inside, it starts moving on the right hand side. And the superego, when it starts moving this way. So everything is in a compartment in our body. You are sadly mistaken if you think there's anything is in a pulp. Nothing. Or something like an air flowing in, nothing like that. Everything has a channel. Everything is in a compartment.
He asked, what happens to a man if he is a realized soul?
Now that is, I have been telling you what happens to a man. He is a realized soul, that his ego and superego are sucked in, and he gets a dent in the fontanelle bone area, and the kundalini shoots off, and he can feel the cool breeze coming out of his head, and he can feel it in his hand. This is only on the central nervous system this happens. But so many things happen much more. How to use this power, what it means and all that you have to learn.
In spite of tremendous stress on Kundalini by your holiness, it is hard for me to reconcile myself with the fact that there is not the slightest reference of Kundalini in the two eminently authoritative guides on yoga. I mean Patanjali's Yoga Sutra or Gita. Why?
Yes, it's surprising that people will say, he says that in Yoga Sutra of Patanjali, it is not written about Kundalini, and also about Gita, it's not written about Kundalini. Fact. Because, you see, it was a secret science. It was kept a secret science. In my first lecture only I said, till the 6th century. In the 6th century, Adi Shankaracharya for the first time opened his mouth about it. It was a secret science with very great gurus like Janaka gave realization to Nachiketa. And in the same way, Sri Krishna did not talk about it. Because, you see, even when Markandeya talked about it, people did not know what he was talking. They never thought him to be a sensible man. Then later on, as the people became into two compartments, one on the right, one on the left side, some started worshipping God in a devotion and in a bhakti way, the another started doing yagya havanadi things. So whatever was required for these two types of things evolved, and that's what they developed. The central side of evolution was kept a secret. And even at the time of Sri Krishna, it was not mentioned. A word about this thing was mentioned. Because this is an internal happening. This is an antar yoga. It was not described, but Sri Krishna hinted at that you have to have your yoga. But how, he did not say, because that was not the time. He was the one who laid the seeds. That's why he is called as Krishna. Krishna means Krishi, the one who has done Krishi. So this one was laid. The sprouting had to come. Today it was to be told, so I am telling you about it. Everything is not told at the same time. Same in Sahajayoga. We don't tell you everything at this time. About Agya Chakra I have told you something, but not all. Gradually, when you will be so aware, I will tell you. It has to be seen how far to be said at what time. And that's what was needed at that time was told by Krishna. So Gita is the one which only tells you that this will happen. But Jnaneshwara, who was born after the 6th century, in Jnaneshwari has written about Kundalini, clearly. Because though Gita it is not written, but he said this is how it is done. Jnaneshwara has written. Though he has written, it's the Gita translated into a common language, he put also the knowledge of Kundalini. Because at that time it was to be told. Before that it was not to be told. Shankaracharya at the 6th century did it, then Jnaneshwara did it, Then Nanaka did it. Then Kabira did it. All these people did it. Not only, but even Muhammad Sahib, in a way, has talked about it. About the Sahajayoga and resurrection time. They all started talking about the resurrection time much later, as they started seeing people getting there. Because to talk too much about the future is dangerous. That time, Sri Krishna was placed with Arjuna when they were at the war. And that time he had to talk about the problems of Hinsa, Ahimsa and those ideas which we have, about wrong ideas we have. And that's how he talked on that subject. Whatever was the subject, he talked on that. And he told him how to become one with God. And not how, that when you become one with God, you become a Sthitaprajna. He gave the idea as to what will happen to you, but how it will happen, he did not say. That was left to me to explain. They can't do everything, I have to do something, isn't it? Because if he had said how, then they would have said, give me realization. But they were not prepared for realization.
This one gentleman says, I am trying to go into spiritualism in the real sense of the word, but my health is deteriorating day by day.
Some gentleman has done spiritualism in the real sense of the word and his health is deteriorating. I have told you already what is the reason for that is. You take to spiritualism out of ignorance. There is no spiritualism. There is no ism with God. Spirit cannot be ismized. So you take to Sahajayoga, become your spirit. You cannot ism it. That's one thing you cannot ism. You can have isms in everything. But spirit is detached, it cannot be put into isms. So those who say spiritualism must know they have done wrong. Alright? You come to Sahajayoga and forget it. I know, I am sorry for that. You are misled, but God is there and spirit is there. In Sahajayoga, we promise you that. And whatever mistakes you have done, it can be corrected. आपने तो 3-4 पन्ने लिख डाले साहब. ये आपका है.
I want to be a God, and I have a love for that. And when I see, sometimes I see the flash of light, that my attention goes toward that light, but health, that's deteriorating advance.
I would say that whatever I said today, you must take the tape and listen to it at home. I've said all these things already, but your attention should have been there. Now you take a tape from these people, listen to it. I've said the same thing which you are telling. That these are the problems of a person who goes to these things and how he gets into problems. Alright? So then you come to Sahajayoga. I know you are a seeker. And if you are a seeker, that will be given. That's your right to have it. May God bless you.
Mother, which will be the end of all the world and of humankind?
What is?
Which will be the end of all the world and of humankind?
Which will be the end of
all the world?
All the world. Which will be the end of world? Huh?
Yes. End of the humankind.
Again futuristic. Very futuristic. Let's not talk about the end. Just now is the beginning. When the child is born, we just don't think about his death, do we? So better be worried about the beginning of this world, new world that we have started, and don't think of the death and all those things. Forget it for the time being. ये क्या है? ये पूरा लेख है.
ये एक सहयोगी है जो कानपुर से आए
हैं.
One was in Kanpur now. He has written some problem about relating to Sahajayoga in Kanpur. I'll just read them out. Persons in Kanpur are interested only in the physical cure and not in the life itself. One old lady cured of hypertension but complains that after bath treatment, though she is quite cured, plus very much thankful to Mataji, but her anger has much increased. And she admits all the family members are annoyed. What to do? I have not quite given any literature except the photograph.
There's a gentleman from Kanpur, he says that in Kanpur people are only interested in the physical curing. Have nothing to do with this wretched thing. Just have nothing to do. If they are interested in material well-being, Sahajayoga is not for such people at all. If they don't want to have God, forget them. Let Kanpur be drowned in Ganges, if they are like that. Useless people.
Absolutely. Why should you worry about them if they don't want to have God? Don't waste your energy on people who just want to be cured. It's absolutely useless, such people. They are very selfish, self-centered and troublesome. They are good for nothing. If they don't want to have God, we have nothing to do with them. We have no relationship with them. They can go to the hospitals, take expensive medicines and die there. I don't like people who just come to sahajayoga for only physical fitness. This is a hospital or what? Reducing it to that level is not good. Anybody who thinks that he should help others should start helping them in Kundalini and not start curing people. Please don't do that. I have told 100 times, don't do curing. Because what will happen if you start curing, you will start thinking that I am curing and you will get into supraconscious. So better not do it. You just put yourself into state which is proper for sahajayoga. Gradually people will know you, will start coming to you. But as far as UP is concerned, God saved that country, that place. I am married in that place. I know the people. Useless, absolutely good for nothing. They made Sitaji go to Banbas. Who can forgive them? All dhobis, that's all.
And the second question is also...
UP Walas have a very great ego, you know. We had a servant who was from UP. I'm also married in UP, I shouldn't say, but I saw this very clearly. And there was we had another one who was from Madras. So he was very clean, Madrasi fellow, cleaning everything nicely, working very hard. So I told this UP Wala, I said that if you don't learn all these qualities, one day you will have no jobs in Delhi. And you will all go out of jobs. You better learn all these qualities of Madrasi people, how neat they are, clean they are. They take their baths every day, you are a lazy lamb. So he said, हाँ ठीक है, इनको तो बर्तन मारने दीजिए, हम तो राज करेंगे. They are all going to do Raj, just imagine. So one must understand that, you see, every place has its own problems. Out of them, UP and Bihar. I don't know how it is going to work out. I am worried. I have already tried to send somebody to Lucknow to do something. My house is in Lucknow. My relations are in Lucknow. I have given realization to all my relations. But they find it strange. The whole thing is so strange, you know. You don't know what to do with that place. Imagine a Nawab married 365 wives. Can you imagine such a Nawab living in that horrid place? Singing ghazals morning till evening. All dirty things they do. And I don't know if you can really bring them round. There are some nice people, I wouldn't say there aren't. But on the whole system is based on something very nonsensical. And to bring them round, especially Kanpur is such a materialistic place, very materialistic. Very materialistic people. The Ganges flows in Kanpur. Ganga, Gomati, Yamuna, all these rivers are in the north. Cleansing morning till evening. Working so very hard. When will the people realize? So the Kanpur gentleman should come and settle down in Maharashtra. Rama also had to live with Sita. कोई अगर हो उधर यूपी वाले तो माफ करें, मेरा ससुराल है.
The second question is almost you have already answered. Third is, may I give self-realization to persons who have meager desire, or to my own family members, as there is no sahajayogi?
No. Don't try your family members. That's not proper. Those who have no desire for sahajayoga, you cannot push them in. It's impossible. Who is your family? These are your family. Like Christ once they asked, your brother and sisters are calling. He said, who are my brothers? Your brothers are calling. He said, who are my brothers? He looked around. Don't push your family members, alright? They'll become bhoots. Because if you push them, imagine, Agya Chakra is closed, they'll go to the left or to the right, they'll become bhoots or not. Don't push them at all. What else?
The question is, one of my cousin brothers here in Delhi, where I'm staying, drinks wine. but does not want to come to the Sahajayoga program in spite of my persuasion, as he is convinced that he simply can't drink and smoke after attending the program.
You see, this somebody's brother doesn't want to come to Sahajayoga program because he thinks after coming to program he cannot drink and smoke. Now, I would say that you need not tell him this regret that after Sahajayoga you don't drink and smoke. You need not tell him. Once you bring him and he gets realization, he will not do it. So let us manage it on that level. Better not tell him if you are interested. I don't say, did I say don't drink, don't smoke? Did I say so? I don't say so. But it just happens. So just let it be, let them come as they are.
एक लिखती है, मेरे पेट में तकलीफ रहती है, मेरा जिगर, तिल्ली और आंतों में सूजन आदि विकार है, जिसके कारण हल्की पैचेस बैठ के पेट में भारीपन रहता है।
अब एक साहब फरमाते हैं उनके पेट में तकलीफ रहती है, उनकी तिल्ली खराब है, उनका ये खराब है। अब इन्होंने अगर स्मोकिंग किया हो और शराब पियो तो भगवान ने बचा रखे, हमारा तो हाथ ही नहीं चल सकता। तो जिन्होंने पहली चिट्ठी लिखी उसका जवाब दूसरी चिट्ठी में है। इसलिए जब उनके पेट में दर्द होगा तो सहयोग में आएंगे, जब उनकी तिल्ली बढ़ेगी तो सहयोग में आएंगे, और जिनकी तिल्ली बढ़ गई है उनको सेंटर पे आना चाहिए। और जैसे एक डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं, जिस श्रद्धा से उसने कितनों के पैसे मारे हैं, किसको को मार डाला है, कुछ पता नहीं, लेकिन सहयोग के प्रति अत्यंत श्रद्धा पूर्वक जो आते हैं उनको मुफ्त में सब बातें बताई जाती हैं और उनको श्रद्धा पूर्वक ये कार्य करने से एकदम लाभ हो जाता है। लेकिन मुफ्त होने की वजह से लोगों को उसकी रिस्पेक्ट देते हैं। आप आइए, आपको जो जो शिकायतें हैं वो बताइए, और उसके बाद आपकी शिकायतें भी ठीक हो जाएंगी और आपको परमात्मा भी मिल जाएंगे। ऐसा कहीं हुआ है? वो एक कहावत है कि खुदा के देने का मूसा से पूछो अहवाल, आग मांगने गए थे पैगंबरी मिल गई। वही हाल सहयोग है, आग मांगने आएंगे आपको पैगंबरी दे रहे हैं, ये पैगंबरी है। उसने कहा था विलियम ब्लेक ने कि द men of God will become prophets and they will have power to make other prophets. आपको पैगंबरी दे रहे हैं, दिल्ली ठीक करने आएंगे और आप पैगंबरी लेके जाएंगे। ये बात है सहयोग की, इतनी बड़ी चीज है, इसको समझने के लिए भी तबीयत चाहिए। हो गया? अब तो मुझे माफ करिए, और जिसको भी पैर छूना छू ले आज, लेकिन कायदे से भागिए नहीं, मैं बैठी हूँ। I'm happy that Dr. Warren could explain to you those chakras about which I told you yesterday, because in one short lecture you can't cover all these points. And if you get your realization and you progress well, then you can listen to my tapes, which are in hundreds, and you can understand the knowledge is vast like ocean. As I yesterday told you, that when you get enlightenment, you become the knowledge. It's a very confused statement. People don't understand what does it mean to become the knowledge. The other day, a gentleman came to me and he told me that my guru has already given me the knowledge. I said, how? Because he told me I have given you the knowledge. I said, but still, how is it? It is knowledge. How do you believe that he has given you the knowledge? So he said, no, mother. He touched me on my forehead and I saw a light. I said, then still, you can see the light otherwise also. How is it you have got the knowledge? So he started thinking about it. He said that, what should happen if I get the knowledge? I said, see, this is another person sitting next to you. He's a sahajayogi. He knows what kundalini is. Also he knows how to raise your kundalini. He knows what is your problem, what your chakras are catching. He also knows what are his problems. So he asked me, how does he know? I said, he has become the knowledge. Yesterday I told you that on your central nervous system, you should be able to feel others and yourself, which is inside. Now, for example, a person who is mad. When he started becoming mad, he did not realize. He did not realize he is already possessed and that he is getting mad and that he should have treatment. Nothing he realized. Gradually he became mad and he is in the lunatic asylum. Or a person who gets cancer does not know he's developed a cancer. Till they say that now it's hardly 15 days, you have to die. This is on physical level, mental level. A person who is egoistical does not know that he is egoistical, that he is oppressing others and others are a part or parcel of himself. Like Hitler never realized that he was such a horrible devil, that he will go to hell. And those who were around Hitler that time did not realize that a devil is growing in this society, that a devil is going to come. Nobody realized everything, and suddenly after 11 years he comes back as a horrible, destructive, satanic force. So, if you read the books written before his regime, they were actually supporting him. Because they said that we are getting decadent, our society is decadent, and we need a person who will take us to austerities and who will make us little disciplined. We need discipline, we must have discipline. And so they liked him. Even the young students liked him. When he went to the universities, he charmed them by saying we must have discipline, we should be austere, we should not eat this food, we should not eat that food, we should become very austere. And that thing was very much appreciated by the young people. They did not realize whether this man was a devil or not. Now, knowledge is such that in that you see the subtle of yourself and subtle of others. And the subtle of ours and the subtle of others resides in the chakras. These are the chakras which reside within us. And these chakras are the ones who cater to the need of any emergencies we have. For example, if you have to run very fast, we can run very fast. Our heart starts beating. The sympathetic goes into action. Then these chakras bring it back to normal by supplying proper energy to that part which has been overused. They bring it back to normal. When, say, on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, we have two extraction of the sympathetic nervous system. When this extraction is too much on the chakras, these chakras get separated. And there is a deity in every chakra. And when that deity sleeps off, there is a separation from the whole. Because that is how we are connected with the whole. This is supposing is the vertebra, is like this. Once it is broken off, you are broken off from the whole. The control is lost. Once the control is lost, then you start working on your own. Once a cell starts working on its own, it becomes malignant. It loses that relationship with the whole which gives it balance, a sense of proportion and coordination, how much to grow, and that's how cancer is set in. In the society also nowadays, because the society is becoming ego-oriented, we go on saying, what's wrong? What's wrong in this? What's wrong in this? As today, just now, Warren was telling you that there is a dharma within us. We have got 10 dharmas, the 10 sustainers within us, the 10 commandments that we have to obey. Why? Because if you go out of them, then you go into an imbalance, and if the imbalance is set in, then you can develop any one of these problems which come out of imbalances. That is how we cannot cure cancer, because we cannot make the cells go back to its normal condition. At the most, what we can do is to remove the cells from the body who start attacking others and making them also ego-oriented. But we cannot make them again normal cells. Only through vibrations you can do it. Because when you vibrate these centers, they become more powerful, they expand their aura, so the circle that was small becomes bigger, engulfs both the sides and bring them together, and again the deities are awakened and the cells start getting the message from the whole. This is a simple principle which is a subtle principle. But a person who gets a cancer, how will he know he's got a cancer or not? Because there is no way of knowing it. But when you become the knowledge, you start developing the sensation on your fingers. And there are decoding words, decoding language, which tells you which are the centers catching and how to cure it. Immediately you are on the alert because you know it's happening. Now people who have, say, mental problem, they don't know they have mental problem. Some of them, they are not at all aware of it. But then they realize they have a mental problem. A psychiatrist came to see me. Today only he was with me. He's a sahajayogi, and he treated some mentally handicapped person. He's a psychiatrist. So he finds always his finger shakes before me. This finger and this thumb. If this is burning and this is shaking, that means there's a possession working on you. A simple thing like that. Now this person can clear it out because sahajayogi, it takes hardly 2 minutes to clear it out. But the person who has got it can be also cleared out, because once you know what is the center, and if you know the deities whom to awaken, and if you know how to awaken them, you get it cleared out. That's how mad people can also get cured. Now here there's a madman on the road. Just now when he was speaking, I was in the room. He was saying, you must seek Christ, you must seek God, and all those things on the street. He's himself mad. You see a mad leading others into what? Lunatic asylum? He's talking like that loudly. You must seek Lord, you must seek God. How? How do you seek? Just giving lectures, seek the Lord, seek gods. Is this the way? If I say now, put your attention inside, just now you are sitting before me, a simple thing. Your attention is towards me. Now turn your attention inside. Can you do it? You may say, yes, we are doing it. That's wrong. That you are not doing at all. Something has to happen within. Unless and until something happens, your attention cannot go inside. Many people just believe into something false. Go on believing into it till they suffer from it. I have seen people who have been like that, fanatics. In their old age, they become absolutely either violent people or useless or aggressive or boring. Some of them become really half mad and some of them full mads. So believing into anything without the knowledge about it is a very blind game. Now, sustenance has to be there. Now, we can say in India we have Sikhism, which is a very great religion. But the people who belong to Sikhism are not supposed to drink at all. After all, Guru Nanak, when he said you are not to drink, because he knew about it, he knew what he was saying about it. He was an incarnation of the primordial being. He was the primordial master. And when he said that you should not drink, now I am told that in England the Sikh people drink more than even the Scotland people. It's most surprising. Imagine, say about Islam, because Muhammad Sahib and Nanak Sahib are the same persons. He said the same thing. Moses said the same thing. Asked the Jews, what are they doing? He said strong drinks, alcohols, all must be avoided. At the time of Muhammad Sahib, there were no cigarettes. So he didn't say about cigarettes. So Muslims say, oh, cigarettes are all right, doesn't matter. You see, these things are so, there are so many loopholes. In India, we have communities and communities like that, where you go and see, you will be amazed. Like Jains, they won't eat meat, but they will drink. Can you imagine? Drinking goes against your awareness is a fact. While Mahavira has talked about nothing but Chaitanya. Buddha never said don't eat meat. That doesn't mean that you should eat meat. But what I'm saying, he never talked on that. That's not so important. He himself, Buddha himself, died because he ate a raw pork. He went to a house. You see, Buddha was a realized soul, a great personality. He was an incarnation. And he went into a house where, as a guest. Suddenly he appeared there. And the person was just a hunter. And he said, oh Buddha, you come to my house, what should I give you? What should I do? He said, I have very little time, whatever you have, you give me. He said, I have killed a wild boar, but the food is still to be cooked and it will take some time. It's all right, give me half meat. And he died of that. Even in Jainism, you'll be surprised that Neminath is the first one who was the cousin of Shri Krishna. In his marriage, there was a big function and lots of birds were brought. I mean, they were Jains, imagine. And the birds and all that, when he saw so many killed, he got a kind of a feeling against it and he said, all right, no more of this. But they have gone to another extreme of vegetarianism. I mean, they can be very cruel themselves, but they don't mind that. They can be vegetarians. To such an extent that you can't imagine. So this is the problem with the religion has been, that you go to extreme of things. First thing about religion is not to go to extremes. That's the basis of every religion. For Christianity, you know, Christ has said, keep away the dead. Have nothing to do with the dead. He took out the dead spirits and put them in the pigs and put the pigs in the sea. You all know that story. But every church has got all the dead lying under their feet. You don't know how to walk in the church, they are all lying down there. Luckily I have been living, or unluckily I should say, living next to the church all the time I have been in London. And in the night I see all of them coming out of the graves and I say, oh God. And here the children sit down, pray to God and everything. Now what do they get? No wonder Catholicism is bringing such a catastrophe, or this so-called Christianity. I mean, the basics of every religion has been contradicted by the disciples. Because Christ is the one who controls the dead. He is the one who sucks the effects of the dead. And he absolutely banned them. Everywhere you go, any church. Only in India they don't do it. Somehow I don't know how they have managed it. But here every church you go, there's dead bodies lying everywhere. Sahajogis now don't go to church because they're frightened. Once a Sahajogi is caught up by a spirit, immediately he knows he gets headache, he doesn't want to go there. But a person who is not a Sahajogi, he goes to a church, he catches the booth, he does not know. One of my disciples had a mother who was a Catholic lady, very staunch Catholic. And she was MA in mathematics and things like that. A very staunch Catholic. She came to see me and I told her that you should give up all this fanaticism about church going, because in the church there are all these dead bodies placed there. But she wouldn't listen to me. Now, then after old age, about 60 years, they go mad, actually, really. And she started using her B-day for WC, all sorts of things, problems arose. But she would get up in the morning of Sunday, get ready and go to church, and come back very nicely. Every time it was Sunday, she would get up, she would dress up well, go to church and come back. As if somebody was taking her down there. And somebody was bringing her back. But one day it happened that she got lost. And this lady telephoned to the police and said, what to do now? This lady is lost and my mother is lost. She got very worried. She telephoned to me. I said, you'll find her. She's all right, but she'll come. After 3 days, she came from somewhere, God knows, came back. And again, she started the same things, using this for that and that for that, and absolutely like a mad person. But the police said nothing doing. Now you better put her in the old man's place. So she put her in one of these places where the old people live. Now, this Mari, my disciple, she told me it's most amazing. The people who are there are mostly Catholics or Christians. They are all mad like this. The nurses are having a bad time. But all of them get ready on a Sunday and go to a church which is specially made for them. Can you imagine? Just look at this obsession. It's an obsession with us. We must know these are obsessions. We are not free people. We are slave to these things. Now once you come to this side, the other side of slavery are our habits. They enslave us. They enslave us. I have seen now people, once I had a minister sitting with me, and Russian minister, very powerful man otherwise. And suddenly he got up. He was the host. Suddenly he got up. Oh, I must go. I said, what happened? He said, I am a sick man. I said, what's the matter with you? You see, I am a football fan and I can't sit any longer. The football match must have started. Imagine, he was the chief host. And so many people were there, he just couldn't sit. I mean, he could not glue himself to the chair and he wanted to get up and walk. And he just didn't know what to do. I was amazed. He had no poise, no control over himself. I mean, I just thought must be some possession from this football is coming to him, or what is it? But such a grown-up, matured person behaves like this. This is nothing. Other habits that we have are much worse. And they all enslave us. We can't live without them. Anything that is in this world is for us. We are not for anything. If anything can enslave us, we should know that we are the masters of everything. If a chair doesn't make you comfortable or uncomfortable, it's not important. What is important is that this doesn't enslave you. Nothing should enslave you. The one who is a king, who is the emperor, is least bothered. If you put that person on the street, he'll sleep well. If you put him anywhere, he'll be happy. That's the person is the real emperor. But not the emperor who cannot live without complete comfort. If he's slave of the comfort, then he's not an emperor. All these things we can learn when our center here, Nabhi Chakra, is awakened. When the light spreads in that area, in the white, the green color you see, then what happens immediately in that light? You don't see anything. But the light works. Enlightenment is such that it goes into action. The light itself acts. Can you imagine? The light itself acts in you. We had a doctor who was very fond of wines, drinks, and I never tell you don't drink. I never say that because I don't want people to run away. No, nothing of the kind. You sit down comfortably, just take your realization. Then we'll see about it. This fellow gave up his drinking.